Tonight is draft night. A night when new gladiators are chosen. Many have gone before. What they all shared in common was the hunger to seek glory on the football field. These gladiators have trained for years, becoming stronger and better. Tonight, they take the next step toward fulfilling their dreams of playing in the National Football League. Are you ready to witness history? It's draft night. It's the Irish NFL show. It all starts here.
Hey, welcome into Draft Night Live on the Irish NFL show. Proud to bring you another massive live event after the incredible Super Sunday that we had back only 2 or 3 months ago. Thank you very much as well to Chris for that amazing narration. And we are here. The draft starts at 1 a.m. tonight, but welcome in to the lads. Colin, first off, welcome in.
How's it going, Michael? I have my coffee ready for this evening. It's already been an incredible week, but really excited about what tonight holds in store.
Brian, how's it going, man?
Yeah, it seems like we've been talking about this draft for so long. It seems to be just one of the most intriguing drafts for a long time, and so much can happen. And I know there'll be a lot of twos and throws tonight, and maybe some teams trading up and trading down, but it's going to be a very exciting night.
And Mark, an unusual late night for you, man. Usually you're in bed by about 8, so welcome in. How's it going?
Yeah, tucked in, Michael, tucked in. Yeah, look, it's draft night. Hope abounds, tears will abound, and like Colin, I've got my coffee, to drink and see us through the rest of the night.
It's going to be a long night. We're going all the way through until the 30-second pick is made, or by 5 a.m. That's when Twitter will cut us off legally. We'll see what happens. Literally, that's the truth. Before we bring on our first guest, we're actually going to replay the Ian Rappaport interview for viewers in Northern Ireland, the UK, Europe that couldn't maybe see it last night on television, which was a massive privilege, and we will talk about it later on in the show. Fantastic night last night. But Colin, just going through the lads here, starting with yourself, Colin. For you, what is draft night like? And I guess for anybody watching this, Colin, that hasn't watched the draft before, how would you sell it to somebody to watch it all night tonight?
Well, this is I suppose where the season really begins, because this is where teams get to address any of the issues that they had last season. So if you had an issue at quarterback, maybe you're going to get the opportunity to draft a quarterback or whatever it is. And it doesn't matter how deep your owner's pockets are. These are the best young college players who are now going to enter the league. All of that potential that they have before it gets tainted by injuries and actual play. So this is the night for hope, for optimism, or, you know, for many teams, if they draft down or make a head-scratching pick, the pessimism of and reality of the season will begin in April, and then it's an awfully long way to go until January. But it is a really entertaining evening because there are so many variables, so many combinations and permutations. So for anyone who is going to stay with us through the whole way, I think this will be one where there are plenty of thrills and spills.
Brian, what's your favorite part of it, draft night?
Well, there's a saying in the league: you build your team and you build your future on draft night. You know, you're getting 4 to 5 potentially starters immediately who will be there for 3 to 4 years. You're not paying them a significant salary. You know, you might get free agency players that are really strong players within the league, but you arguably they're only there for 2 to 3 years. Really, this is the night where you start looking towards the future, and not just the immediate future, such as this season. It's the year after and the year after, because you're getting these guys for 4 to 5 years on their first initial contract. But it's such a unique night in the season, and it's very hard to explain this for people who just don't like NFL. You hear the people go, "So you're telling me you're going to watch a show for 4 to 5 hours of players who are coming out of college and going into the NFL?" And yeah, but it's such a really enjoyable evening. And touched on it previously on our other shows. It's that moment where you feel like your team does have a chance for next season. Everybody comes out of draft with grades on the players, but the reality is, until they actually go on the field, we don't really know. We've seen players go at the bottom end of the first round that have become superstars. We've seen players fourth round, fifth round. Dak Prescott, for example, fourth round. You just never know, and that's the beauty of it. You know, you think you're getting a great player, may not be the case, but it's the unknown really. But it's a fabulous evening for every team and for every supporter.
And Mark, obviously, the NFL draft from Cleveland tonight. It really has come into such a spectacle, a huge stage, and we are your perfect second screen, Mark, tonight for this draft.
Yeah, absolutely, Michael. I mean, obviously, all eyes will be on Cleveland and Mr. Goodell as he steps up to the microphone to announce every pick. And, you know, there's obviously great coverage in the US in relation to this, but giving our own flavor and insights and obviously that unique viewpoint from fans this side of the pond, I think, you know, we've our own spin on things to add to it. And it's the drama, it's the unknowns. I mean, we all think we know now how the first 5 picks are going to go. What happens when one domino goes the other direction, and how does that drama play out? That's the fun of draft night for me. I'll be honest, as a Patriots fan, usually I hate draft night because I stay up till a ridiculous time in the morning, and then Belichick trades out in the first round or trades back in the first round. But this is the rare year when they might trade up, and the whole movement, the whole uncertainty of the opt-outs from last year, and therefore we're going to have lots of different draft boards, means this could be a really fascinating evening, just on how it all pans out. And the only frustration, Michael, is we're going to see these amazing talents picked, amazing highlights from them, and then we have to wait 5 months to actually see them in a meaningful game. So it's almost like I want them to play tomorrow. But hey, the NFL is all year round, man. And this is one of the big events of the year.
I would just say as well, this particular draft and the first pick in particular, you know, everybody's talking about Trevor Lawrence being the next Peyton Manning, the next Andrew Luck, you know, potentially has to be a superstar, the next Superman, shall we say. And in the city where Superman originated in 1933, maybe he is the next Superman for the NFL.
Let's see, maybe you can win yourself a Trevor Lawrence jersey, even if he goes to Jacksonville or not. We're giving away 2 jerseys, 2 draft hats of your choice tonight, worldwide entry. The tweet should be out by now on our socials. Check it out, worldwide entry. You got to retweet, and Colin will announce the winner on Saturday night's show. We were very, very lucky and pleasured to be on television last night for the first time in 30 years in American football broadcast on Irish television on Virgin Media Sport. We had Ian Rappaport, NFL Network insider, as our main guest. Unbelievable interview. For anybody that wasn't able to watch that, especially if you're in Northern Ireland or in the UK or Europe, here it is. Here's Ian Rappaport at Rap Sheet. Delighted to be joined by a guy for any NFL fan needs no introduction. Ian Rappaport, NFL Network insider. You can follow him on Twitter at RapSheet. Ian, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, guys. What's going on?
It's good. And we were saying off camera, Ian, this is the first time we're on TV. I think it's the first Irish American football broadcast since the 90s. You're our first guest. It's an honor to have you on.
It's an honor to be on. I've never been to Ireland. Maybe at some point I will be, maybe to play a little golf. But if this is as close as I come to being in Ireland, I think I've probably done all right.
Well, Ian, you've broken some unbelievable stories over these last whatever number of years. Have you got a favorite one in that sense before we talk about the draft?
You know, what's weird about what I do is a lot of like the big news is sometimes bad. You know, like I've broken some big injuries, but that's not really that fun because there's always like the bad element of like, you know, you're delivering the most horrible news a player could imagine. So injury news, there's been some big ones, but I don't know. I would say and then, obviously during the coaching search, there's fun ones where a guy gets hired, but the ones where the guy gets fired, it's not as fun. I feel like, to me, maybe the most fun one I broke was when I heard a wild rumor last year that Rob Gronkowski was going to unretire and go to the Bucks. And someone mentioned it to me, like, hey, you're on top of this Gronkowski thing, right? And I'm like, what? And like, the Gronk thing. I'm like, what? I'm like, to the Bucks. I'm like, hold on, what? And I didn't compute, right? So then they're like, well, you probably should get on it. I'm like, oh my God. So I hang up the phone. I frantically call everyone I know. 6 minutes later, I reported that Rob Gronkowski had requested to the Patriots to come out of retirement and that he wanted to go to the Bucks and that a deal was in the works. And to go from 0 to 100 in 6 minutes and then have everything explode after that was so much fun. I mean, that's one where I would probably do that one again, even though it was very tense and it was so fast, but that was a pretty fun one.
Yeah, I could imagine. I think everyone on this show, Ian, has a notification switched on for your tweets so that we know what's going on. I suppose one of the things, we're coming up to the draft, and look, Peter King spoke to Gil Brandt for his Football Morning in America column this week, and Gil said that in 67 years covering the draft, this is the most unusual, the oddest, kind of due to the opt-outs last year. Just, in terms of your own thoughts on this year's draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think Gil Brandt kind of hits it on the head. I mean, certainly one of the strangest drafts we've covered. And it's not just, the opt-outs. I mean, and there are several of them who are interesting. We have, Jamar Chase, who I think is going to go really, really high. He's an opt-out. Pro Day was great, so there's not a lot of questions. But Greg Rousseau was probably a top 10 pick last year. Now, is he a first rounder? And, part of the deal is he played at 245. Now he's at 265 or 270. We haven't seen him play at that weight. That's a big deal. That's a projection. That's hard. There's a lot of really good players who opted out. And so, what that means is, one, they, except for Caleb Farley, they didn't get injured. But two, there's not a lot of tape on them. So I think there's a lot of real questions. Then there's some other stuff. Hasn't been in-person meetings. There hasn't been private workouts. So if you're taking a quarterback, you've seen his pro day and 2 pro days for a lot of them, but you haven't seen the private workouts. You haven't been able to put them through your stuff. There's not consistent medicals. There's not consistent heights and weights. Everyone in the world ran a 4.3 at their pro day. How is that possible? They can't all run 4.3, but they all did. Those are the reasons why I think it's so hard, because you can't compare apples to apples from previous years.
Ian, a lot of people have kind of said the point that the draft starts at 4 with the Falcons, because we know realistically where the first 3 picks are going. But is it the Dolphins really, in a sense, because they seem to be the most intriguing team? They've kind of manipulated the board in the sense they've gone from 3 to 12, back to 6. A lot of stories going around, including what you've said this week, over the past few days, in terms of them potentially moving out. They could, in theory, do 2 rounds of dropbacks and potentially pick up even more players. More picks.
Yeah, I mean, I think what the Dolphins are looking at is, let's say that the Falcons don't take a quarterback at 4, which is certainly plausible. They could take Kyle Pitts, generational tight end, just plug him in, help their offense, right? So let's say that's the case. Then that means when Miami is there at 6, there's going to be 2 quarterbacks, whoever it is. Maybe it's Fields and Lance, maybe it's Mac and Lance, or whatever it is. Somebody might come up to them and say, we will pay you extra to come up and get a quarterback. There's a quarterback premium. In other words, if you want to trade, it costs more because you're trading for a quarterback. So Miami could actually get the quarterback premium twice. That's why they might move. But I would say this, to me, it starts at number 4, because whether or not the Falcons take a quarterback, and I think it's something they're, looking at pretty strongly, that really will go a long way in dictating how the draft goes.
Ian, you referred to, obviously, the San Fran move up, and there's no doubt in the world that they are taking a quarterback. I mean, Kyle Shanahan's basically announced that to the world. But there is still a little bit of doubt as to exactly what quarterback he'll take. I mean, you mentioned there it depends on what two might be left for Miami. What's your best guess or best sense? Obviously, Mac Jones has a lot of positives, a great season in Alabama, great consistency and accuracy, but Justin Fields seems to have been this somewhat overlooked talent now. I mean, it's not that long ago he was out playing Trevor Lawrence in a college football playoff game, and yet he seems to be sliding.
Yeah, and I don't know if he actually is sliding or if it's just some media stuff because, like, I think that the 49ers are going to take Mac Jones. That is what I think based on, the endless phone calls that I've made and the information I've gotten. It's not 100%, but that's what I think based on how much Kyle Shanahan likes him. And Mac Jones is incredibly smart. He's got total recall. Like, he is brilliant. I could see that making a lot of sense for the 49ers. Justin Fields could go 4, he could go 7, he could go 8, he could go 9, although I think the Broncos would probably have traded up. So I don't know if Fields is really falling. It might just be the random event of the 49ers falling in love with a different quarterback. People say when you turn on the Clemson tape, he looks like a number 1 overall pick. Fields I'm talking about. Like, that's how good it is. So the draft process is weird. It seems like he's gotten a lot of flack. I'm kind of not 100% sure why, because you can poke holes in him, I guess, if you really want to. You can do the same for Trey Lance. I mean, Trey Lance he only played 1 game this year, not his fault, but it's true. And it was shaky. People haven't really talked about that. I don't know why. They just haven't. So the draft process in the media is always weird. I'm not sure that exactly meshes with reality.
Ian, just the last one for me, man. Obviously, a lot of people watching this show are going to be from Ireland. Maybe some people in the UK watching it as well. NFL showing a commitment to the game internationally from 2022, and they're also the Falcons coming out and saying they're playing this season in London. Have you any indication of how many games there might be in London this year? Or is the NFL committed to playing 4, or is that very much still TBC?
Yeah, I would say I think 4 sounds about right. The schedule release is coming out May 12th, so we should have some more information. The more interesting thing to me is where else could there be games? Like, the fact that the NFL is playing a game in Germany seems kind of fun. I think that'd be great. I mean, I love football, and I've only been to London once for football. And it was, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. It was before NFL, it must have been 10 years ago, actually, before NFL Network. And it was the coolest thing because you see how unbelievably vast the interest in the NFL is. So just personally, I've always been a big proponent of like spreading it as much as possible, right? Like, the fact that you guys care enough about football to ask to interview me is just the greatest, right? Because you guys obviously love it just like I do. I think it's awesome. So I am for expansion. Maybe there'll be a game in Ireland. I think that would be fantastic. Maybe I'll get to come over for it. But I just love how broad they are looking. And Canada and Mexico, cool. Germany, awesome. There's a lot of other options too, and I'm curious to see where the NFL goes.
Yeah, I think the possibility of a game in Ireland will be music to fans' ears. We would love that, Ian. And yeah, certainly if you could come on over, play some golf, mix that in.
Bring the clubs. Yep.
That's the way to go. Look, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us as our first guest in this new format. It has been truly an honor, and all the best for the next few days. It'll undoubtedly be busy with the lead up to the draft. I'm sure there'll be plenty more phone calls, plenty more rumors, but thank you again for chatting to us today.
Awesome. It was a pleasure, guys. My only regret is if I'd known it was going to be on TV, I would have worn makeup. Maybe next time I'll get a little more dolled up for this appearance.
Thanks, Ian. And that was Ian Rappaport from NFL Network. Unreal. So, boys, we've had Tom Pelissero, Ian Rappaport, and we were on TV last night. Look forward to watching us on Virgin Media Sports some point soon in the future, maybe going over a draft show in the next few days. Keep your eyes peeled for that. But lads, a pleasure to be on television in Ireland. Colin, as it says in the t-shirt, we didn't get to talk about the refrigerator, but we got to say a couple of things just in regards to that, but just obviously a historic night for the game in Ireland.
Yeah, I mean, as somebody who grew up watching the NFL and fell in love with the game because it was on TV in Ireland, it was surreal to have the opportunity to talk about it, but also just to thank everyone for the words of support and encouragement. Just phenomenal in the days leading up to it. Just people reaching out via Twitter, via social media, WhatsApp, and just a very, very special moment for all of us, I think.
Brian, were you shocked to see how good looking you were on television, or?
No, I think I'm getting worse with age, unfortunately. But no, it was a great experience for us to, it was a great experience recording it, and obviously it was a great experience to watch it back. And we're now officially 6 months to the day since we did our very first episode. And whilst you guys are doing your own Broncos Europe show, and myself and Mark were doing a separate podcast, 6 months we've come so far, touched on the great guests, but for us, it's not so much about the television thing last night. It's, we are truly kind of fortunate that we're doing this together, and our show is really good, and we're all very keen on the sport. So we do this as fans more so than anything. But yeah, it was a great experience to see us on television, and being a fan for so long, it's similar to Colin age group. First game '86, Giants Broncos, to be where we are now in terms of bringing it back to the Irish TV was really it was an honor to be a part of it.
And Mark, props to Virgin for giving us the opportunity, the first time since 1991 American football's been talked about on Irish television in that manner.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised Colin's 10 years younger than Brian. He got lumped into the same age category. But yes, Michael, huge props to Virgin. Look, for me, and I think for all of us, it's about spreading the word about the game. We're passionate about the sport. We think it's deserving of a larger audience generally. And frankly, Virgin and others who support us on the way, and all the support on social and from various people has been fantastic. I mean, if anything, I think we had an initial conversation, Michael, with Virgin about maybe we should do this live or close to the time. And you saw last night why it's called the Not for Long League, because we had pre-recorded, and then all of a sudden the Ravens trade, and then all of a sudden Teddy Bridgewater news and stuff like that. So you can never be perfect unless you're live, and that's why Rappaport and Adam Schefter and all these people have a 24/7 network in the NFL network in the US and ESPN, because there is so much news and there is so much happening, especially around draft time and everything. So kudos to Virgin. Thank you, everyone, like Colin said, for the support. And thanks to all the guests and the people who have come on in the last 6 months, and bigger and better, guys. This is just the beginning.
Absolutely, and obviously props to Virgin, as you said. One thing you did talk about there was a Teddy Bridgewater trade. We're going to talk about that in a little second because it happened on Wednesday night before draft night. But we've got Ryan Leaf coming up now. We interviewed Ryan Leaf just before Christmas, and we're actually going to replay that interview because some of the stuff he talks about on draft night is so true towards tonight. But we'll bring it on in a wee second, boys. But starting with you, Colin. Obviously, the big news filtering out just before Emmerdale last night. No, it wasn't about politics in Northern Ireland. It was about Tom Pelissero tweeting about Teddy Bridgewater going to the Broncos for a 6th round pick. What's your thoughts on this? Obviously, you're biased. You can maybe take the hat off or keep it on for a start. Do you think now, as a result, that George Payton will go at 9 tonight and we get the best player available? Do you think Drew Lock's finished in Denver? To me personally, Colin, it seems like smokescreen. It's almost as if the Broncos think the teams are going to believe that they're going to trade up tonight. It's not going to happen, is it?
I hope it happens, because I think if the answer to the question is Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater, I'm not sure I want to know what the question actually is. Teddy Bridgewater has never thrown for more than 15 touchdowns in a season. And Drew Lock, Drew Lock has plenty of talent. He's just too inconsistent. By pretty much every metric, it didn't work last season. He was lowest QB on pretty much every metric. And yes, there were mitigating circumstances, but you have a look at the fact that Tom Brady went to New City and what he did. Justin Herbert had no, OTAs. The Broncos released a statement that said that the quality of the league was better because there were no OTAs. What if Drew Lock had maybe been in the 18, maybe to even 25 best worst QBs? I'd have had fewer concerns, but the fact that he was dead last and everything, that's a concern to me. Teddy Bridgewater is not a franchise QB. Teddy Bridgewater is he's steady Teddy. He's an average backup, but you're not gonna win games because of Teddy. And my concern would be that if the Broncos think that because they have Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater, they shouldn't go up to get a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance, I think that would be a huge mistake. This is a team that outside of that QB position where there are question marks, and maybe an inside linebacker, you could say they could do it more speed, but outside of that, secondary stacked. The so many offensive weapons, that line looks pretty strong overall. Depends on James at right tackle, but apart from that, there aren't many holes. This is the time to go for it. Otherwise, you've got Cortland Sutton who's going to have to get paid. You are looking at, in future years, more and more players who, are only on 1-year deals. How are you going to bring them back? I think the Broncos have in Teddy Bridgewater a guy who, it could help a rookie to settle in, but there's a reason Carolina let him go for a 6th rounder and are willing to take the hit on the salary. It tells you, what it is about Teddy. So I don't think I can take my Broncos hat off when I'm assessing this situation.
Brian, is Teddy Bridgewater the answer for any NFL team at the moment?
No, I don't believe so. And initially when the deal went through, I felt, well, that's the Broncos out of picture at 9 for a quarterback, but having taken time to reflect on it, I don't necessarily think that's the case. I don't believe that they will put themselves in a position where they will trade up. I do believe they will sit at 9, and if a quarterback happens to fall to them, then obviously they reevaluate and make that decision whether they should take a quarterback. If not the case, best player available. But it's a strange one, and I felt that if the deal was to be done, why do it the night before the draft? This deal, I've read it, this deal's been in play for weeks on end, so why not just give it another week to see what comes out of the draft? They put themselves in a precarious situation there where if they do decide to draft a quarterback in the season's draft, Lock's gone. The value of Lock is gone. The leverage they have to get rid of Lock is gone. You've got a new quarterback in the draft. You've got Teddy Bridgewater. What are they going to get in return for Lock? Because it's going to be very clear that they want to move him on. Absolutely nothing. So, but I do think they're in a strong position in terms of now potentially moving back and allowing someone to come up to 9 because they can, pull back a few draft picks, in this year potentially, and obviously just drop back maybe to 15, and maybe the Patriots are the answer to come up at 9. But I felt the timing was strange, and how do I see it playing out? Potentially, if they do take the quarterback, Teddy Bridgewater will be the starter next year, and alluding to what Colin said, he will groom the quarterback and he'll sit there for a year. But it goes back to that situation where you see time and time again, and not just in Denver, but the Giants and other teams, by week 3, week 4, if he's not producing, and the team isn't winning games, the expectation will be there. The fans will be rallying. They'll want the rookie quarterback coming in. So it's a strange one for me. If I had been doing a March, I would have said okay, but the night before the draft, very strange.
Very strange, especially when they bring in a new GM as well. But the GM obviously this week has talked about assets. For me, taking my hat off or maybe keeping it on a wee bit, I think Denver's trading down. I think you could look, Mark, maybe out of New England that is going to come up to that spot. I personally think Drew Lock probably doesn't play a down in a regular season game for the Broncos again. If they do trade a quarterback tonight, or if they do draft a quarterback tonight, but for me, I think they're dead set on Teddy Bridgewater and dead set on Drew Lock, maybe sitting in the number 2, because if they can justify the fans that Teddy Bridgewater outperforms him in training camp, that's all they need. But the reality is, Mark, Fangio will lose his job if that's the case, because they're not going to get to the playoffs with Teddy Bridgewater. And you must be absolutely buzzing, because that is, like, to be fair, potentially tonight, for Patriots fans, for fans looking at quarterback, for Bears fans that are trying to trade up, there's surely now going to be another quarterback available at that spot.
You would think that the Broncos are sellers now at that trading spot, and they're going to trade down for more assets. I mean, look, let me just step into the Teddy Bridgewater fan club for a second. I mean, Teddy Bridgewater is a solid NFL quarterback. He is not the most dramatic, but I mean, he played very well in the Vikings and looked like being their franchise quarterback for a long period of time before a horrific injury. He stepped in for Drew Brees, albeit in a very good Saints team, when Brees got injured and went 5-0 during that period of time. He is not, and I agree with Colin on the stats and everything, and he is not, blown up the stat sheet, but he is not a liability. He is a solid quarterback. But equally, the clue to what Teddy Bridgewater is in the name. He is the epitome of a bridge quarterback at this point. Nobody is building a franchise around him. He is to get you through a season or a couple of seasons. That's the way the Panthers see him. I think that's exactly the way the Broncos see him. I'm with you, Michael. I see them going with the platoon of Locke and Bridgewater. And maybe Teddy pushes Drew Lock on. Maybe Drew Lock is there and Teddy can fill in for him for a couple of games. I don't now see them drafting a quarterback, but I'm fascinated as well by the Panthers. I mean, are they seriously going to go into the season now with Sam Darnold as the starting point and the end point and the answer? Because I thought they were going in a bit like we're talking about the Broncos now going with Locke and Bridgewater as Darnold and Bridgewater. Maybe they push each other on, maybe one comes through. I'm curious now. I mean, is there a chance that the Panthers are in play at 8 if one of the quarterbacks slips and they say, well, if Darnold doesn't work out, we'll have this other rookie here at a very cheap cost control contract? It's probably not, but it just fascinates me in terms of that dynamic. But yes, do I think the Broncos are prime candidates to trade down? Yes. Do I think Bears fans and Patriots fans are going to get way too excited about the prospects of trading up? Absolutely. But let's see how it all plays, Michael. We've talked about it enough already. What about if that pick number 3 doesn't go the way that everyone anticipates it going and a different quarterback is tumbling down? We're waiting with bated breath. It could be fascinating.
Michael, you touched on the fact that teams could potentially moving up to 9, but it's been kind of well known even since the trade that ESPN came out with a report last night saying heavy interest in that 9 pick already. So, the Broncos could find themselves getting quite a few picks. But the one point that I would make, maybe this actually leans towards the Broncos going for a quarterback, because maybe they've looked at it in the sense of if they do draft a quarterback and the rookie, as some say, starts and he has to fall back on Lock for conversations and guidance, he's not getting that from Drew Lock. And if Drew Lock is playing, he can't fall back on the rookie for guidance. So is it a case that they've said Bridgewater is the man to bring in because he will be able to help that young rookie quarterback next season and obviously help him progress his game? So potentially a quarterback in line for the Broncos.
Mike and Colin, I want to give you hope. I just want to give you one reference point, okay? Seattle Seahawks a few years ago brought in Matt Flynn in free agency and also still drafted Russell Wilson. They double dipped and they said, "Man, the best man wins." So maybe you'll still draft a quarterback. Maybe hope abounds eternal.
I saw Russell Wilson play in that preseason where he came in and just looked unbelievable and won the starting job. So we shall see. But giving young QBs, I suppose, help and support is so important. And that, in terms of our next guest, is a piece where it just didn't work. Mel Kiper recently had his top 10 ranked QBs coming into the draft. At number 1 was one John Elway. At number 4 is Trevor Lawrence, who we're going to see tonight. But at number 8 was Ryan Leaf. Ryan Leaf was considered to be an absolute standout prospect. He had all the physical tools. He went second only to Peyton Manning. But it didn't quite work out. And we were very fortunate to have the opportunity to talk to Ryan about maybe why things didn't work out as he wanted them to, what he learned from that, and what he's doing now. So let's replay that video with Ryan Leaf and hear from him now.
Hi everybody, welcome back to the Irish NFL show in partnership with Pundit Arena, joined by the usual team today along with a special guest, a former NFL quarterback from the 1998 NFL draft, Ryan Leaf. Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong there, 1998, but a huge pleasure to have you on the show. Great to have you on, Ryan. How's it going?
It's going great. Thanks for having me, guys. I really appreciate it.
Before we get started, Ryan, have you any like Irish heritage or have you any history to this island? Or
yeah, I do. Leaf has a little Irish to it. Most of my family origin is kind of Eastern European, but my grandfather told me that we have a wee bit Irish in us. So I tend to use the Leaf side of it when we talk about the Irish quite a bit.
Brilliant. As you can see here, lads, we're joined by the usual team. Colin, I'll start with you. Welcome in.
Yeah, great to have the opportunity to chat to you, Ryan. I suppose, as Michael was saying earlier, we had Jim Kelly on the show, and he famously turned down the opportunity to play linebacker at Penn State, to go on to be a QB in Miami. But you were at one point considering, or there was talk that you might play linebacker in Miami yourself, and then you get the phone call from Mike Price. Is that an urban legend, or is there truth to that story? And if it is true, can you talk us through what that phone call was like?
It's a bit of an urban legend. Dennis Erickson was the head coach at Miami at the time. He had some connections to where I was from in Montana. And when I was there, he talked to me about how the recruiting coordinator saw me more as a kind of a tight end linebacker type rather than quarterback. I think they were thinking more of a tight end for me. I never really played linebacker. I played some safety in high school, but I had always played quarterback, and that was my dream. And so I was very grateful that Coach Erickson was honest with me about that and said that's what they were looking at. It made it really a lot easier when Mike Price or any of the other coaches called and said, "Hey, we'd like to offer you a scholarship to play quarterback for us." It was an easier choice.
Ryan, when you watch the coverage leading up to the draft in this day and age, the hype, the build-up, path to the draft, NFL Network, how do you compare it to the hype back in '98? Would you recognize everything that was going on in the background building up to that day, and were you disappointed?
At the time,
sorry.
At the time, it felt like what it does now, because it was all about you, right? So when you're in that moment, you're like, your narcissistic personality takes over. You're like, this is all about me. Everything that everybody's talking about is about me. And I suspect that's similar to what these guys are feeling at the moment before the draft nowadays. It's just on a bigger scale, right? It's just unbelievable the numbers they do in terms of viewership for really just an elderly gentleman reading names, which is kind of crazy, but it's true. The draft is all about you, and you have to go from playing a team sport to signing with an agent and trying to put yourself in the best possible position to get drafted as high as you can and make it all about you, to hopefully going back to it being a team sport, making it about it being a team. And some guys are able to do that and make that transition much easier than others. I had trouble with it. I went from playing a consummate team game to making it all about you. And then I continued to kind of make it all about me rather than being about the team. And that was a big part of my downfall. And
in terms of your expectation on that particular day, did you feel somewhat disappointed that you didn't go number one, or were you just happy with the fact that you were in the top five, obviously?
No, we were kind of positioning ourselves to be the number 2 pick. We kind of looked at it as pick 1A and 1B. And in our thought process is, wouldn't a beach house in San Diego with the surf, the money, and the women be better than Midwest winters in Indianapolis? We weren't necessarily thinking about the right things and knowing that Marshall Faulk and Marvin Harrison were sitting on the roster in Indianapolis, but we were okay with it. I had family on the West Coast. I liked the idea of being a beach bum playing pro football the rest of my life. So we were okay with it.
Well, Ryan, it certainly looks a lot warmer where you are than Dublin is at the moment anyway. So, the beach decision we can understand. Just going back, because obviously a lot of what transcends in the rest of your life starts a little bit from the external view with that '98 draft. And you had a great college year in '97. You ended up finishing 3rd in the Heisman voting that year. Charles Woodson, only defensive player to ever win it. Peyton Manning came 2nd. Yeah, he turned out okay. And then you were 3rd in the Heisman. And then you declared, only after that, I think, if I remember correctly, only then did you declare for the draft. And, you forgoed your senior year in college. That particular decision not to go back for your senior year and maybe go for the draft in '99, do you ever reflect on that particular part of the decision?
Yeah, definitely. College was the greatest time of my life. My friends, the innocence of football before it was a job. And, we had accomplished so much. We had done something that hadn't been done in 67 years at that university. Let's go to a Rose Bowl to win a Pac-10 championship. And we were losing 28 seniors. It was going to be really difficult for us to duplicate. And I was going to either be drafted 1st or 2nd. So I thought it was the the logical next step. You know, being able to reflect on everything and where my maturity level was and all of that, and not having failed much, it probably would have been the best thing for me to do, is to come back, get more educated, get more experience, and to deal with failure, because we were going to struggle and it was going to take a lot for us to get back to a bowl game and be competitive that next year. So I think it would have been beneficial for me, and it probably would have been the smartest thing to do. But, you know, when you have all that money dangled in front of you that was going to change your life, and you got the chance to live your dream, which was to play NFL football. I mean, how do you say no to that? It was an easy decision, and in retrospect, looking back on it, it's something that I regret, that I didn't go back and not only play for Mike Price for another year, but spend another year in college at what I consider the greatest, university there is.
And it's funny because sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
I was just going to say one follow-up, just something you said there. When you sign that contract, I'm just curious on this. When you sign that contract and you've basically secured your family's financial future, is it relief or is it pressure? Because you are also this high pick in the draft. I'm just curious.
Well, you don't think of it. You don't think it's pressure. You think it's what it's supposed to be. Like, this is exactly where I'm supposed to be, and I'm just going to go and do what I've always done, and that's play well, and we're going to win. When that doesn't happen, which you're so accustomed to having play out, that's where the issues take place. Either you're prepared to deal with failure in a positive and healthy way, or you're not. And I clearly wasn't. And there are a lot of elite athletes that get to that level because there are what people consider busts that happen year in, year out, at every level of professional football, professional basketball, whatever you may. It's about how you deal with failure and adversity, period. Life is not fair just because you're a pro football player. And I think for the longest time, I played the victim role. Like, I asked for this, right? I asked for the pressure, the stress, to play a child's game and make a bunch of money doing it. So I don't really have a lot of sympathy for those that complain about pressure and stress, because you don't have to do this. You don't. You can choose to do whatever you want, and it's a privilege. It's not a right. That's for sure.
I was going to ask something along the same, but I'll ask a different thing now, Ryan. Trying to explain to somebody in Ireland about the NFL draft itself, forget about the process, is a whole, like, if they're not into the NFL, they haven't got a clue, because over here we don't have the same college football thing. So, what would, going from that college experience to the NFL experience, and even before you took a snap in the NFL, what was that day like when you were drafted? Obviously, now going back in history, yourself and Peyton Manning in the first two picks in that draft. If you were sitting there now, what was that day like, waiting for that call?
It's one of the greatest days of my life, regardless of outcome, with my family. I mean, I'd worked so hard, right? Since I'm from Great Falls, Montana. So I'm from a very small town in a very small populated state. There's never been a Montanan drafted in the first round of the NFL draft. I'm the only one. There are more first round draft picks in the Manning family than the whole state of Montana ever. So there's no trailblazer, right? I was never supposed to be there, ever. The odds were so stacked against me, 1 in a billion. I don't know what the odds were, but I was not supposed to be where I was at. So it was one of the coolest days I've ever got to experience. And I'll always look back on it fondly as something unbelievably special that I got to share with my parents, who sacrificed a ton for their son to be in that position, and to celebrate and be with my larger family, my aunts and uncles and cousins, my grandparents, my brothers, everybody who had at some point along the way supported me and helped me get to where I was at.
And Ryan, I suppose building on that, as you said, the only Montanan to go in the first round, right? You're a young man, and again, so some of the stories that is that the day after getting picked, you get to fly on the owner's plane to go party in Vegas, which is, I mean, look, any of us, I think, would love to do that. But I suppose, we've talked about the pressure on and the responsibility of the individual. I suppose looking at the Chargers obviously really wanted you as a QB, but do you think maybe there could be learnings for the organization as well in terms of how they approach when they've just drafted somebody? There's all of that excitement, and they facilitate partying in Vegas. Could it have been, if they had taken a different approach to handling that, would it have been different for you, do you think?
Who knows? I mean, if I would have went and played like Josh Allen's playing in his career, no one would have cared. But because I played so poorly and behaved so poorly, it's one of those things you can go back on and look at and go, oh, that should have been a red flag. Well, it's not necessarily, because people can have fun and enjoy themselves and still be very good at what they do. I just wasn't. I just didn't perform, right? It's always, the hindsight is always 20/20 when you can look at somebody who's messed up on what you could have done differently. Now, I understand, yes, when you were drafted as the franchise quarterback in the first round by an NFL franchise, you essentially become the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, and you have to act that way. That would have been a different approach on my part. But I will say this, all my uncles, my dad, all my friends, we all met in Vegas that night, and we had the best time. So I remember that night, and I remember how special it was to share it with my family and friends. So I don't look back on it as a negative. Now, how I behaved from that point on when things went poorly for me in San Diego is a different story, but I don't regret that night and celebrating with my family and my friends, a once in a lifetime opportunity for any Montanan.
I don't want to speak on behalf of all these lads and all the fans over here in Ireland and Europe, but we massively appreciate your time. As somebody that's only really got into the league for 10, 12 years, your journey, the way you've explained your life and everything's fantastic. And we massively appreciate your time, Ryan. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate it. And I wish the best to everybody there over in Ireland and around the world during these trying times. And if there's anything I can ever do again, please let me know.
And folks, welcome back into Draft Night Live on the Irish NFL Show. If you haven't done so already, check out our tweet where we're giving away 2 NFL draft caps and 2 NFL jerseys of your choice. Maybe you'll want a Trevor Lawrence Jaguars jersey, or maybe you'll want a Kyle Pitts Falcons jersey. Who knows what's going to happen tonight? It all kicks off at 1 a.m. and we're going to go through every pick live from then and see how long we can all stay awake and drink coffee and see the crack. But in this segment, we are going to look at a player each and look at one in detail. And the first person to look at one in detail is Colm. And I believe, Colm, you may or may not have a thing for Trey Lance.
I do. I sent a message to our WhatsApp group a few weeks ago because we were looking over the draft prospects, and I said, lads, I think I have fallen in love with Trey Lance. And it's easy to fall in love with Trey Lance. He is ridiculously talented. He partially is probably because he in ways reminds me of a young John Elway. Just the size, he trucks guys. Now, yes, some of that was because of the division that he was playing in. But when your quarterback runs up and trucks guys and they stop and he doesn't, he has every physical tool you could possibly want to play in the position. He doesn't turn the ball over. He had 1 interception in his college career. He has just a cannon of an arm. He is incredibly smart, and I think he is just an intriguing prospect. There are people out there who say that he has the highest ceiling of any QB in the draft, potentially higher than Trevor Lawrence. And he doesn't lack for confidence. He said he believes that he can prove that he can be the best QB in this draft. So by all accounts, he puts the work in, really is a guy who studies a lot. I'm intrigued to see what the 49ers are going to do tonight. We saw Ian Rappaport told us that he thinks it's going to be Mac Jones, but there's plenty of people who say it might well be Trey Lance. I think if Trey Lance ended up with Kyle Shanahan in that system, he would be absolutely phenomenal. What I also think is really interesting is around Kyle Shanahan basically saying that, Jimmy Garoppolo, is in, it's a garage sale, whoever wants him, or nearest offer, basically. Now, that to me says that they aren't particularly concerned about playing a rookie, because it didn't sound like they were keeping Jimmy G around for this season. Some people thought maybe they'd bring in a rookie and redshirt him, but it doesn't sound like Jimmy G is going to be hanging around the Bay. So I think whoever they take will start. If Lance came in, he is raw, but Shanahan obviously has the confidence that he can mold him. I think he could be, a transcendental talent. He has that ability. It could all fall apart. Of course it could, because of the transition to the league. I just don't think it will. To me, he looks exactly like a young Elway, with those physical gifts, with the ability to scramble, with the ability to find players downfield. I think Trey Lance is going to be a superstar in the NFL.
Brian, who have you got, man?
I've got Jalen Phillips, defensive player from Miami. He started off at UCLA before he got transferred to Miami. Fell out in love with the game for quite a while, in particular because he fell out with the coaches in UCLA. Took time out. Then he's had risks around where he's got the concussions, but you listen to all the kind of pre-draft stuff around this defense, and people have said that this defense in particular hasn't been as strong as other years, but then people say he by far is the best player defensively in this draft. So it'd be interesting for me to see who takes him. He's at one stage they were saying he could go in the second round. Now they're saying it's an absolute must that he goes in the fourth round. So in the city where the golf ball was invented, it'd be interesting to see who takes the swing on him. I have a feeling it might be the Colts at 21.
Who you got, Mark?
I have, for me, one of the most fascinating players in this draft, Devonta Smith. And people will say, well, he's the Heisman winner. How is he fascinating? Well, he's fascinating because he breaks the mold in so many different ways. He's the first wide receiver to win the Heisman since Desmond Howard back in 1991. He is also extremely undersized by normal proportions in the NFL. He's reportedly weighed in only at 166 pounds, to which his reaction is, we're not bodybuilders, we're football players. And there are a number of procrastinators who are saying, well, yeah, but when you're being blocked and you're being, pushed around and you have to block in the run game on a consistent basis over now a 16-game grind, is that going to wear down someone who is relatively undersized? Devontae's answer to that is, my game is built on nuance. They won't get their hands on me because I'll beat them off the line. And in fairness, everything he's proved today, over 1,800 yards. As I said, he won the Heisman. He had 215 yards and 3 touchdowns at the pinnacle of the college game. Obviously, the college football championship against Ohio State. Oh, sorry, let me get it right. He had 215 yards and 3 touchdowns in the first half in that game. Let's be really clear about it. He's done a GQ spread where he said, I am the storm that is coming. He is undoubtedly talented, undoubtedly unique. And he thinks he can reset the record books in the NFL. And we've seen it before. We've seen Steve Largent. We've seen the proliferation of slot receivers like the Wes Welkers, the Julian Edelmans, the Nelson Cruzes of this world that reset that position. But Devontae plays out wide. Yes, he can move around the formation, but generally he plays out wide. He is 6 foot, 6'1". If he makes it, he is resetting the mold in so many ways. And one of the things I'm fascinated by is we're going to see maybe 5 Alabama players taken in the first round. And there's a bit of a knock sometimes on Mac Jones to say, well, you're accurate, but sure, you had Waddle and you had Smith. What did you have to do? But how much did Smith help Waddle? And how much did Waddle help Smith? They're both likely to go maybe in both in the top 10. And it isn't until we see them in the NFL and we see them after a couple of years, we'll see the true answers to that. So maybe this is a record-setting, reselling pick tonight, or maybe we're going to see a very different story that evolves. But he, to me, is going to be fascinating now and for the next few years to come.
It always is a fascinating draft, Mark, for Alabama players, but it really, really is this year. Najee Harris, the two guys you just mentioned, Mac Aloysius, New England Patriot, the Pope, Jones, which is going to happen tonight at pick 9 or 10, or maybe pick 15, or maybe pick 24. This could be like a Johnny Manziel draft. For me, I got Micah Parsons, defensive end out of Penn State. This guy was a 5-star defensive end recruit out of high school. But lads, you need to watch his tape. And I'm not going to put his tape over this for copyright reasons. This guy is unbelievable, lads. Unbelievable. Sport runs in his family. His sister signed a basketball contract in Germany. You probably are wondering why anybody cares about that. But this guy in his first season at Penn State was a freshman All-American, led his team in tackles. He's the first freshman in Penn State history to lead the team in tackles. And in his second year, he was a consensus All-American. Big Ten LB of the year. Now, the thing is, last year he opted out, and we don't know what the actual process is going to be there. But for me personally, I feel that because of his remarkable size and speed, he could go in the top 10 tonight. And I'm not sure what team he'll go to, but I know I've literally just contradicted myself right now. But say the Broncos are there, or the Panthers that are there, 8 or 9, and they're going with that strategy of picking the best guy on the board, or even the Cowboys or the Giants sitting 10, 11, I think they might go with him. Honestly, boys, he's so dynamic. He's a great downhill player with his timing and burst through gaps. His backfield vision is unbelievable. There isn't that many weaknesses. He really needs to maybe try and angle his blocks a little, just to be a bit better. But at the end of the day, any guy coming in defensive end needs to go to that next level for the NFL with defensive play. So I'm all in on Micah Parsons. I would be delighted if my team got Micah Parsons. But talking about talent, talking about the nurturing of talent, we're going to go back from a few days ago and have a very quick look at our interview with the executive director of the Senior Bowl, and almost as importantly, if not more importantly, former NFL scout Jim Nagy. Okay, folks, on the Irish NFL show this week, obviously the draft coming up on Thursday night. We're live Thursday night. They do always say that the draft starts in Mobile, Alabama. If you haven't been to the States, we can see him already giving the... We are delighted to welcome the executive director of the Reese's Senior Bowl, which happens in January, but also a guy who's an ESPN NFL draft analyst, Jim Nagy, to the show. Jim, on the week that it is, it's a massive honor to have you on. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. It's going to be fun.
Jim, we ask every guest this, so you'll be no exception. Any affinity to Ireland? Have you ever been to Ireland?
I've never been, but I've actually, embarrassed to say this, I've never been outside the States except for Mexico and Canada, our two bordering North American countries here, and to like the Bahamas and places like that, but never been over there. I would love to get over. If I do, that's one place I want to get to.
Well, with the NFL, I think looking to increase the global reach of the game and the potential for games in Germany, we're hoping for a game in Ireland maybe at some point in the future. We'd certainly love to welcome you to this little green island, Jim. So fingers crossed that might happen.
I would love it. I've got a lot of Irish lineage. I've got plenty of freckles, and my son's got the red hair to prove it.
Well, we, as Michael said, we are a week out at this point, and look, it's a huge build up. As fans, we watch college football, we watch you and draft analysts on ESPN and across the board. We read the pieces, but more than that, you've been there, done it. You've been that NFL scout. Can you talk to us a little bit about what the process looks like from the inside? What are the sort of meetings that take place in NFL rooms and teams across the board? What would be happening at this time of year?
Yeah, this time of year, it's a lot of buttoning things up. Most teams have had meetings, first round of draft meetings in December. They'll go back in February and do those after the All-Star games, after the Senior Bowl, kind of some pre-combine meetings, and then they'll get back together in April and really pull it all together. So this close to the draft, the scouts are really putting on the recruiting hats, and they are reaching out to the players that they kind of think are going to be late round players that could maybe fall out of the draft and be more free agent players. So you're really recruiting those guys hard. I would love to take you inside what a draft room looks like in the immediacy after the draft, but it's impossible to really describe. It's absolute chaos. So you really have to lay the groundwork with these players beforehand, so they, one, take your phone call. If you're talking about a sought after free agent, a guy that a lot of teams would have a draftable grade on, but for whatever reason fell through the cracks, they're going to have, 20, 25 teams calling them immediately after the draft. So a lot of recruiting on the scouting end right now. Again, recruiting, and then just making sure the teams, you have all the right contact information. Make sure you have the right cell phones and everything where you can get a hold of these guys. At the director level, there's a lot of strategizing going on. It's less about the evaluation right now. It's all about where do we have to target the players? Does it make, like, say you have a wide receiver need and a running back need? You talk about, if those are your top two needs, where does it make sense to address it? First round, second round, later. So there's a lot of those strategizing sessions going on. And then really the only cleanup part on the evaluation side is when you come in April, after all the data has been collected and you've seen the pro day and you've seen the all-star games, you're getting back together as a staff, and inevitably there ends up being clusters on your board, little clumps at every position on different points of the board, where you'll have like 3 or 4 guys whose cards are like right on top of each other, and there's really not a lot of separation. So a lot of times the GM will kind of dispatch a couple scouts, couple coaches, to a side room where they go and they watch that handful of players, those 3, 4 guys, and really try to come to a consensus stack, if you will, on how they rank those guys, and then come back into the room, kind of sort it out, explain to the room why you came to your conclusion, why this is the best decision for, whatever club you're working for. So there's a little bit of that going on right now too, but a lot of strategizing and a lot of calling other teams. I'll let a lot of the director level guys or national over the top scouts and GMs, they'll be calling contacts with other teams, laying the groundwork for trades. I'm just talking about, hey, if our guy isn't here in the first round, would you be willing, if he's not there, would you be willing to trade back? Because we'd really like to get up to where you're at. So those decisions aren't being made on the clock. There's way too much going on in that small 15-minute window. Again, those things really have to be ironed out in advance as well. So there's a lot of those calls happening right now.
Jim, can I just ask you about the evolution of the draft? We've interviewed former players who were drafted in the early 80s, and they kind of joked about the fact that they didn't even know until very late in the evening where they were picked, what round they were picked. But these days, the scrutiny, the coverage, ESPN, second to none, NFL Network with the daily shows, the draft itself on the night, the enormity of that, what comes with that, and the scrutiny on the players. One small thing can see a player move from the top 10 down to the back end of the first round, second round. Just your thoughts on how it's progressed over the years.
It's a monster. I mean, you guys are over there in Ireland talking about it, which is really cool. But it's grown exponentially almost every year. I was part of the team up in Nashville at ESPN 2 years ago. And I think 47 million viewers tuned into that draft, and just being a part of that for ESPN and seeing what that city looked like. I mean, it was nuts. It was an absolute party, huge, colossal event. And then you go to last year with the COVID draft, and 55 million people watched that draft. So, 8 million more than the year before. So just the coverage of this thing, I think social media, I mean, the internet started to play a role. In the dawn of the internet in the early 2000s, late 90s, you had a lot of guys that were interested in the scouting profession, create websites. And then once, Twitter in 2009 or 2010, whenever Twitter launched, I wasn't on it at the time. I never got on Twitter until I got this job at the Senior Bowl, but it's exploded. So, there's so much content out there, just like us, what I did at the Senior Bowl this year, posting all the pro day numbers. That was just me, getting with scouting friends from around the country and making sure I had a guy at every pro day. And as soon as he got done, he'd shoot me the numbers and I would post them. But that stuff never used to get public, I mean, all this from hand size to arm length. I mean, that was stuff that was never consumed before. So we've really, again, this thing is just growing every year, and it's amazing. I don't know what it's going to look like 5-10 years from now, but certainly from the time I got into scouting, in 2000, this thing is taken on a life of its own.
Jim, it's fascinating and fantastic to hear you talking about the efforts of scouts, obviously, in dealing with UFAs, the undrafted free agents there. And in your time, obviously, with Seattle and the Patriots, you're talking about 2 organizations that are renowned, obviously, for undrafted free agents making the 53-man roster and getting a real fair crack at the whip there. In fact, it brings to mind, obviously, one player who very easily could have been a UFA, but was drafted in the 7th round was one of the many prospects you found over the years, but recently retired, Julian Edelman. And I know, and I've seen the interviews where publicly you've been extremely deferential if you're saying, look, all the credit on his career goes to Julian, goes to coaches like Chad O'Shea, who is a receivers coach and stuff like that. But I come back, and I'm a Patriots fan, so I come back to, I think, the first call that Belichick made to Edelman. He said, hey, kid, well, we don't know where you're going to play. We don't know what you're going to do, but we know you're a hell of a football player. And I'm just wondering, for you as a scout, when you've identified, hey, this guy's got all the raw talent, and he could be a D-back, he could be a wide receiver, he can definitely play ball. How does it feel like for you when you see someone who you've identified at that early stage go on to develop and have the type of career, obviously, someone like Edelman and many other players that you found have?
Yeah, it is rewarding. You have to take some satisfaction in that, or you wouldn't do your job. You wouldn't take pride in your job if there weren't some sort of payoff, right? So yeah, it's awesome. I'm like, to me, even in this job at the Senior Bowl, it's all about seeing these guys realize their dreams. That's why a week from now, it's going to be such a great time, because I know what these players have done their entire lives and the sacrifices they've made to get to this moment in time. And so to see Julian, have the career he had, obviously it was awesome. It wasn't awesome when I was with the Seahawks and playing them in the Super Bowl later on, and he was making plays. But I would have never thought Julian would have had that kind of career. Like, did I think he'd play in the league and be capable of getting on the field and being a contributor, obviously, but becoming an all-time franchise great player? No, I would have never, can't ever say that. So it's been great. I mean, Julian's a great story. Again, as a scout, I mean, if you really want to boil it down, all you're trying to do is find good football players, right? And Julian had a lot of different qualities that made him a great football player. Most importantly, his instincts. I mean, the guy had unbelievable instincts on a football field for, like, feeling people around him and space awareness, and then just the athlete, the change of direction, that reactive cutting ability. Like, he was a great football player, and that was coming off the heels of, there was a guy at Kent State before him named Josh Cribbs that played quarterback, and Josh went on as a projection player for the Cleveland Browns and played wide receiver, and was an incredible special teams guy, one of the best in the league when he was in the league. So it was kind of cool, like back-to-back players at a small school like Kent State produced these phenomenal athletes at quarterback that the league really didn't see as quarterbacks, but they both found homes in the league because they were good football players and they made it happen. So, but back to your original question, yeah, I think every scout would tell you that you do take some satisfaction when guys that you identify end up having good careers. That's definitely part of it.
Absolutely. And Jim, you've obviously been the executive director of the Reese's Senior Bowl since 2018. It seems like it's not too long now, but it's still a considerable amount of time in the NFL and in college football as well. And it really is grown over here. But I guess in that time since 2018, is there one memory that you could maybe talk to us about that might be your favorite as your time as the executive director? Has somebody walked into Alabama and just blown everybody away and maybe went up in the draft because of it?
There's been I mean, I haven't really thought about it. I usually don't get too reflective on things, but there's been some great moments. I've really enjoyed this job. It's, it was a family decision for me. We were living in Mobile, Alabama. It's my wife's hometown. I've said it before, like, the scouting profession is a tough job, and a lot of people don't want to hear that, but it really is. You're on the road almost 200 nights out of the year. That's tough on a family. So, I really have enjoyed this experience, and really, I like trying to think about it right now. There's been a lot of little moments, but even just as recently as January, kind of shared a moment with Quinn Miners, the Division III offensive lineman who came down to the game this year. And to me, he's the greatest story in this year's draft. But after the game was over, saw Quinn at the hotel, and he kind of pulled me aside, and we shared a cool moment. He was very grateful for having the opportunity to come here to Mobile. So it's some of that stuff with the players that you don't always get as a scout. As a scout, your team drafts the player and you get him in the building, and everyone else is on him. And as a scout, you kind of sit back and you're glad he's there because you believe in him. And you think he can help you win a Super Bowl someday, but you don't get a lot of those personal moments once those guys are always drafted. So some of that stuff, like some of those times with Quinn are pretty special.
And we saw earlier today, I suppose, one of the players, there's at this time of year, lots of talk about everyone, but one of the players who's been talked about a lot is Mac Jones. And Matt Miller tweeted out that, you know, teams have found him incredibly impressive in interviews, just absolutely outstanding. You had the opportunity to spend a week. He trained down there. Just interested in your thoughts. You know, what did you see in the player and the person?
Yeah, you know, Max, another great story coming out of this year's game. I really feel like when I was trying to pitch him to come play in the game, he and his mom and his girlfriend, we sat down, and I really thought at that point he was more of a late first-round pick, and he had an opportunity to really move up. And now we've seen that. I don't think Max getting out of the top 10, whether he goes to San Francisco or not. I think probably only Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch know that at this point. But no, you can't just call Max smart, because it's way beyond that. I mean, there's a lot of smart guys. I've talked to the guys at North Dakota State about Trey Lance and people that have been around Trey Lance. He's extremely intelligent. I've heard a lot of the same things about Justin Fields at Ohio State. But just being around Mac and knowing that Alabama program like I do, and some of the coaches on that staff, and then you know, getting him down here to Mobile for the week and seeing, you know, how he navigated this week. He's like next level into like off the chart smart. It does him a injustice to say he's just smart. And that's really kind of a twofold thing. Like, football intelligence kind of encapsulates a lot of different areas. One, he's kind of that old school junkie, like that kid that just loves to be around the facility. He doesn't have a lot of outside interests. He's all about football. So his study habits are off the charts. You know, we had formal interviews down here this year. We had to do everything structured and behind plexiglass and everything with the teams this year to do face-to-face interviews. So it was different than a normal year, where it's a little more of a free-for-all, where scouts and coaches can just grab players anytime they see them. We had to really formalize that process. But I bring that up because our staff was closing down the convention center across the street from our Players Hotel this year. And 2 of the nights they found Mac in one of the meeting rooms of the convention center, just watching tape by himself after midnight. And again, he wasn't doing that for show. He didn't think anyone's going to find him. He was just in there by himself, watching practice of that day, taking notes. So that speaks to kind of how he is and how he's wired. And then, you know, this is a stressful week for all the players. There's a lot on them in terms of learning an NFL playbook, whether it's pared down or not. It's still different verbiage than they're used to. And then going out on the field and executing that, and just being around the NFL guys and being coached by an NFL staff. There's a lot there. And there's particularly a lot on the quarterback. So, you know, a lot of these guys, they don't get in the huddle anymore. You know, in college, they look at the sidelines and someone's holding up a cue card with like Daffy Duck and a bottle of Coke on there, and that's the play call, you know? So they're not used to huddling. They're not used to getting under center and taking a snap. They're not used to huddling and spitting out verbiage to their teammates. And so to see Mac day one have incredible command, like know where he was going with the football, like the football's coming out so quick and on time and where it's supposed to go, from the neck up, he's as good as you could ask for. I mean, those Bama coaches, they're like, we could not install enough for this guy. Like, he can absorb anything. And now there's stories coming out of this draft process and the Zoom calls that, you know, I talked to a team the other day. They gave him a play here at the Senior Bowl in their 15-minute meeting with Mac, and then they just brought it up on a Zoom call the other day, and they asked him, you know, do you remember that play that we gave you in Mobile? And he knew it right off the top of his head. He knew what the play call was. He knew what the progression was, and it was. So they were just blown away. So this dude, you can call him smart, but it's not doing him it's like calling Lamar Jackson fast. You know, that's not good enough. You know, he's beyond fast. So, and that's why I think a lot of the coaches, now that coaches are part of the process, you know, the scouts laid it out through the fall and they graded the tape and talked to people at the schools. But now that the coaches are diving in, they're falling in love with this guy because of what they know they can do from a playbook perspective with him.
Jim, just on the defensive side of the ball in this draft, there's a lot of people out there that feel this defensive class isn't as strong as previous years. But there's 3 intriguing players for me. It's Kwity Paye, Jaden Phillips, and Gregory Rousseau. All things equal, who do you feel is arguably most prepared to have an immediate start in the NFL?
I would throw Azeez Ojulari in there from Georgia as well. I think that he's part of that group. I think those guys are kind of, there's a shelf after those guys. So the most ready, maybe Jalen Phillips in terms of being on the field immediately and making an impact. Obviously, there's some things that have come up red flag wise on Jalen that teams are working through right now. But if you talk in terms of highest upside, I'd say Kwity Paye. You look at the sack numbers and they don't jump off the paper at you, but when you put on the tape, the disruption does. I mean, this dude is so disruptive. He is such a good athlete. He's powerful. He's fast. He plays his tail off. Like, his best football is so far out in front of him that I'm a huge believer in Kwity too. So, this edge class is getting knocked a little bit, that I get it, there's not a Myles Garrett or a Von Miller in this class. But there are good players. And I really feel like in that 3rd, 4th round area, you're going to get a bunch of guys. They're going to be 5, 6, 7, 8 sack guys at the next level. And those guys are really, really valuable. So there might not be that elite talent up at top, but I really like the depth in this year's edge class.
We have been a joy to talk to. I think we could probably spend another 45 minutes, Jim. It's been really interesting to hear your thoughts from somebody like who's been at the coalface and has the opportunity to work with many of these players, to see them up close. We are in for a fascinating evening next Thursday, but obviously the days that play out, and as you said, the undrafted guys, where they go. Hopefully, we'd love to have you back on again in the future and talk to you, because you are so insightful. But we just want to thank you again for taking the time to chat to us this evening.
Yeah, fellas, I appreciate you having me on. We'll do it again. This was fun. And can't wait for next week. I know none of us can, so can't get here fast enough.
So, thanks, Jim.
And that was Jim Nagy. Great to hear from Jim. And Jim, thank you very much for coming on the show. We're getting close to draft night. We're getting close to coffee and maybe a bit of whiskey in your coffee, but it depends how long you're going to stay up for. We're live in the morning as well at 11 o'clock. Woo! But before we go to Mr. Goodell, before we go to our second screen coverage of the 2021 NFL draft, we're going to have a bit of crack here, boys. We're going to do the first 16 picks. We're going to go one by one very quickly. And we're going to do a quick half mock draft. First of all, the Jaguars are on the clock for me. Trevor Lawrence, no brainer, yada, yada, yada. Will he do it in Jacksonville? Who knows? Let's see. Colin, who you got number 2?
It's going to be Broadway Zach. I mean, I think this has been known for a while now. The Mormon kid goes to the big city. How will he do? He certainly has the ability, but can he stay focused?
San Francisco 49ers on the clock, where the draft really begins. But for me, it's going to be certainly for quite some time. Return of the Mac Jones going to San Francisco.
Ooh.
And join that offense with Kyle Shanahan.
Number 4, I'm going to override Arthur Blank. I'm going to tell him to stay out of the room. Don't draft any quarterbacks. Let's just go with simply the best pass catcher in the entire draft and possibly for many years, Kyle Pitts, tight end, Florida.
Who day at number 5, the Cincinnati Bengals are finally going to get a massive playmaker for Joe Burrow. Jamar Chase, LSU wide receiver at numero 5. Who got a 6, Colin?
Oh, I think the Dolphins. I think that's who they really wanted. I think that they thought that the Bengals would go with the tackle. I think they are looking for a playmaker as well. So I think they are going to go with the man who has been dubbed this year's Tyreek Hill. But I think the comparisons might stand up a little bit more than they did with Henry Ruggs last year. And certainly that's the consensus among the experts. Jalen Waddle is taking his considerable talents to Miami.
Lions of 7, Brian.
Tricky one, because I felt they would be in on a wide receiver for quite some time. But I feel, with Penei Sewell dropping down the board, Goff isn't the long-term answer, but I think they'll want to help him next season and secure him. So for me, they will jump on the offensive line and take Penei Sewell out of Oregon.
You got Mark?
Oh, I was hoping for a second that Penei Sewell dropped to the Panthers.
I thought you'd say that.
Yeah, and maybe if I was the GM here, I might take my favorite player, Devontae Smith. But if I'm the Panthers and I'm in this position, I'm actually going to be controversial. I'm going to say they need a replacement. They've never replaced Luke Kuechly, so they're going to go linebacker and they're going to take the best linebacker in the draft, Micah Parsons, at 8.
The Denver Broncos are at 9. Lord, forgive me for I have sinned. It has been 5 years since my team made the playoffs. The Denver Broncos are going to select Justin Fields, quarterback, at 9, and I'm going to go off this stream and party, and you boys can wreck it. Colin, go for it. 10.
I'll be joining you in that party if that happens. Look, 10. I think that they're going cornerback. The Cowboys are going cornerback. The question is, who exactly will it be? I think it's going to be Patrick Surtain, the second, cornerback out of Alabama. That's what I reckon the Cowboys are. They're going defense. Jerry, they're locking Jerry out of the room, and Stephen Jones picks Patrick Surtain the second.
Colin, should we give you the Giants pick as well, or let Brian do it? Brian, go ahead.
Let's see who the Giants fan wants.
I'm going to go with the sensible option again. 3 wide receivers off the board, so that's out of the equation. Micah Parsons would have been my pick. He's off the board. So the Giants need to keep Daniel Jones upright this season. And it's a make or break year for him. So for me, Northwestern offensive tackle Rashawn Slater to the Giants.
I'm going to take advantage because I think there's only 2 wide receivers off the board. So the Eagles are definitely the sensible pick with them might be to go for the second best cornerback in the draft, but Jalen Hurts needs some playmakers. So Devonta Smith has not been taken yet. So they will take Devonta Smith, wide receiver, Alabama.
I'll jump back. Even with Devonta Smith on the board, I think the Giants do the right thing and have him stacked up on wide receivers in free agency. Still take Rashawn Slater. Back to you, Michael.
Chargers 13, yeah?
Yeah.
Los Angeles, San Antonio, doesn't really matter at this point. LOL, JK, Justin Herbert's great. They are going to take the top-ranked pass rusher in the draft, Kwity Paye, Wolverines at 13. Vikings at 14, Colin.
I think the Vikings have in Justin Jefferson an absolutely stud wide receiver. They have in Kirk Cousins a very solid quarterback. They need to keep him upright more than he was last year. So I think with the 14th pick, Minnesota Vikings are going with Vera Tucker to cement that line and see how that goes for them. So I think that moves on nicely. Brian not only got to pick for his own Giants, he now gets to
give it to Mark.
H.
Give it to Mark.
The gas thing is, Colin has a man crush on this quarterback. I actually think he is the 5th of the 5. I think Mac Jones is actually, in my opinion, right ahead of him. But I will give the Patriots Trey Lance next season. In a way, he's quite similar to Cam, a very young type Cam Newton back in the day. His attributes and he's explosive on the run game. So that offense in which they're putting together with Josh McDaniels would actually be suitable to Trey Lance in the long run. So it might just be the right pick for the Patriots at 15.
Cardinals rounded off, Mark. No surprises who you're going to pick here.
You don't think there's a surprise when I'm going to pick it? Well, I'm picking for the Arizona Cardinals, and I think the Arizona Cardinals need to shore up their defense. And I'll take Caleb Farley at cornerback as might be the second best corner in this draft.
Ahead of JC Horn, Mark. Interesting.
Yeah, ahead of JC Horn. It's tight between the two.
Yeah, it is.
Was your man Devonta Smith not available?
What's that?
Taking him. He took him for the Eagles.
I didn't realize. I thought he was still available. My bad. That's fine. Caleb Farley to the Cardinals. We're not going to do all 32. We'll do all 32 in real life in a few minutes. We'll be back in a few moments on Draft Night Live on the Irish NFL show.
Tonight is draft night. A night when new gladiators are chosen. Many have gone before. What they all shared in common was the hunger to seek glory on the football field. These gladiators have trained for years, becoming stronger and better. Tonight, they take the next step toward fulfilling their dreams of playing in the National Football League. Are you ready to witness history? It's draft night. It's the Irish NFL show. It all starts here.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back into the Irish NFL show. We're live. Feel free to give us a comment, a like, subscription. There's a giveaway as well. Joined by Colin, joined by Brian, not joined by Mark presently. I think he's away for a cup and tea. Welcome in, boys. Happy draft night. We are minutes from the Jaguars being on the clock. Can you believe we're here? The coffee is here. I'm struggling, boys. I'm not going to lie, but we're here. And also, breaking news, big breaking news. Mark is here. Hi, Mark.
Evening, gents.
Good evening. I hope everybody enjoyed that pre-show. Let's just jump right into it. Over the last few hours, Colin, what's happened with Aaron Rodgers? Is he on the verge of joining a different team in a different division? Many people, including a Super Bowl, two-time Super Bowl or three-time Super Bowl winning guest on this show, are stating that he's very close to a team.
So this kind of emerged earlier, and initially it was dismissed. There was talk. Firstly, the 49ers had offered the third overall pick for Aaron Rodgers. That was initially dismissed. Then all of a sudden it became very clear that Aaron Rodgers was unhappy, and it has snowballed in the last few minutes. Stink, who has been a guest on this show, says that it is almost a done deal. Various others around the league with less connection to the Broncos, so more objective, you might say, have said that the Broncos have put together an impressive package. Josiah Anderson just tweeted literally 16 seconds ago saying that Rodgers believes there would be a sense of freedom, and he enjoys the fact that Elway is in the building. It looks like Aaron Rodgers might well be leaving the Green Bay Packers. I'm going to be absolutely crushed if we go from earlier on. I was talking about Teddy Bridgewater, how I thought Teddy Bridgewater, and I didn't really understand it. Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock. I thought pretty much, it wasn't a very exciting quarterback situation. If Aaron Rodgers was to come in, well, that is talk about a change. And all of a sudden, the AFC West with Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, and Aaron Rodgers, sorry Raiders fans, becomes the division to watch next season.
Yeah, I'm just going to jump in before we give these other two boys a chance here. Dave Logan, who is very close to the team, KOA commentator for the Broncos as well, is stating he believes it's a done deal. So my lord. Brian, from one legend to another, how are you, my friend? How are you? Good?
I'm very good. And I think he's known me reasonably well at this stage. And to say I'm gobsmacked would be an understatement. I mean, Rodgers coming out saying he's struggling here and this, that, and the other in Green Bay. Like, the poor man went on a 13-3 record last year and got to a championship game and lost. And whilst the team didn't give him the wide receiver that he sought last year in the draft, and they picked a quarterback, it has that kind of Favre Rodgers feel about it, that he knows inevitably Love is going to be the quarterback at some stage, and he's not convinced that they have faith in him in the long term because they don't want to extend that contract beyond 2023. There's an opt-out clause of some sort next year where it allows them to move him on potentially, and it's cap friendly. So I think he knows inevitably the writing is on the wall. But for the deal to potentially happen tonight, I can't wait to hear Mark's comments on this, because for it to happen on draft night, God forbid we give these fantastic players that we've been discussing and looking forward to discussing and watching in September, tonight, for a trade to happen this evening and pretty much take away from the night that's in it would be.
Oh, come on.
You're only saying that now because he's potentially gone to Denver. If it was some other team, you'd probably agree with me.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll hand this one over to Mark now.
Oh, boys. I mean, there's so much to unpack in this. I mean, number one is, if the rumor of the San Francisco 49ers offer was true, how ironic would it be, just even the concept that Rodgers could go to San Fran after picking Alex Smith over him all those years ago? Secondly, I feel like I want to channel someone from Liverpool Harry Enfield's Liverpool guys. And I want to tell the two of you, calm down, calm down, calm down. Aaron Rodgers ain't going anywhere. Aaron Rodgers is a bleeding prima donna. This is out of the playbook of Alex Rodriguez in the 2007 World Series announcing his opt-out clause from the Yankees. This is classic me, put the attention on me. The Packers will need every pick you've ever even dreamed of to consider this. Broncos don't have enough assets. Nobody has enough assets. Rodgers is trying to get the attention on him, trying to make it all about him again. And no, not doing it, Aaron. You're not important. You're not going anywhere. The Packers control your rights. Shut up.
The last time I seen so many bites in Cleveland was the night when Jabba Chamberlain was playing for the Yankees against the Cleveland Indians in the playoffs, and all the mosquitoes and midges came onto the pitch and chewed him up. But can you imagine the general manager in Green Bay who will get chewed up no matter where he gets traded to?
Time will tell. Who knows if it will come through tonight as well. We'll see what happens.
Sense the nerves, Michael. Like it sounds like this.
I find it very hard to sit here. I'm not going to lie. Struggling.
Imagine how the Packers fans are feeling right now.
And you can imagine how I'm feeling here. We are on the verge. We are seconds away from Roger Goodell opening the draft to a crowd for the first time in 2 years. The crowd looks like good crack in Cleveland, boys, isn't it, Colin? It's lovely and sunny in Ohio tonight.
It looks like there's quite the setup. I hear Kings of Leon are there. Of course, we also have in other Broncos news, the Tim Tebow impact. We hear that Tim Tebow now might want back into the league. This is a situation where Tebow could probably have prolonged his career in the league and done a Tyson Hill had he been willing to do this a few years ago. If Mark is going to say about Aaron Rodgers wanting to be me, well, at least he has the talent to back it up. Tim Tebow is me with not a whole lot to back it up, but it seems like it's that time of year. So Tim decides Urban Meyer is down in Jacksonville. Why not, throw my name into the ring? I could come back as a tight end.
But just before we go, Brian, I'll start with you, man, very quickly. Before Goodell walks out, one bold prediction for tonight. What's going to happen before we all kick us off with the Jaguars that we haven't really talked about?
Aaron Rodgers is going to get traded. No. Bold prediction. That really is a difficult one. I think the Bears or the Washington football team will make a massive move to get up to the top 10 and pull in whatever quarterback of the five is remaining between 7 and 10, or potentially between 7 and 12, because we know Dallas, New York, Philadelphia are moving around the board already, even leading up to this. So for me, I think one of them could potentially make a serious move. We know that the Bears are in on Wilson. A lot of talk in Chicago again today, like everywhere, that they're going to make a move. So that's my bold prediction. I think it's inevitable that the Patriots will move up, so I don't think that's so bold at this stage.
Mark, I think Tim Tebow would be a decent tight end in Boston there, no?
Well, they tried it a little bit. I mean, remember, Patriots had him last stop in the NFL career. He did work out with the Jags. He didn't actually announce it to Adam Schefter like someone else, Colin. But yes, Tebow or me is not great. Bold prediction, Michael. I mean, God, I actually think within 3, 4, or 5, the entire draft is going to be changed. And I don't think that's that bold, but in some respects it is. I mean, all the expectations are going to get thrown out the window because something is going to fundamentally change there. Saints are going to trade up. They're going to trade up into the top 10, which people aren't talking about as much as the Bears and the Eagles and the Patriots. And the Raiders are going to make a hames of it.
There's a comment from at Irish Cowboys, whoever was drinking the bottle of Corona. How big is that bottle of Corona? Jesus Christ, the two laughing faces. Look, boys, I'm in the coffee. Some of us are live tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. to break this down. I don't know who's going to be here. Are we all here at 11 a.m.? We're here. Yep. 11 a.m. Hold on. So does this not start at 1 a.m.? Where is Goodell? What's going on? What's the crack?
So I'll fill you in on that, Michael. And I think you should know at this stage, when they say 1 a.m., they really mean about 1:07 a.m. And then he'll come on, he'll announce that the draft has started. And then by about 22 minutes past 1, we'll see the first pick. Hence why
bear in mind, the the Jags are on the clock, Michael, but they've really, got to use their 10 minutes to think about what decision they're going to make, because they might change their mind at the last second. So they'll drag it out a bit as well.
I think. Sorry, Michael. I think we know why they'll hold on to about 9 minutes and 34 seconds before placing the pick, because they're probably hoping that the Broncos will ring up and say, "Here, you can have the next 5 years of first."
We're starting early, Mr. Corona.
They're
I'm glad
gonna
somebody
walk
said
around
on the
motion.
clock, though.
You can only give up 3 years worth of picks,
Yeah.
and I think this year might be very different. I would not be surprised if we see Roger Goodell walk out with the envelope in his hand and make the announcement. Everything that has gone on, Jacksonville raising, the money that Trevor Lawrence has since donated. We know this is happening. No amount of, I think, draft capital would convince the Jags to move on. I would not be surprised if this year changes it and there's just an announcement and we move on to pick 2.
We will move on at some point.
He also may not want to get too wet, because it looks like Millcrow Park on a late September night.
Do you reckon the speakers are better in Cleveland than the ones at Crook Park for a concert on a cold night? Or that's probably a different conversation.
Boys, one thing I wanted to say about Lawrence, because it feels like you can't say there's been so much said about him, and it's like summed up so quickly. But I was looking through his stats, and he's actually 86-4 as a high school and college quarterback. And it suddenly struck me that in his entire high school and college career, he'll probably have as many losses in his first month in Jacksonville as he's had in his entire career so far. And I just wonder how he'll respond to that. But look, he's the number one pick. He's the number one pick for a reason. As much as Colin loves Trey Lance, he's an amazing, amazing quarterback. And hope to see him do it on the field, although not when the Jags play any of our teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we just take a moment just to thank everybody who's watched this stream so far? It's been a fantastic response so far tonight. We really appreciate the engagement, especially lads. I'll start with you, Colin, after last night, obviously being on Virgin Media Sport after the Champions League semi-final. Pity about the result in that game, but a good result afterwards having Rappaport on.
Yeah, again, just thanks to everyone. The response has been fantastic, and delighted that it's available on the player so that people across the island and further afield have the opportunity to watch it. It was a lot of fun, and hopefully, we will see more, NFL and American football coverage on Irish television screens in the future.
Yeah. Sorry, Michael.
Yeah. No, go on ahead. No, just people are spamming the chat saying check somebody's Twitter, check Aaron Rodgers' Twitter, and they got me. Cool. So let's just move on from Aaron Rodgers. But Brian and Colin was saying about watching that show. Did need to watch it very quickly.
Yeah, sorry, don't mean to distract you from the Aaron Rodgers pool of Twitter social frenzy. No, I was just going to say we were taken back, well, I certainly was, by the enormity of the response that we got just from last Friday alone when we announced throughout the weekend that the show was going to be on Virgin Media Sports last night. But even thereafter, once the show was over, it was great to see people who have a same love for the sport as we do coming on and sending great messages and truly enjoying the show, which is why we do. We want people to enjoy an Irish twist to the NFL.
What do you think, Mark?
If he wants to talk to us.
I think Mark's on mute, but he's not. Mark,
hey, at least I've had it now rather than 4 o'clock in the morning. I was just I love the show, love doing it with you guys. I mean, I think Brian commented on it before. It's been 6 months today almost that we started this show, and not a bad way to round up the first 6 months. So looking forward to more of it in the future. And we got a few literary references, a few jokes in, a few pieces in, but all great fun. Thanks again to Virgin, and like you guys have said, thanks to everyone for the support, and hope to do more of it.
I have actually, just before Mr. Vidal comes out here, because we're on the verge now, we're about to go back, I actually have a favourite moment from our last 6 months, and I'm just waiting for it to process, so I'm going to talk about this for the next 10 seconds. Irish Cowboys are saying it was Column's bottle they were talking about. It was far too big, and that it's not normal. We're past the watershed. It's 1 a.m. I think we can talk about that in one sense. But boys, I have a
feeling that best moment is going to have something to do with me for a change.
It might have something to do with you, and it might be very. I think you might have sent me it So it's not my fault. It's not the Spanish video. Don't worry. It's all good. But we have, in my opinion, I think this made me think, why are Kings of Leon still here? Anyway, here's my favorite moment of the last 6 months.
I got to give a shout out to Brian O'Leary. Shot is shot. I don't know how you got my email, but you sent me an email, and I'm thinking to myself, if there's an Irish NFL show and somebody reached out to me and found my email and sent this wonderful, missive and invitation, how do I say no? So here we all are, all five of us.
Here we all are, all four of us. And my hair grew, boys, from that. That was, 2 months ago? Brian was making that.
Yeah, so just so when I send you that missive invitation when lockdown ends and we catch up properly, we'll be all accepting, obviously.
Well, I was going to say, and Colin, we'll start with you. Obviously, May the 10th or so, we're going to have a live show in Dublin now. I mean, there's no more excuses. I've been trying to get it in Belfast for the last 3 or 4 months. So, I mean, May the 10th, yeah, that's the crack today, yeah.
We can certainly in the Phoenix Park, maybe we can get a stage in the park and see if we can do a live show live in the park. But let's get through this evening first because there will be plenty of twists and turns, I'm sure. I mean, look, it seems like there are, it was a crazy season. It was a ridiculous off season, and we've already in the lead up to the draft seen, unbelievable stories. So I am intrigued to see what is going to happen there. What happens at 3, what happens at 4, what happens at 5, what happens at 6. There are so many questions, and we are finally going to get the answers to all of it.
And here comes Mr. Goodell walking onto the stage. My commentary skills are on point. I should get a job at 2FM or 5 Live or something to see the crack. On stage, no mask on him, boys. Welcoming everybody to the NFL draft. For anybody that doesn't have the facility to watch this live, he is getting
high fives.
Pretty much booed. Yeah. There are a lot of masks, but man, the stage looks really good. It does look really, really good, to be fair. But it is important to state this, and I'm going to say this very quickly, boys. The Jacksonville Jaguars are about to be on the clock. Now, Colin, I'm going to start with you. This is going to be a very interesting pick, surely. So many players in the draft have declared in the draft. The Jaguars, we definitely thought at one point that the Jets were going to get up there. I actually think it was that Sunday in Dublin that Brian thought the Jets might beat the Rams. It's Jacksonville's time. Who are they going to go with and why?
We know who there. We know. I mean, the fact that Urban Meyer all but ran his pro day. He was standing on the field. I think if it hadn't been the COVID situation still in place, we would have seen him actually directing traffic. I know that when the pick comes in, I think, Brian, you did a lot of background and reading about the experts' opinions on Trevor Lawrence. I'm still waiting to see how long they're going to play this out, but we know what the first pick will be. There was no intrigue around this particular pick.
But bearing in mind they had no stage last year and it was all done remotely, I'd imagine they will try to suck the life out of the next 10 minutes as best they can in order before they announce the pick. And funny enough, Mark touched on the fact he's only lost 4 games in college, but Urban Meyer, the head coach, hasn't lost a lot of games in his career as head coach in college as well. So they're joined at the hip in that particular piece.
College and high school. Brian, college and high school only 4 games, and Urban Meyer has a .857% winning record at college level through all his titles in his 17 years as well. So, they're definitely joined at the hip, and Urban Meyer's success in the pro game could be tied to Trevor Lawrence, obviously, and his success. But let's remember, guys, the Jaguars lost 15 games in a row to be in this place. They won on opening day last season, surprising the Colts, and then 15 games in a row. It could all be worth it. We will obviously wait and see in the future years. But how exciting is the NFL at the quarterback position now? They used, I can only go back a few years and we're like, oh, it's all Brady, Manning, Roethlisberger, Brady, Manning, Roethlisberger. And now we've got Justin Herbert, we've got Joe Burrow, we've got 5 great quarterbacks coming in this draft. You've still got transcendent talents like Russell Wilson, who's now one of the old guard, obviously Aaron Rodgers, the reigning MVP. It is fantastic. And we used to moan that we couldn't get 32 decent pro quarterbacks. It looks like we're going to end up with maybe a surplus, although I'm sure the Jets will somehow find a way to mess it all up. Who knows?
Who knows indeed. And officially, as of right now, the Jaguars are on the clock, boys. So let's see how long it takes. I'm going to time it from now. Let's hope by 1 that Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance, or Zach Wilson is a Jacksonville Jaguar. Also, if you aren't watching the show, they're bringing up, Brian, it seems to be they're bringing up a fan from the audience to sit in a seat, which looks like it was in Mr. Goodell's basement this time last year.
It looks like, I think they brought in Whoopi Goldberg. Is that the actor? She looks very familiar.
No, it's just a fan. It's just a fan.
Oh, okay. I thought it looked like her sitting in the chair. Yeah, so unusual activities going on at the moment. But yeah, we'll see when they decide to make that pick because Roger is now leaving the podium. So
well, Roger is also fully vaccinated, so he's allowed to give the prospects a hug this year as well and exchange a cap and things. So,
a hug?
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather them rather than me, in fairness.
The man of power, he's delighted to be back on the stage, and rather than sitting in his back room or whatever particular room it was last year, he was downstairs in the vault. I think for that, and I think the chair, in fact, that he used last year, they've actually brought that to the draft this year, because at some stage he's going to sit in the chair again and call out a selection. I imagine it won't be the first round he'll be doing that. It'll probably come the latter stages of the 4th or 5th round on Saturday evening.
Colin, it's hard to believe this time last year. I think it was actually a week previous last year, but that they actually pulled the draft off from his basement, and it worked. Like, now you think about it, it was insane, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it really worked, because obviously the fact that the viewing figures were what they were, and it gave us all something at that time when really everything else had been pretty much shut down. And we, no matter what happens, we will always have the gif of CeeDee Lamb pulling the phone from his girlfriend's hand.
Forgot about that.
That was fantastic, wasn't it?
That was brilliant.
It's my time in the sun, not yours, love.
The one about I'm going to jump to Marcus just because he's a Patriots fan, but the Bill Belichick moment was incredible with his dog as well.
Well, where he left his dog to make the selections and stuff like that, and wandered off and got a snack, and they cut to him, and it was just the dog sitting there in the middle of the second round. That was, yeah. I mean, the Patriots draft room has very few people. It really is Bill, Ernie Adams. Maybe Caserio, when he was there, was allowed in the room, and a couple of the scouting guys, and Robert Kraft, and that was about it. It was pretty limited, and it still is. What gets me, though, is, and it's great you bring it up, Michael. I mean, I keep saying, like, the NFL is a behemoth, and the NFL is, without question, the most powerful of all the sports leagues in the world. You just have to see what's going on with the ESL and FIFA corruption and stuff to say that, yes, football might have more figures and it's more of an accessible game because you just need a ball and a couple of jumpers, effectively. But the reality is, when you come to the power in sports, this is the big daddy of them all. And last year, people thought, we're not going to get a season and 256 games. We're not going to get the draft. We're not going to get this. We're not going to get this. That they pulled it off, and they pulled it off by investing a lot and delivering a lot, and They did amazingly. Obviously, the NBA did a great job in their bubble and things like that as well. But that will be Goodell's legacy in many respects. And fair play to them, and great to enjoy it. And great to enjoy a bit more normality this year with the old setup.
Yeah. Brian, Owen Healy is asking, why are the Jags taking so much time? A question that I ask my wife every day. But that's a conversation for a different podcast. 6 minutes, 11 seconds as of right now on the clock. The Jags still making their choice?
But I joked about it with the Broncos, but I was a bit tongue-in-cheek. But the reality is, genuinely, that's why they do these things, and you'll see it as the night goes on. The reality is, teams know their picks, give or take, after 1 or 2 minutes. They look at the board and they rank the players, and is that player there? Yes, that's the player we're having. However, they'll hold out for a couple of minutes to see if anything comes in with a phone call, and that's the reason why they're holding off, because some team, ludicrous general manager might ring in and say you can have the next 4 or 5 years, depending on what the threshold is, as Colin has alluded to. But interesting enough, can we just jump back to the Rodgers piece before we do hear?
Please.
Absolutely, go for it.
A bit of latest information. Sorry to burst your bubble, guys, and I'm glad in a way if it isn't the Broncos, because if it was the Broncos that would pick them, we would have to find 2 immediate replacements to take over for the rest of the evening, because you 2 guys would probably collapse on your floors. But they're saying now that the Broncos are in fact not in the sweepstakes. It's actually Seattle, and they're actually in talks around potentially Wilson going to Green Bay and Rodgers going to Seattle, with the Broncos no longer in the picture.
Tommy shocked.
Who's reporting that?
Well, there's 2 different stories. You want the report? You want the Broncos person first?
Just give us the person on Twitter. I'll
well, the Broncos, 9 News in Denver are now reporting that the Broncos are no longer in the sweepstakes, and because there's an alternative offer for Green Bay that is more attractive. Yes, and imagine it's Wilson. And
there we go. Mike Kliz from 9 News. While there are various reports out there on Aaron Rodgers and the Broncos, I am told the Broncos are not in talks with Green Bay. All Broncos brass in war room, gearing up for the draft. He is the right-hand man with the PR and communications department. Colin, I'm away. Boys, have a good night. See you later.
And then judging by what I'm reading, that the reliable source in Seattle, who's similar to that equivalent in Denver, is saying that this could potentially be the biggest trade in American League history, with Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson, 2 disgruntled quarterbacks going in opposite directions.
Sorry. Can I just come back to? I thought it was ironic, even the discussion that Rodgers could go to San Fran, but what about Rodgers going to Seattle, given the Fail Mary and everything that preceded there before? Some interesting backstories.
I thought the whole reason Wilson wanted to leave Seattle was about the market and his wife, and he wanted to go to a big city. And so let's see. There's so much smoke and mirrors at this point.
Here, I have to jump in. AJ Hawk has just said live on the Pat McAfee show, if Aaron does get traded, Denver is the most likely spot where he would go. That's within the last 2 minutes.
He is not
What's going on?
Going to Denver.
I know, I'm just saying, it's all messed up. Twitter's mad. It's great. Football's back. Enjoy this moment, folks, if you're watching this, because this is the last time this happens for at least, 5 months?
Mark, this is the most exciting thing that's happened to the Broncos since we won Super Bowl 50. That is how bad the quarterback play has been, that the most exciting quarterback shenanigans is the fact that we may trade for Aaron Rodgers.
Can I
just a reminder?
Agents, I mean, please tell me, could you just now, for all our sakes, because I do love and care for you, can you just remove all the sharp knives from the house right now? Because if this doesn't happen, and then you don't take a quarterback at 9, I really want, for health and safety reasons, you to be far away from any dangerous implements.
I think if you were to select an offensive line guy at this stage, I think the deflation in the room in Denver and in this particular show tonight would be off the charts, shall we say? But
all right, Brian. All right.
Sorry, Michael. Sorry, it is good that we've actually had this opportunity to discuss the Rodgers deal, no matter where he goes, because the fact that we're waiting now with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock for the Jags to select Trevor Lawrence is time consuming.
Right. Can I also just call out Luke Kelly's comment in the chat there? Luke, thanks for your comments and everything. He said that I don't know if Colin considers. Colin looks like he's getting ready to manage a team.
2 minutes and
team, Luke, by the way, but yeah, he does, doesn't he?
There's a 20-second differential between my clock and Brian's clock, so I'm ahead. Must be up in the north here, boys. We've got a better signal or something. Don't know what the clock is. Just a reminder, if you've joined us, the Jaguars are currently on the clock. The pick, boys, I don't mean to scare you, but this took a lot of time to do this. I am very glad to announce for the first time tonight, the pick is in, and I am sitting with bated breath from all these graphics because my computer is going to cry at some point. Who have they selected? Boys, who's it going to be? Colin, any guesses?
Michael, sorry, there's no need to be concerned anymore. We are realigned. I had it a couple of seconds behind real time, so panic station is over. I'm sure that was really bugging you.
They're all going like this in the draft room, in the war room. Sorry, the war. I don't know what to call it over there, but yeah, the pick is in. We're just waiting for Jacksonville to announce that pick now, and if they could hurry up, we'd really appreciate it.
Well, I see the Jets had tweeted out a while back telling the Jags to hurry up. So they too wanted to get on with it.
Yeah, New York people have no patience, Colin. I think you know yourself. Here we go now. Is he coming out? No, he's still hanging around.
He's not just showing the stage. They're trying to make it look cool. The stage looks pretty cool. It looks like a crap Glastonbury stage. That's what I would describe it as. I mean that might work.
Next year's in Vegas, Michael, and please God, we'll be there, doing the Irish NFL show from Vegas for the draft. Wouldn't that be?
I probably will be. I mean, I don't know about you boys at the minute. I mean, let's see what happens with lockdown. Here he comes. So he's picking up this fan from the seat, and he's walking her over. I mean, is he going to give her a hug as well? I'm not sure how that works, but here it is. Here's Mr. Goodell. Should I just literally cite what he says here? Here we go. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback, Clemson. Boys, Brian, what's your thoughts on Trevor Lawrence?
Well, we've touched on this for weeks on end now. He's been compared to John Elway. Actually, it's one didn't mention on the show, with the Virgin Media Sports show, was the fact that he's been compared to John Elway. His pocket passing is elite. Is up there with the likes of Peyton Manning, John Elway, not Drew Lock, certainly not Andrew Luck, unfortunately, who's retired since. But three college seasons in which he's made the playoffs, over 10,000 yards, 90 touchdowns, only 17 interceptions in that time. Across every board that you looked on this draft, with the exception of maybe Chris Sims, who said Zach Wilson should be number one. He is a standout quarterback. Everybody's been talking about this guy for the last 3 years. Elite pocket passer. His ability, the size, his arm size, everything leads him to be potentially one of the best quarterbacks to come out for quite some time. And the career that's expected is Super Bowls and 15, 20 years, and Tom Brady, Peyton Manning's type of career. So fantastic player, and please God, we get to see him in the flesh come next season.
What are your thoughts, Mark, on Trevor Lawrence going to the Jaguars?
Well, look, we've predicted it for so long. I mean, Michael, the footage is showing here, and this is Trevor Lawrence as a high schooler. He has got every throw in the book. He's amazing arm strength, great awareness. He can move to different reads. I keep bringing up his college football playoff semifinal, effectively, where Justin Fields effectively outplayed him. But he didn't really, because Trevor Lawrence has been amazing for 3 consistent years in the college game. He has so many strengths. He is an undoubted leader and the de facto and the most obvious number one pick I think we've had for a while. Will it all translate to the program? Will he have an amazing career in the longer term? We hope so, because we like to see good players and good play, but he's got it all. There's an argument that he needs to take more legit, sensible decisions. He will be the face, he will be the arm, he will be the legs of that franchise. And I'm sure that's something that Urban Meyer will be seeking to impress upon him. But it's pretty limited in terms of weaknesses. He's got the gifts. He's been doing it as a 5-star recruit ever since high school. He's been doing it at the college game. And now he gets the chance down in Jacksonville to revive a much-needed revival for that franchise.
Indeed. Colin, the Jets are on the clock, but what's your thoughts on Trevor Lawrence going to Jacksonville?
Lawrence, fantastic quarterback. The guys have outlined, what he brings. The one query is probably around that Sports Illustrated piece where he made some comments which some have interpreted that he's not as focused on the game as maybe they would like him to be. You can read that two different ways. Is it good that he has outside interests? Yeah, but I think he was fourth on Mel Kiper's list of quarterbacks coming into the draft. Elway at number 1. Peyton Manning was up there. Andrew Luck was up there. So that's the sort of career that is possible. I don't imagine it's going to be a Ryan Leaf type situation, but obviously it's all the transition and how it will work. And he's got the Urban Meyer as a first-time head coach in the NFL. The real piece for them is that they need to ensure that they build around him. So it will be different. He is going to lose games. They have to protect him. The last thing we want to see is another Andrew Luck type situation where this transcendental talent comes into the league, is absolutely fantastic, but takes so much punishment that he ends up retiring early because he just wants to be able to walk and pick up his kids later in life. So excited to see what he can do next year, but he has all of the physical talents that you would want in a quarterback.
I find it unusual that, last year with Justin Fields, the amount of work he did off the field with his team during COVID and the initial lockdown throughout the world, that he has come out of this draft, with a kind of persona that he's a very negative guy and he made some particular comments, but yet when Trevor Lawrence made arguably kind of similar enough comments, which is what Colin has alluded to, he has been perceived to be, well, he didn't mean it in that type of way. It's not a negative. You should take it as a positive. So it's, you can read whatever way you want to read into it. I think people at this stage leading up to a draft recognize and pick up on certain things that players are saying, and the magnitude of where we're at leading up to draft, things are just blown up completely. So it's very to challenge this particular player on, we all knew for months on end that he was going to be the number one pick, and even the teams did, because they were doing their best to lose as many games as possible towards the back end of the season in order to be in a position to pick him.
Yeah, can I just add as well? I think that Sports Illustrated article and the way in which people have tried to twist it is so unfair. Like, I read a few profile pieces about him, the relationship he has with his brother, the kind of the artwork they're creating for a limited edition set of cards, effectively commemorating his entry into the draft. He's a guy who's interested in different things. I mean, Andrew Luck was, an architect at Stanford who continued his schooling there and everything. I mean, some of the, at the quarterback position, they talk a lot about being cerebral, being intelligent, being able to identify things. Well, of course, that natural intelligence and interest should normally steer you towards other interests, a la current MVP Aaron Rodgers as well, who's interested in Jeopardy and UFOs and all kinds of other things. So, I think, the one thing I hate about the draft process is how they are trying to dissect young guys with multi-million chips and decisions on their shoulders, and they are ripping apart 21, 22, 23-year-olds on random expressions or trying to fit them into an easy box. We're all human. Trevor Lawrence is not only superhuman on the football field, but he is very much a human individual, and I think that individuality and his laconic flair in dealing with things will stand to him in the pressure situation of the NFL. And he'll like the beach down in Jacksonville as well.
The pick is in for the Jets.
It is. The next Jets bust is about to be announced. Oh, sorry, no.
Not the Giants fan. Column has to be Zach Wilson, yeah?
You imagine. So, I mean, some people have said that there might be a surprise. I don't see it. I think this
Here we go.
This is going to be Zach Wilson.
Here we go. Zach Wilson. Here we go, boys. What do we think about the newest quarterback who's on stage? Zach Wilson, quarterback from BYU, number 2 pick in the draft.
Well, Wilson broke out in 2020, nearly 3,700 passing yards, 33 touchdowns last year, only 3 interceptions. Interestingly, I suppose he was considered probably, a top 50 pick prior to that 2020 season. But he was outstanding last year. Everyone talks about the arm talent, the mobility, how impressive he was in the Wilson were also one-year wonders. There are those slight injury concerns around the shoulder surgeries, ADHD medication. But look, this is a guy who, has incredible physical gifts. He is a football junkie. He put so much time and effort into studying the game. This is a guy who won't be giving any interviews where he says he has outside interests. He says his interest is football. So the Jets are going all in. You can understand why they're resetting, given that they get him on that rookie contract. He should have a better setup there than Sam Darnold did. So really interested to see how he will get on at the Jets.
Absolutely. For me, I think this is a great pick for the Jets. It's incredible to see his growth with BYU over that 2020 season. But that's a real weakness there, the strength of opposition. He really didn't play that many big teams, so it's going to be interesting to see. Just to make everybody aware, Brian, before we get your analysis on Zach Wilson, obviously, number 3 now on the clock, gentlemen, San Francisco. It'll be interesting to see. This is the first big one of the night. Here we go. Brian, your thoughts on Mr. Wilson before we get to see the 49ers pick?
Yeah, it's a bit, well, I suppose, look, it's been long. I suppose we've all known for quite some time, with the Lawrence, the inevitability they were going to go Wilson. But, this time last year, and you touched on it there, Michael, the level in which he was playing against, isn't at the quality that Trevor Lawrence and other guys who are in the Clemson, LSU, kind of SEC league are up against. And this time last year, he was in a three-way run to try and make himself the number 1 starter. So it's a massive run. Even 2 or 3 months ago, he was never thought to be the second pick in the draft. But the pro day in particular, everybody was saying they were blown away. All the general managers that were there was quite a few. They were blown away by his ability. His passing was so efficient. Dolphins look like they're building something there. The Bills had a fantastic season. So who knows? Maybe the 4 teams will all be challenging each other come next season in September.
Mark, obviously a big move for the Jets there, just to make everybody aware. The 49ers have 3 minutes left on the clock. You'd like to think that Mr. Shanahan might actually pick somebody in the next 3 minutes. Just your thoughts very quickly on Mr. Wilson. I might have to drop you off in case it happens.
No, the guys have said everything. I mean, didn't play a Power 5 conference, which is a bit of concern. A bit of a one-hit wonder. But look, I mean, Kyler Murray sprung out of nowhere from one season to next to be number 1 pick. Joe Burrow wasn't going to be the number 1 pick, sprung up last year. The idea of someone rising off an amazing season isn't an unusual occurrence. I think the biggest thing for him is that the Jets are maybe getting a bit more sensible. And what Joe Douglas is trying to do as GM, and especially obviously the hire of Robert Saleh, is probably better for his potential success than anything. In many respects, in terms of qualities, in terms of just how he looks on the athletic field there, he reminds me a lot actually of Sam Darnold. In many respects, he will rush as well. 10 rushing touchdowns last season. He's got every chance, as long as the Jets no longer do what they do and kill quarterbacks. He has the chance. Big upside. Let's see how it all goes.
Just one more quick point. Sorry, Michael. I know there's 2 minutes left on the clock and the 49ers are going to pick, but bear in mind that the Jets have another pick later on in the evening at 23. It's very important to see where to go with that, because they've done a lot in free agency with wide receivers. Brought in Cole, brought in Davis from the Titans. So, will they go offensive line at that stage and try, make sure they can secure the quarterback, or do they focus on defense? So I think
keep Zach alive. Keep Zach alive.
1 minute 42 for the 49ers. I'm going to start off with maybe a little prediction. I think the 49ers will pick Justin Fields. Colin, who's your pick here if you're Mr. Shanahan?
I thought it was going to be Mac Jones. Ian Rappaport told us when we spoke to him that he thought it would be, but all the talk today seems to be that it is very likely to be Trey Lance. So I am intrigued to see who it is going to be.
Well, here we go. The pick is in. Very quickly, Brian, go for it.
I think it's a smokescreen. I think Mac Jones has been a quarterback all along, and I think everything that's gone about in the past few days is just to throw away from the fact that this one is inevitable, as the other 2 that have just gone before. But we shall know very quickly, because the pick, as you said, is in.
It is indeed. Marcus Kajay. Who?
Mac.
Oh, do I have a graphic set up for Mac is the question. No, not a good one anyway. Let's see what happens. I thought Mac Jones was going to go like 15, boys, when I started all this prep, but sure, we'll see what happens. Huge pick. This is where the draft really does start. The pick is in, as we said. And as you boys say, I mean, we've all sort of gave different answers. I mean, I know you two said Mac. A lot of talk as well. And then, Brian, you said it yourself. A lot of rumors today about Trey Lance going up to number 3 with the bookies and stuff. it is interesting to see the potential here, because if it is a Trey Lance, it has come out of nowhere. We had Ian Rappaport in the show saying he believed it was going to be Mac Jones.
Yeah, we've discussed it even with Jim Nagy. We said the fact that he was actually will sit tight because here he comes. Here we go.
Here we go. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I feel bad for anybody watching this and they can't hear what's going on. Anyway, here we go.
Have they picked Aaron Rodgers yet?
49ers select Trey Lance. Oh.
There you go. There you go. Absolutely, completely understandable. The guy, I can understand why Kyle Shanahan fell in love with this guy. He is sensational. He has everything you want. Player who some think could have a higher ceiling than even Trevor Lawrence. Had 2 pro days. Second pro day really came because this is what the 49ers really wanted to take a look. They may have traded up with Mac Jones in mind, but I think they fell in love with Trey Lance. Cannon arm, unbelievable with his feet. PFF rank him as having the strongest arm, being the best runner, having the best ball security. He is a guy who is incredibly young. Tom Brady was drafted before Trey Lance was born.
Oh my
so that's one thing to keep in mind. A lot of people talk about, he hasn't a whole lot of experience, but he had the same number of games as Mac Jones. Todd McShay was incredibly high on Lance. He even had him ahead of Justin Fields in his 2.0 mock because he believes that Lance processes that a little bit quicker. He can throw it, he can run it, he's pocket presence, his personality, his leadership traits are unbelievable. He apparently interviews incredibly well. A lot of people worried about, the conference he came out of. Well, other NFL players who've come out of that, Wentz, Flacco, Randy Moss, Steve McNair, one Jerry Rice, who people might remember, Phil Simms, Walter Payton. Trey Lance, I think, under Kyle Shanahan in that system is going to be phenomenal.
I think, Grant.
I take back to what Ian Rappaport said last week on the show, which went out on Virgin Media Sports last night. He only played 1 game last year, and that particular game wasn't of any great significance. He didn't play that well in the game, so he's had such an upward curve in terms of where he's gone, because if you look at the 5 quarterbacks that we've discussed time and time again throughout our shows each week, Trey Lance was give or take around the 4th quarterback that was projected, and yeah, he's gone as the 3rd quarterback in the sense of maybe the 4th quarterback in the sense because the top 2 were obviously a given. So, and for me, it kind of strikes me that I don't honestly genuinely believe that the 49ers did know who they were going to pick when they made this trade. They basically put themselves in a position to make that decision and have themselves in a position that they could pick over everyone else. But I'm not entirely sure whether they knew, because everybody said it was going to be Mac Jones. So it's come as a big surprise today that this is the way they've gone.
Mark, a guy with almost the running and movement skills of Cam Newton, and then that passing skill of Thomas Brady. I know you're a big fan of him. This guy has got great potential.
This guy has huge potential. I mean, the reality was, I just said Mac a minute ago. I did think they were picking Mac. But one thing that is against Mac Jones is he threw for, I think it was 3,500 yards last season. He ran for 14. Trey Lance is not going to fall into that category. He is more of a dual threat quarterback. He's not quite as much of a running quarterback, obviously, as Justin Fields in terms of capability there. But he's athletic. Kyle Shanahan getting out on the bootleg, utilizing the run game, utilizing the quarterback as a threat to get outside the pocket there. It is, in many ways, a good fit. And bear in mind, they've got Jimmy G, maybe. We'll see how the rest of the day goes when they trade him. So he doesn't have to start immediately. But even if he did, even if they trade Jimmy G, they have a strong running game there, which they've reinvested. They've reinvested in the O-line during free agency. They've reinvested in a 5-year deal for Kyle Juszczyk. So they have tools there to help support a young quarterback. Of course, they got George Kittle, one of the best 2 tight ends. I won't say which order in the entire game at the moment. So he's got a good security blanket there. It's a great land for him. Kyle Shanahan is an offensive guru with good reason. He's done great things with the game there. And they've got their quarterback. They've paid their premium for him. And this is the direction they've gone. I'd love to hear some of the truth afterwards, but of course, all we're going to get is spin. So I wonder, did they change their mind when they brought it down after they got third pick? or was he always the target and Mac Jones was a smokescreen? We may never know. But 1, 2, and 3, quarterback. First time since 1999. Sorry for Browns fans and Bengals fans if you don't want to remember Tim McCown and Achilles Smith. But Donovan McNabb was number 2, so it was kind of okay for Eagles fans.
Just one quick point, and I think I made this point on the show, and I spoke to Colin about it, that there was a kind of a growing frustration with 49ers fans, and it seemed to be coming across as this was the same frustration that Kyle Shanahan had, which was that in those 2 particular Super Bowls that he lost, that if he had had a quarterback that was able to get outside the pocket, they would have won both games. Matt Ryan, pocket-type quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, pocket-type quarterback, and he was now getting to a stage where he felt he needed to be a bit more expansive with the offense and find a quarterback that can not just sit in the pocket, throw the ball, but get themselves out there on the perimeter with his feet. And Trey Lance, you look at the skill set and the video coverage, that's the type of quarterback they're getting.
Yeah, and obviously, boys, Atlanta on the clock, next pick 4. The draft's around 2 minutes to left. It'll be interesting to see where they go. We'll talk about that in just a second. Colin, I think it's an important point as well. The pick's in, for God's sake. Very quickly, Colin, just in regards to this. In terms of that Trey Lance movement now, how much does that change tonight? Because I think that obliterates a lot of the mock drafts. I really do. I think we're now sitting in a situation, a lot of people think now with Atlanta that they're going to go for Kyle Pitts. Do you think this now changes this? Surely Justin Fields goes to Atlanta.
Well, I'm interested to see. I mean, it certainly blows up for some people, but there were plenty of people, and Benjamin Albright amongst them, who had Trey Lance going to the 49ers. So this wasn't completely unexpected. And I see Lindsey Jones pointing out that Shanahan said last week, you want to find Drew Brees who can move like Lamar Jackson. So that is going to be fascinating. I think you're going to see Trey Lance start next season. I think you heard that Jimmy G is not long for this world.
You think he's ready to start?
Be that literally or figuratively, who knows?
Do you think he's ready to start in the league in September, Trey Lance?
Why? Like, I think he might well be. I think the game has changed so much, even in a short space of time. The way in which it's built now, so much around the QB, protecting QB. How can you keep Jimmy G in that situation? You have thrown him publicly under the bus. You know his time is up. This isn't like the Andy Reid situation with Pat Mahomes and Alex Smith, where they kind of played it well.
Here comes. But it is like
here comes the Falcons.
It is like Alex Smith and Colin Kaepernick, and it's in the same city and the same club. So
here comes Falcons. Here we go. Kyle Pitts, boys, is going to the Atlanta Falcons. What a move. It's one of those ones, Brian, where you just have to love it.
Yeah, tight end has been compared to Calvin Johnson and Tyreek Hill in one. His blocking ability isn't what they expect
in this draft, but he deserves to be. Classic player, quality player, great pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about it is that he's not just the best tight end. He's quite possibly the best pass catcher, the best receiver in this draft. That's what makes him the unicorn. Also, we've talked about there is something of a dearth of really top quality tight ends in the league right now. He gives you so many mismatch opportunities. Defenses, he's just going to be a nightmare. Linebackers are not going to have much fun against this guy. You can understand why if the Falcons are looking at it and they're thinking, Matt Ryan not maybe only has 1, 2, or 3 years, he could potentially have 4 or 5. So why wouldn't you go with the guy who is, outside of the quarterbacks, is the best player in the draft and see what you can do with him rather than taking what you might consider the 4th best quarterback?
Love the pick. Great player. One of the best prospects as a tight end out of college, arguably in 5-6 years. I think Atlanta fans will look back in 2 or 3 years and wish they picked somebody like Justin Fields. I really do. I think this was the year for it. Tip the Bengals. Reckons just very quickly, just want to get his comment in, thinks that they're going to go after Jamar Chase. Brian, you got a comment?
Yeah, sorry, I just want to jump back to the 49ers piece for a second. It's just come out in the last few minutes that Adam Schefter said that the only two people within the organization that knew the pick was John Lynch and Kyle Shannon, and that's been the case for quite some time. And to the point we're making around the fact that he will be the potentially starter next season, I think it's one of the biggest gambles we've seen in years, because this team is only a year and a half removed from being in the Super Bowl. They lost so many players last year to injury that you pretty much write off the season. So if it doesn't materialize and doesn't work out, very early on, was in a year or two, when you have so many talented players on within the team that could potentially move on, if they don't get back, I think they would be under pressure to maintain their jobs. But early days, me making a statement like that, but I think significant year if it doesn't work out for them with him as quarterback.
Yeah, the next 4 o'clock are the Bengals, the Dolphins, the Lions, and the Panthers. The Bengals are up next, 5th pick in the draft, trying to get back into competitiveness this year. It's a very interesting pick because there's an argument, boys, for a number of different positions. If you were a betting man, Colin, who would the Cincinnati Bengals pick in this draft tonight?
If I was betting, I'd bet they're going to go wide receiver. That's where I would be putting my money. You could argue maybe that's not what they should do, but I think what they will think is take the best wide receiver available and find yourself some offensive line help later in the draft. So I think that's the route they're going to go, but it will be interesting. It has certainly gone back and forth over the last few weeks. Initially it seemed like tackle was going to be where they went, but certainly the talk recently seems to be more like Jamar Chase. So we're going to find out very soon.
Yeah, I said it. Yeah. I was fortunate to have the Bengals, sorry, Mark, as part of the show on Virgin Media Sports, and I said that the sensible thing would be to go with the Penei Sewell out of Oregon, and protect Joe Burrow because he had a very difficult season with the injury. But I think he will be happy to see that his former colleague in LSU is coming to the Bengals, and that'll be Jamar Chase, a wide receiver.
Yeah, there's a comment there from Tip the Bengals. An advert, Mark, on the Bengals pick was the most sure thing in the draft. Literally go to an ad break.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bengals fans have had to suffer a bit, and the NFL wants to torture them a little bit longer. But it does really boil down to those two players, I think, for this pick and what direction they want to go. Penei Sewell obviously was protecting Joe Burrow back in college when he was there, and he's a man mountain. He's 6'6" tall and 330 pounds. It's like 6'6" tall and 6'6" wide. He is without a doubt the class act at the tackle position. We got some good tackles, but I think he stands not literally or figuratively above them, but figuratively above them, we'll say. But it's so exciting and interesting to potentially add Chase and give Burrow back his favorite target from 2 years ago. So it depends what you want as a Bengals organization. I personally would go with Sewell. I would protect the franchise first and foremost. There are plenty of wide receivers coming up. So,
Yes. Amen. Amen. What do you think, Colin? Yeah, do you agree?
I just think that for me, look, there's a real kind of coin toss element to this, because we saw the meme, that you can't if you don't protect it, but and I think I made this point to Brian at some point. If you look at what the Bucs have done with their line. Most of their line have come, in the second round, and they were pretty good at keeping 43-year-old at the time Tom Brady upright. I would imagine if you talk to Tom, he'd tell you at 44 years of age, he's pretty confident that they'll keep him upright again next year.
I just feel that Bengals have had, so many years of poor quarterback play, and essentially that's always been down to the fact they've had a poor offensive line, and this guy has been discussed as potentially one of the best offensive line guys they've had for some time. That you have to, and I suppose you could reverse it. You could reverse that thing and say, why can't they get
the pick is in? The pick is in.
That's fine.
Cincinnati Bengals select. Oh, Jamar Chase. They go wide receiver. I think Brian, we'll start with you on that one.
Yeah, so Jamar Chase, LSU, a teammate of Joe Burrow, and a standout season. 2 years ago, he opted out last year, but in that particular season where he played, he had 17 touchdowns, 221 yards and 3 touchdowns in that championship game against Clemson. Explosive receiver. Just one interesting one is he had 8 touchdowns in that season, 50 yards and beyond. So he's a speedster. They call him the Skywalker because he can take balls out of the air, even when he's been double diligence to recognize that these guys are going to be great players in their career. But tells them
normal NFL standards, if you like. I mean, they're topping out 6 foot, but he is a weapon. He's very physical. He's a lot more weight on than Waddell and Smith, who we'll see obviously in the next few picks, I'm sure. And he can line up all across the formation. He can line up the X, the Y, and the Z and perform from there. Smooth in his transition, smooth in his route running. And yes, I agree with you, Michael, actually about the opt-out piece. I mean, this is one of the things of the projections that people are going to have to take. But teaming up with his old college quarterback, you can imagine that Joe Burrow has been stumping for his old colleague back there in Cincinnati. It should be a very exciting matchup for them next year, and God love cornerbacks in that division.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy who Joe Burrow seems to have kind of gone to bat for, kind of said that, he would be a real difference maker. So I understand why the Bengals have decided to go this route. They certainly have a nice receiving core now and plenty of options for Burrow. I think what you'll see them do next is look to really protect him and ensure that he can stay upright given what a talent he is. But Chase is the consensus top wide receiver, and this year the consensus top wide receiver has been the first wide receiver off the board.
Miami, their pick is in. Very quickly before, I think we have a few minutes. We'll start the back way. We'll go Mark, Brian, Colin. Mark, Miami. You are in Miami. Who do you pick and why?
If I'm in Miami, I'm picking one of the other 2 wide receivers. I want some playmakers for Tua. Jalen Waddell will start from day one for a team, I think. Devontae Smith, as I said, is intriguing and fascinating, and I love the concept of him. I just worry a little bit, but one of the 2 of those.
What do you think, Brad?
I'm torn on this one. I'm not sure. It's an intriguing one. I think the sensible thing again is to probably take the offensive line guy, but we touched on the fact that Miami want explosive players, but Tua can do all the things he wants to run around the pocket, but you need someone to protect him. And I think some teams at a stage is going to get where someone's going to recognize that Penny Sewell is a great offensive line guy and we need to take him. It may be the Lions next and not necessarily the Dolphins, but for me, they should take the offensive line guy.
Here comes Roger.
I'd be almost certain this is going to be a wide receiver. That's what Miami want. They want that explosive player, and they really miss somebody who can be, I suppose, a game changer in that respect. Waddell he's the closest, like in terms of his gifts, he is this year's Tyreek Hill. He is not the same player as Tyreek Hill, but he can do, he really will stretch the field. He offers you, I mean, Henry Ruggs got compared to Tyreek Hill. Henry Ruggs is not Tyreek Hill. He doesn't even have the same skill set. This guy offers you a lot. I can understand why, if he is the guy that Miami take, why they'll decide to do that. And it really will be an impressive weapon for Tua.
Obviously, boys, the Dolphins traded up to this point as well. The serious draft talk there. I've seen it on the screen there if you're watching NFL Network. But Brian, it's going to be interesting who to pick here.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to jump back to the Bengals for a second because we're talking about Jamar Chase, but like the compliment that Joe Burrow has in front of him now is quite significant in the sense. Like T. Higgins last year, it's going into a second year, he was really good as a rookie, and Kyler Boyd's in the slot is another very efficient wide receiver. So they're slowly building. Once we said he should have taken an offensive line on, they are slowly building a very kind of attractive looking offense with good wide receivers. And on the pick itself, as I said, I think they might. We've only had one surprise really so far, really, because I think we all kind of felt that Chase was inevitably going to go to the Bengals. So for me, I think they'll do the sensible thing this time because Greer, the GM, seems to be building something there in Miami, and once the fans might want to wide receiver, I think he thinks he will know the right thing to do is to take the offensive line. I'll be wrong in about 20 seconds.
6 picks in 1 hour.
Joe Burrow seems very happy. He is delighted to be reunited with his former college teammate.
Here we go.
Here comes Roger. I think Mark's right. I think it's going to be Devonta Smith. I think it's a perfect choice. I think Devonta Smith, for me, is the best wide receiver in this draft by a country mile. Personally, here he is with the 6th pick in the 2021 NFL draft. I'm talking quite quicker than Roger Goodell. So the pick from the Miami Dolphins is
Jalen Waddle.
Jalen Waddle. Gentlemen, Jalen Waddle is going to Miami.
Yeah. Fastest player in the draft, Michael. We were just comparing him to potentially being a bit like Tyreek Hill there. This guy ran a 4.34 40 yards when he was in high school. Like, very seriously, if they'd had the combine, he would have maybe started or had an opportunity to set the new record. He is ankle breaking speed, which is kind of ironic as he broke his ankle obviously against Tennessee in the last college season, but he did come back sufficiently obviously to play in the final championship game. He is a difference maker. He is a playmaker. He ran for touchdowns, kick return for touchdown, punt returns for touchdown during his college career. He started off with a bang. He was the SEC Freshman of the Year in 2018, and he continued on that mechanism and he continued on that pathway. Yeah, I mean, him and Smith have been an amazing duo, but it's a good pick by the Dolphins. Great help for Tua, great speed, obviously being inserted into that side. And Miami started to give Tua some weapons in the, now annual Laramie Tunsil pick, basically.
Oh, man.
I think this was the pick that was kind of expected. I do wonder if the Dolphins will look back and regret not taking Smith. I think they probably have concerns around his size potentially, but he is you could say that he may be a better all-around receiver. I can understand why they have gone wide receiver, and certainly, look, Jalen Waddle is very, very talented. So they're still getting an outstanding wide receiver, but it is one where you wonder, will this be one where they'll come back to look at it and think, would they have done things a little bit differently? But we have to wait and see.
I think this in a way kind of changes the dynamic of the draft as well, because a lot of people felt that Waddle would go maybe 11 or 12 Giants, Eagles, and he's gone a lot sooner than people expected because of Chase has gone off the board from Miami. So it'd be interesting to see where Devontae Smith lands now, because there's still a running quarterbacks to come down the line. We've still got 2 offensive line guys. A lot of mock drafts had Slater going 8 to the Panthers, as a second best offensive line guy in this draft. But yet, depending on what Detroit do now, the Panthers could walk away with the best offensive line guy at 8. And why would they trade out of there when they could potentially take an offensive line guy and protect Sam Darnold? So it's very interesting, and it's very interesting where Devontae Smith goes now.
I think this is an intriguing pick here. I think if you're Detroit with Jared Goff, I think this is a very, very intriguing pick, gentlemen. I'm just waiting for the screams when it happens, but surely a quarterback.
I think it's quarterback. I don't know, because a lot of people haven't thought Lions were in the sweepstakes for the quarterback, but this is the draft. This is the unknown. Will Justin Fields be picked now and go to Detroit? Interesting.
Did they expect Penny Sewell to drop? They could definitely still go for Sewell, still on the board there.
They could, yeah.
Fields and Jones drop another pick down. Bear in mind as well, we still haven't seen the defensive player off the board. Pick 7 was the worst we've ever seen for a defensive player was picked in any NFL draft. I think that's just about to be broken.
And something tells me Mr. Belichick, boys, is on the phone right now, trying to get up.
I would say yes, but this is an interesting one. I mean, the talk in the lead up to the draft was that this wasn't a particularly strong defensive offering. So we might not see a defensive player go in the top 10 potentially. I would be amazed if the Lions, go defense here. I would be absolutely amazed.
I think the way
Cowboys are certain is what I'm
Yeah.
banking on.
Yeah, and I think following suit the way the wide receiver run is going at the moment, I think the Giants would step away from that now and go defense with potentially Michael Parsons, which, as Michael likes to joke and laugh about, it was my selection.
Mac Jones on his phone.
Mac Jones is checking.
Mac Jones is on his phone. It looks like he's checking something.
Mac Jones. Either that, or he's checking his bets on the draft on Sky Bet or Paddy Power, like I've been.
He looks a bit like Jordan Spieth.
He looks very happy. Is he the man? He's smiling away at the camera. So Mac Jones lines?
No, there's no. I don't see it. I'd be surprised when you've invested that much in Goff and it's difficult to move off of him for at least a couple of years.
Yeah, no,
but
fair point. Yeah.
We'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up Justin Fields. I wouldn't be surprised, boys. It would be the most Detroit thing ever to do.
He said the pick is in, and the camera went immediately to Mac Jones.
Well, I just surprised if it. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
Somebody's put a comment in at Dooney or Mac Jones making sure his phone's not in airplane mode.
There you go. Oh, hang on. The Lions war room, shall we call it, are literally. Jeez, I hope they've all.
Oh, they're going mad.
I hope they've all
it's definitely a quarterback.
They are literally jumping all over each other in excitement, which to me thinks that they can't believe that the quarterback in which they wanted has fallen to 7. The camera going to Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
Can Mr. Goodell hurry up? Good morning, or Ireland AM. I was about to say good morning, Britain there. Ireland AM starts at 7 o'clock. So, 2 o'clock in the morning, boys. Jesus, what It's gonna get dicey in here in about 7 picks, boys. I think.
I think it's gonna get dicey.
Let's just project this forward. Say you're right on the Mac Jones. We've got a couple of minutes here, right? Say it's Mac Jones. Panthers stay stum and they take Penny Sewell.
We don't have time. Here we go. Here's the pick.
Look at Brian ahead of all of us, and he's me sitting in the sky go as well. Right. Penny Sewell. So they don't go with a quarterback. Penny Sewell is picked by the Lions. And do you know what, boys? This is a fantastic pick for this franchise. It's probably one of the most underrated picks in the top 15 in this draft. Penny Sewell, who actually originally grew up playing in American Samoa. The family decided to move from the South Pacific to Utah in 2011 when his dad, who was coaching high school football, started to experience chest pains, moved to America. Sewell had an incredible high school career. He actually had a shoulder injury in 2017, but he eventually earned first team All-League and All-State honors as a senior, paving the way for 2,500 rushing yards for the offense. This guy is a beast future.
Yeah, I mean, look, they now have a starting left tackle and consensus top tackle in the draft, a guy who you can plug and play and could potentially be a Pro Bowler or thereabouts for the next decade. So they have Jared Goff in situ for probably a year or two, certainly. So to me, this makes sense because if they decide to move on from Goff in 2 years, they still have this guy at left tackle, and that's going to be really important. I think he will be fantastic. We saw the vast majority of the top O-line guys who came in last year played really, really well. I think that would be the case here. Some of that potentially might depend on how the refs call a holding, so we shall see. But he has everything that you want, all the measurables in terms of the strength, the size, the quickness. So I think a very, very solid pick for the Lions.
Very interesting now to see what the Panthers do. I touched on it there, the fact that I felt that maybe Penny Sewell might fall to them, and they've been mocked with Rashawn Slater, the offensive line guy, to protect Sam Darnold. But, for quite a while, it's been kind of mute that maybe they aren't out of quarterback sweepstakes because, it'd be a bit disappointing for Darnold to get that trade and then only to be back up in the competition. But as Justin Fields continues to drop, you'd have to wonder. And if Justin Fields is going to drop to potentially the Broncos, which means that poor Aaron Rodgers will have to slug it out in Green Bay for potentially another year. But,
you remember an hour ago, I was sitting here literally sweating like a 58-year-old woman, boys. I don't think I could have seen 6 a.m. Seriously. I couldn't concentrate. I call my FaceTimes you at 10 to 1 going, Can't do this. Can't. You don't realize everybody was freaking out. We thought it was I mean, when you have Mark Schlereth calling saying it was going to happen, we all thought it was going to happen, didn't we? Do you remember that time we almost got Aaron Rodgers?
No, you didn't. You didn't. But Michael, I will
All
say,
right, Mr. 15th pick.
Justin Fields and Mac Jones, one of them is going to be available for certain, at least to the Broncos at 9. So, like, you can have a choice of at least one of the top 5 quarterbacks in this. So that's something.
Sorry, and you know, for so many months and weeks on end that people were saying it's inevitable that so many quarterbacks will go in the top 10 and to be a run on them and teams will move up. We haven't seen one trade up just yet, you know. And if you look at teams that are coming in beyond the Panthers and the Broncos, where will a quarterback be selected? Probably not, unless some team jumps in front of the Patriots at 15. So maybe the Patriots will be the force to jump and secure that opportunity to take a quarterback. Because the way it's going, the Bears and Washington, as I said earlier on with my kind of bold prediction, if it hits 11, 12, it's not so far of a reach then to go from 20 or 19 up to 12 or 11. So maybe the Patriots will be the force to move up. Sorry, Mary.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, Peter King, in fairness, had said that he didn't expect trades into the top 10 because he felt that the 49ers had set the market so high, and then the Dolphins had followed that up in terms of what they had given up, that it was just going to be too costly for teams to go in. So it is, I think that deterred teams from moving up into the top 10, but it has possibly meant, I mean, there was all sorts of talks that teams wanted to trade back, but we haven't seen that. They clearly weren't willing to, they probably looked at what the 49ers had given up and said, no, if you want to come up, that's what kind of we're expecting. So maybe they thought there was a bounty of riches out there, and there wasn't.
There's a very quick one for Brian because we're about to go here. Brian, I think this might be your burner account. Paul Tubbity, thank you very much, Paul. Do you think if Fields or Jones are on the table when the Giants pick, should they take one?
No, no, I don't believe that that's in the picture whatsoever. I think the Giants are committed to Daniel Jones. Whether that's the right thing in the long run, they're certainly going to. It's the third year. No, I don't believe the Giants will go quarterback. I think the way it's going at the moment, I think Giants potentially could be the first team, if not the Cowboys, to pick a defensive player.
For my record, I think Carolina is crazy not to go Justin Fields here. Seriously, I'd be amazed.
I could see them doing it. I mean, you'd feel for Sam Darnold a little bit, but I could see them doing it certainly.
They could go so many directions. Micah Parsons to fill in the linebacker gap, like I marked earlier on, or Devontae Smith. Matching him up with Christian McCaffrey in that offense.
Here we go.
Okay, guys, here we go. Roger Goodell's up. Here we go.
Senor Goodell. Here we go. Walking up, about to speak. With the 8th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select.
J.C. Horn.
Oh, wow.
J.C. Horn. That was early, boys. That was very, very early.
That is unreal. He was on the betting line, he was to be 12.5 under, 12.5 over. They expected him to go. There was potentially talk of him going to the Cowboys, but nothing beyond 10, 11, 12. So for him to go a cornerback, and it's a strange one in a way because I suppose that cements that Sam Darnold is the quarterback next season.
When he came out of high school, boys, he was the... Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
I was just going to say, taking him over Surtain was just what I was going to say. That's the surprise for me.
And you can see from that video that, guys, this guy is well built for his age, and he really has outstanding complete skills. And he really does use every inch of his body to play through the football. His eyes always return to the line of scrimmage to find the football, and he really finds those route combinations. I think this guy, who's a 3-year starter of South Carolina, he was the left cornerback in that defense, but really no interceptions in his first 2 seasons. He got 2 in 2020, but to be honest with you, a bulk of his production in his last season came in 1 game, so it'll be interesting. It obviously, look, Horn, like every NFL talent going into the league now as a rookie, needs to refine his discipline, but he's a long, agile athlete with outstanding instincts, and he really does project as an NFL starting press man corner, quite similar to our friend Colin Aqib Talib.
Yeah, and in many ways, just like Talib, he loves the physical side of the game. This is a guy who is going to bully receivers. They will not like, going up against him. Whether it's the right scheme or fit schematically for Carolina remains to be seen, and we'll see how adaptable he is. But he's really good at press coverage, as you said, man to man. He's got, like, you are really going to have to work to beat this guy. He has that aggression and that belief in himself that you want when you're coming into the league. And Talib is probably, somewhat of a good comparison. He's not quite the ball hawk that Talib was, and Talib fell. I mean, that's the thing to remember, due to off the field concerns. So he doesn't have that. I think an interesting one. Certainly it was between himself and Surtain for who was the top prospect at cornerback. I can see why they, why some teams valued him over Surtain. I didn't expect the Panthers to go cornerback, so a little bit surprised by that, but a very talented player.
There's an old saying in the league, you can never have enough cornerbacks, and obviously they've looked at it and said his talent is significant enough for them to go with A. But this is it now, guys. I said on the Virgin Media Sports show, this was, for me, was the most intriguing pick in the top 10. You were concerned about whether you'd have one quarterback to pick from. You've now got two to pick from: Justin Fields, Mac Jones. And the way things have gone, it's not a given it would be Justin Fields. It should be, but will it be Mac Jones?
Benjamin Albright saying the Broncos may trade down. We're currently on a commercial break with NFL Network. Yeah. Colin, I'm going to ask you in Bada. Sorry, Mark, because you're obviously into the Broncos. But if the Broncos trade down with those two quarterbacks on the board, do you think that's incredible, or are you not that bothered about it?
Well, I know Mark doesn't believe it's going to happen, but if they trade down, they would want to have a deal in place for Aaron Rodgers or a deal in the works. If you go into the season and you are backing Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater, well, you better hope that you have at least a 12-win season, because with that talent that the Broncos have offensively, with the defense stacked as it is, the only question is around the quarterback. We hear a lot that teams are a quarterback away. The Broncos really are, but they currently, I don't believe they have that quarterback on the roster. They need to fix that. I think if they go in having spent the money they have, Von Miller potentially in his last year as a Bronco, Kyle Fuller on a 1-year deal. A lot of guys, Callahan on a 1-year deal. We have Kareem Jackson as well. So a lot of guys there on 1-year deals. You want to make the most of those if at all possible. I think this is the year to make a move on it. But if they don't, then they're backing the guys that are there. I hope it will prove fruitful. I would have some concerns.
Our dear friend Paul Popst from the Dan Patrick Show has just tweeted, if the Broncos do not pick a quarterback at 9 and trade down, are they looking at a different quarterback? I'm just merely repeating what it tweets.
They are not looking at Aaron Rodgers and stop talking about it. And I don't want to deal
with anybody.
I don't want to deal with the crying Denver Broncos fans at the moment, because in fairness, if I'm a Carolina Panther fan right at this moment in time, I'm probably crying. I just think that's the first big surprise of the night, really, and the first mistake of the night. Personally, I have Farley even above Horn, let alone Surtain. If you were convinced on a cornerback, that's the wrong cornerback. And when you look at some of the talent that's still out there, that's a bit of a strange pick for me. Devontae Smith now keeps tumbling down a little bit further. As we said, Justin Fields and Mac Jones both still
I'd be stunned if the Broncos pick a wide receiver as well. So you're looking at...
trade down could be very much viable here, and it could be.
Do you know what, Mark? I'm going to say now. I think Slater from Northwestern, if they don't trade down, but then the clock is going down a lot here.
There's 1 minute and 17 seconds remaining on the clock, so for me at this stage, there's no trade in place.
Patriots trade with the Broncos. This might just be the most amazing.
I'm not showing the war room either, boys. There could be a trade on. You don't know what's going to happen.
I genuinely can't say. If there's a trade in place, you would be making it possible by now, because it allows the other team has to then be allowed additional time in order to put their final pieces together to make the trade. And the fact we're down to 50 seconds, there's no trade coming.
Oh, there's George
Right.
Payton on the phone to
Who's
whoever
George
he's
Brian,
talking
if they don't pick Justin Fields, are you okay to do the last 4 hours just me and you, because the boys might collapse?
I actually think Rashawn. I could see him picking Rashawn Slater. I think the Broncos think that Teddy Bridgewater against Drew Lock is a.
They're now displaying cameras in. Oh, the cameras are gone on both Mac Jones and Justin Fields at the moment. Michael is blessing himself, so it's inevitable that the Broncos will select. The pick is in, so you haven't traded out. The pick is in.
I'm
Pick is
interested to see.
Can we not
I mean,
repeat like rap sheet around in here? Sorry, Colin, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, just the. I mean, there's been all sorts of speculation. The Broncos are going to trade back. Well, it doesn't seem like that has happened. So
Pick is in.
It's not the pick's in.
Pick is in.
So who is it going to be?
It's going to be John Roach, punter. First, no question. No.
Don't be surprised if it's Rashawn Slater from North.
You might be right, but I don't know if the quarterback like feels false to you. How do you not? I don't know, but you could be right, Michael. We could be taking a tackle.
Colin, I only counted that, not counting that you won't pick a quarterback, counter on the fact that you might look at Mac Jones, potentially he's the better quarterback, because we've seen it tonight where for months on end we've said, okay, the first two are given and the third is a given in the sense it's a quarterback. It's going to, then all of a sudden it was Mac Jones. What's to say that the Broncos might not pick Mac Jones? Here comes, no, it's not Roger.
I'm not doing this ever again. Here comes Roger. You can see him walking. Here he comes.
Okay, here we go. Tender hooks. The nerves of a nation, huh?
To be fair, you should have seen me whenever we picked Drew Lock. There's a good video on the internet of that, and we'll try and find it for after. Here we come. I think that might be Bronknuts, Colin, who's walking on the stage.
By the time he's skedaddled off. Here we go.
Here we go. With the 9th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select
Patrick Surtain, cornerback. Oh my God!
How many corners?
The boys, I'll be back in 2 minutes. I can't.
Well, there you go. The Broncos are not going to be taking Aaron Rodgers. The Broncos are going to run it.
Having listened to Lawrence Tynes last week, the former Giants kicker, who played with his father in Kansas City for a number of years, Patrick Surtain, the first. He touched on the fact that this guy, his son, once he saw him growing up and obviously kept an eye on him because he was good teammates with his father, that this guy has his head, a great head and the shoulders, great, he's fully focused, he's 100%. There's no off the field antics. What you're getting is a proper professional. And, Alabama, who defensively have been, I just can't sell this to the two guys, unfortunately. It's just.
What a joke. Let's just take, it's 2:28 in the morning. What a joke. The new GM has a great start and passes Justin Fields and Mac Jones. Doesn't even trade down. We don't need a quarterback.
On the player at hand. I appreciate you are obviously very disappointed
Absolutely.
that you haven't picked a quarterback.
Absolutely.
But you have to bear in mind, we're discussing the player at hand, and this player is the best cornerback. I don't agree that JC Horn is the best cornerback in the league. This guy is the best cornerback in the league. Proved it in Alabama. He should have went before JC Horn. You've got yourselves a great player. But it's an unusual one in the sense that you took Kyle Fuller, you got Ronald Darby in free agency from Washington. So, and I joked on it, you can never have enough corners, but it's a very strange. It's probably the strangest move of the first 10, in my opinion.
And Michael, I know you're passionate about this, but they couldn't trade back, because if they trade back, Cowboys were going to take him. So, if they were convinced this was the player for them, this was the best corner, don't be too hard on George Patton. I'm trying to defend him here. Please don't lynch him.
Oh no, it's all good. He's making all the right moves, so it's all good. Great selection, great defense for this team now. Best defense in the league. Can't score points, but hopefully defense score points. Dallas are up next, number 10. Yeah, number 10. It'd be interesting if Dallas pick.
Well, even Mark touched on that. Touched on earlier in the show when we discussed kind of where we felt. We did our mock draft, and everybody, and any mock draft, never mind our own, had discussed and predicted that Patrick Surtain would be the Cowboys pick. So Cowboys are left in a bit of a quandary now. For me, I'd imagine they will try secure their offensive line, and because it's kind of fallen down the last while, and take Rashawn Slater and protect Dak Prescott.
The Eagles are trading up.
Okay, the Eagles are up. Well, then for me, they're going to take Devontae Smith. They've moved up to take Devontae Smith.
That would be interesting to see if they've come up for a wide receiver, or the fact that a quarterback has fallen. Are they thinking that now is their opportunity?
Well, they have the power, the manpower to do it. Colin, if people are wondering out there why the Eagles are able to trade up, because the Eagles were in a position because they've done a deal with the Dolphins where they were originally picking at 6, moved back to 12, some additional picks this year, additional picks next year. So they've got the leverage to move up and make this. And it was always one of those precarious situations. The fact that the Giants, Eagles, and Cowboys were going 10, 11, 12 in the draft, 3 NFC East rivals. So people were saying, would they move up with each other? So the fact that they've done a deal together is strange. I think the Giants GM would be looking at that kind of going, they're working together on this. But anyway, here we go. I think that Devontae Smith will be the pick, and that's disappointing because I felt the Giants would have jumped on him at 11.
Just while we have Mark gone just for a few minutes, I'm sure Mark come back. Please do come back, Mark. It'll be interesting now to see where the Patriots pick, if they'll stay at 15, and who they pick. Obviously, time will tell, but the picks are starting to come in fast now. So, yeah.
Here's the tray of details now, Michael. The 10th pick is gone to Philadelphia, 12th has gone to the Cowboys, and the Cowboys receive the Eagles' 3rd round pick in return.
Yeah. Indeedy.
Your thoughts, Colin, where are they going to go with this one now? What do you think?
For the Eagles, I mean, to me, I think you're right. Like Smith or Shorley, the fact that Fields has fallen, do they think that, like, for a guy who was, ostensibly up to say 4 months ago was 1B, in many ways, right? If we go back to the end of that college season, and maybe 6 months ago, but like for a guy that fall, do you then think why not? I think it would be a very, very interesting one to see. But I really like Smith as a wide receiver. I could see why you'd go up and get him too.
So I just want to make one quick point. Sorry, guys. Most of the day, a lot of speculation coming out of the Giants camp in New York was that the Giants were going to pick a wide receiver. So that's why I think the Eagles have jumped from 12 to 10. They probably recognize the Cowboys aren't going to pick a wide receiver. Probably felt the Giants would with Smith at 11, and they've jumped over the Giants into 10 to secure that wide receiver. But we'll find out very shortly.
The Heisman winner, if that's the case. So we will find out. 1:11 on the clock. Welcome back, Mark. How are you? Sorry for freaking out there.
No worries at all. I mean, look, intra-divisional trade as well, which is a bit unusual. Yeah. And the Cowboys are certainly going to hope whoever they pick, and I would agree, 10 would likely be Smith, that he doesn't come back to burn them in years gone by. Seems to me as well the Cowboys would have taken Surtain, going to trade back, get a bit more value. They can still potentially take Slater at 12 and help their offensive line. So seems like a good bit of business from them. Obviously, Stevens at the wheel tonight, not Jerry.
Yeah, and picking up a 3rd round pick for, as you said, the likelihood is that they can still probably get the player now that they believe is the best player available on the board at 12. So, yeah.
But, I mean, let's project that forward as well. Let's say Smith goes now. Giants, Micah Parsons, there you go, Brian. He's lined up for you. Cowboys 12 Slater. We still then have Mack and Landry on the board at 13.
It's the Patriots. This is turning in, and I mean,
Justin,
in the most positive way. This is turning into the Patriots draft. This will probably, and if it does go down, if Justin Fields becomes the player that a lot of people expect to happen, this will go down in history as the draft where the Patriots were allowed to trade. And fair play to them, they're working it. I think it'll be very. I think they go up to 13, Mark. At this point, do you think they go up to 13, or do you think they'll sit and wait at 15?
It depends. I mean, they usually have the smallest draft board in the league in terms of the players they're willing to give a 1st round pick to. At that stage, you could easily see the Bears trying to move up to. Sorry, not the Bears. You see one of the other teams behind the Patriots trying to move up ahead of them. So more trades in these mid-round picks could be very viable, especially those 2 quarterbacks on the board. If he's got a similar grade on Fields and Jones, just sit there and wait for one of them to come to you.
In the mock draft in which we done earlier on in the show, I selected Rashawn Slater 11 for the Giants, and I think his overall general consensus was you were surprised that I did that, but I felt Daniel Jones going into a make or break year, sensible thing is to keep him up. And if we do end up in a position after this pick, whereas Micah Parsons or Rashawn Slater, I still believe the Giants will go with Rashawn Slater. But that will take away from the Cowboys getting them at 12, which again then puts the Cowboys back in a situation where do they go from here? Here comes Roger, Michael.
Here he comes. Eagles fans, a lot of Eagles fans interacting with the show, especially last night. Hope you enjoy this pick. This could be your year. Who knows? Come on, Roger.
He's talking.
How are you getting on? What's the crack? Yeah, geez, yeah. I was chatting to the Eagles there last night. Like, come on, Roger. Come on, man.
Here we go.
Nice music in the background. Here we go.
Devontae Smith, yeah, as we expected.
Devonta Smith, the Heisman Trophy winner, another player from Alabama, boys, and this guy honestly is for real. This guy's got unbelievable strengths, boys. His production is fantastic, but in his 4 years with Alabama, he didn't rely on the scheme to get him open. Even when the roster of Alabama was stacked with talent, he really did separate himself with his production. When you needed to play, a guy like Devonta Smith was where you turned to, and the Eagles have got themselves an incredible player maker. But not just playmaking, footwork. He's got the best field awareness and footwork in college football. He could separate at the line of scrimmage with his agility, but this trait was proven on the perimeter of any college football field he stepped on. Heisman Trophy winner. In terms of any weaknesses, his size at the moment is a little bit iffy, but it's not a major one. Top end speed is something that he would need to improve on. But a big pick for the Eagles to get their man. The Eagles lost a couple of wide receivers in the offseason. Colin, going to you, a big pick for the Eagles.
Yeah, this is a guy. The only concern around him seems to be around the weight. He's 166 pounds. But if you have a look back, Jim Nagy tweeted last week that when he was scouting Russell Wilson, they in the draft room they were saying, like, what's the knock against him other than his size. So to me, I think Smith is an outstanding wide receiver. All of the experts agree that his size doesn't seem to have come into play. Nobody seems to be able to bully the guy. He seems to be able to get incredible separation. And if you're the Eagles and you missed out last year in Justin Jefferson, I don't think their front office would have survived if they hadn't gone up and taken one of the top wide receivers. There was an understandable desire for that. They needed a pass catcher, somebody who can make a real difference. So I get it.
Wow. The Giants and the Bears have just done a deal. The Bears are up at 11.
Wow. Well, we know what that's about. We know what that's about.
The quarterback. Here comes Justin Fields is going to Chicago. The Giants must be getting a lot of picks. If the Giants have, I'll put my Giants cap on, then I'll quickly take it off. If the Giants haven't done a really good deal with the Bears to drop back to 20, then I don't believe they will, because Dave Gettleman said last week, he goes, I won't be fleeced. So let's see, can we get details on this trade? The Bears have moved in. The Bears are on the clock, 4.5 minutes to go. Justin Fields, I think it's been muted for a while. The Bears really want Justin Fields. So that's the breaking news I was trying to give you, Michael. The Bears are up. Noel will be a one happy man. Noel Dowling from the Bears Twitter page, who was on with us last Friday night, had discussed with potential about the Bears moving up. We didn't think it would happen, but that was my ball prediction earlier on in the evening. But thoughts, Michael? Sorry, Michael, jumping in on you.
No, it's fine. I think it's great. I also think it's sad that Mark isn't here for this moment, but I think for Mac a minute Jones, there, it was looking like
Mac Jones is going to fall. So
I would be very intrigued, because we'll say this now when Mark isn't here. The Mac Jones highlight video has Bill Belichick going like this, so I'd be amazed if. It'll be interesting. Big pick. You've seen the Irish Bears show. All those guys. We had obviously a Bears fan on last week. They've been going mad about this all week. Justin Fields, and we're like, come on, man. You're not going to trade up to 11 to get Justin Fields. And they've done it. And fair play to the Giants for getting the deal there. It'll be interesting to see Brian what those details are, but it shows you it doesn't matter what time it is, if it's 2:40 in the morning here or if it's whatever time over there. So there you go. Do you want to shout it out? Go for it. Go for it.
Yes, the Giants are going to move back to 20. They're getting the 5th round pick this year. They're getting the number 1 pick from the Bears next year and the 4th round pick from the Bears next year. So the Giants have acquired a 4th round pick next year, a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick this year. Dave Gettleman has done a great deal, in my opinion, from a Giants point of view.
They have. The comments are going off, boys. The comments are going off. It's amazing how one pick column can just change the epitome of the draft. And welcome back, Mark. Can you hear us okay?
Well, this whole draft has now taken on different complexion. I think quite a few surprises, and we're now seeing the trades happen. Some fans obviously very happy, some not less so. I see Sam Monson over at PFF, who's been on with us, tweeting, Jerry Jeudy and now Devonta Smith. My favorite wide receivers keep getting drafted by teams with inaccurate subpar passers.
Sorry, guys. You're saying things are going off the rails there. My phone has just exploded a bit. A lot of joy.
The comments are saying that the Broncos have turned the NFC East upside down. That's what the comments are saying.
Well, I think. From my point of view as a Giants fan, I'm looking at this now, and I've said from very early on in free agency that we could take best player available, and so take the best player available at 20. We've secured a number 1 pick next year from the Bears, an extra pick this year in a year where we've only got 6 picks, and we're getting 3 picks essentially. I think Dave Gettleman has done a great deal for the Giants.
Waddy is saying Bears for the Super Bowl. That's from Waddy. Hi Waddy, how are you? Waddy.
Waddy will be a very happy man tonight being a Dolphins fan with Waddle.
Michael, the Bears will now pick the best quarterback they've ever had in their entire existence as a franchise.
Wait, where is Adam Rank right now? Where is Adam Aloysius Rank? Wow, what a moment.
Not checking his key card at the office anyway.
You almost hope, like taking any hat off what we support, you hope for Bears fans. The Bears fans deserve a quarterback. It is what it is. But I mean, at least the Dark Lord boys didn't get one. But we'll talk about that in a minute. The pick's in. Here we go. Brian is 10 seconds ahead of all of us.
We're assuming Fields, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they nailed that.
They're making an announcement of somebody else just for, like, there's somebody announcing the pick, isn't there? Brian?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear what the guys have to say about the return for the Giants, obviously. Because I think we know it's inevitable now that the pick is a quarterback for the Bears. So when we get through that and chew over the deal.
Where are the Giants picking now?
We've moved back to 20, but in return, we're getting the number 1 pick next year. We're getting the number 5 pick this year and the number 4 pick next year as well. So 3 picks.
Do you think that Micah Parsons might still be there at 20?
No. I think Kwity Paye might be potentially.
He's a great pick. Yeah.
I will say that what pleases me about Chicago going up and getting Justin Fields is that it actually means that Allen Robinson is going to have somebody to throw him the football, which is fantastic news. I might, here endeth potentially if once announced, here endeth my free Allen Robinson campaign because the Bears have taken corrective action, which is good to see. If you don't have a quarterback who can throw the football to your wide receivers who are extremely talented, go and get a quarterback who can throw the ball to your extremely talented wide receivers.
It's no longer save the Chicago one, it's feed the Chicago one. Is that it?
Justin Fields, quarterback.
Justin Fields goes to the Chicago Bears. A stunning trade sees Chicago get their man.
Yeah, the Bears couldn't have expected that Justin Fields would drop this far and be within striking distance for them. But here he is, a very talented quarterback, obviously initially committed to Penn State, then went to Georgia, traded out of Georgia, though, getting out of his having to waive a year of eligibility to play a couple of years in Ohio State. He is probably the best pure dual threat quarterback. I mean, some people would question that with others, but I think he's the best dual threat quarterback in this draft. He can run it. He can throw extremely accurately. He started, obviously, he was a Heisman finalist in 19. He, as we said many times, outplayed Trevor Lawrence on one of the biggest stages in the college football playoff semifinal without the same level of quality of wide receivers, obviously, that someone like a Trevor Lawrence or even a Mac Jones had. He's been on a marketing campaign. If you look at his Twitter the last while, he's probably already made more money than he could in his pro career, and he will. He's marketed his dream. And like I said, he now becomes, in my mind, the greatest quarterback the Chicago Bears have ever had. He's got great arm strength, which he's going to need up in Soldier Field. The mobility is what is going to help set him apart, especially in his running game, and help keep defenses honest. Great quarterback. I know we said that about a few, but I think where there's maybe question marks about Wilson or Lance, for me, far less so about Justin Fields. This guy's a winner. He has been maligned in the press the last while, and I think the Bears are going to be the ultimate winners of this draft with him at QB.
Absolutely, he is all the tools, boys, to make it the next level. You know, this guy is a leader, both on and off the field. The one thing I will say is, and it's on the screen there, only 1.5 seasons as starting quarterback. But at the end of the day, he's a dual threat quarterback who is being talked about so much. His arm strength's fantastic. And Colin, the Bears have got themselves their guy.
Yeah, they, you know, we've said it time and time again. He was, considered to be, the 1B to Trevor Lawrence's 1A up until last season. He outplayed Lawrence in the past. There certainly seems to be some talk around, maybe he's not the first guy in the morning and the last guy out, but I don't think you can still question the guy's work ethic. I think for the Bears, this makes all the sense in the world. We all knew when they tweeted that picture of Andy Dalton saying QB1, it was a placeholder. They now have a young, exciting quarterback who they can mold, and they will hope they can, really build on. But this is, I suppose, for Ryan Pace and for Matt Nagy, this is the move that will define their Bears careers. They had Trubisky, it didn't work, but they now have Fields. So if that doesn't work with Fields, I think you're seeing the entire building clear out in Chicago.
Brian, the Cowboys on the clock. What's your thoughts on Fields?
Yeah, I would agree with Colin on that part in terms of Nagy and Pace being under extreme pressure, and this is the year that they need to get it right. But look, they've moved up, and like as we touched on it earlier, I still can't understand the fact that he's fallen so far down the line, because 1A, 1B for so long, and nothing has happened this offseason. His pro days were very, acceptable. Everybody was raving about them. Teams went and looked at a second one, and they all came out saying he was really good. So why he's dropped to 12, I'm not entirely sure. But the Bears have got a quarterback, and as Marcus said time and time again, Dave, it's been a long time since the Bears have actually had a franchise quarterback. Maybe this is the guy finally that will challenge the Packers and the Vikings in the division. Cowboys, offensive line for me, Rashawn Slater.
Yeah.
Yeah, has to be. I do want to say one other unintended consequence of the Justin Fields pick, and it's very important for you, Michael and Colin, is that, of course, Nick Foles could now be available in the trade, which might help you in Denver, of course.
Yes, Super Bowl champion. So, of course, yeah, why not? Why not? Sure, sounds good. Pick us in for the Cowboys. I think Rashawn Slater would be a very good pick for the Cowboys. I'm just intrigued now to see. You got the Chargers, you got Minnesota and New England up next. So
the only thing to bear in mind is we heard a lot that the Cowboys they were a disaster on the defensively last year.
Sean Lee retired. Sean Lee, the linebacker, retired during the week as well, Colin. So maybe Micah Parsons, linebacker, is the next man to step in there. Here we go. They have some unusual character about to announce the news.
Who is this?
It seems to be that they're just taking the same character and redressing them every 15 minutes. Here Here we go.
Are they?
It looks like the Whoopi Goldberg woman that we saw here about a minute.
Oh man.
He's talking about some incentive that the NFL are working on with mental health, which is good to say at the same time. So.
Depends who you support, I guess. Obviously, looking now at this pick for Sean Slater will be a very interesting pick. But look, could you imagine Jerry Jones goes and gets Mac Jones, puts it behind Sean Watson? Sean Watson, wow. Dak Prescott, was it 2:50 in the morning?
Yeah, for Sean Slater, it's Stephen Jones' selection. That's pretty done.
So Karina Burdine is making
it. Yeah, here she comes.
They can't go wrong with Parsons or Slater.
Yeah, I agree.
Here we go.
How about them Cowboys?
How about them, eh? How about them, indeed? Oof.
America's be interesting.
Micah Parsons is the pick for the Cowboys. Colin, what's your thoughts on Micah Parsons?
Parsons is an absolute stud. I mean, he's just a phenomenal linebacker, consensus top linebacker in the draft. He did opt out last season. There may be some off the field concerns, but he is insanely quick. 40-yard time, 4.39, right? He's 6'3", 246 pounds. Shaq Griffin ran 4.38 in 2018. Griffin is 3 inches shorter and 20 pounds lighter. That's how quick this guy is. The athletics guy called him physical at contact and knocks the ball free. 6 forced fumbles in 2 seasons. He led Penn State in tackles both of his seasons. This is a guy who changed positions when he went into college. So his head coach, James Franklin at Penn State, said, scary part about him is he hasn't even scratched the surface. Todd McShay calls him a stud. Tony Paulin, insanely athletic linebacker who plays explosive football, fast moving in every direction, very sudden, and creates turnovers. There's some slight concern around, the diagnosing plays. That is something that he needs to work on. But the comparisons that you hear about this guy are Hightower, Devin White, and Roquan Smith. Parsons himself has said that he feels he's the most versatile player in the class. I think he has the potential to be a really brilliant piece in that Cowboys defense. He is a game changer. We've seen what Roquan Smith, Devin White do at their respective teams. This is a very smart pick for the Cowboys.
And yeah, I mean, this guy is, I said, like, compared him to Luke Kuechly before, he is the class act at the linebacker position in this draft. One of the most talented all-round defenders we're probably going to see drafted in the whole night and obviously the whole weekend in relation to it. Brian called it with Sean Lee's retirement. They get their centerpiece in relation to that defense, and by God, so the Cowboys still need help on defense. So nice bit of business for them this evening. Maybe not quite as nice as Brian's Giants and the deal they've done, but a few extra assets and still a great player and a great asset to add to that team. Cowboys, they have sensible drafts the last while, especially in the first round. Like I said before, it's a shame they don't let Jerry have the crazy stick anymore. But a good bit of business tonight.
What do you think, Brian?
I'm tinged with a bit of disappointment because not only did we not pick him up, but he's actually going to be playing against us twice a year in a division, and he's the kind of player you're going to be watching for 5 or 6 years doing his business for the Cowboys and thinking he could have been their player, but he was my mock draft guy in the people's draft. Standout player, isn't he? Like linebacker, you look at him. You touched on it earlier on, Michael. He gets across the field. He's a quality linebacker. He's going to be great for years to come. And I just felt when I saw Sean Lee return this week, and he's been such a great servant to the Cowboys for 11 years, that there was a hole there. And defensively last year they weren't great, and they need to address that. So maybe Rashawn Slater will be there at 20. Who knows?
I thought your analysis column was spot on with Micah Parsons. He's got such great potential, like everybody in the draft, but he really does stand out. The Chargers are next on the clock. Have we any predictions? There's 2 minutes left. Do we see Slater finally go?
Slater. Rashawn Slater.
I'd say they'd be
protect Justin Herbert.
I say they can't believe their luck. I say they can't believe it. You know,
absolutely.
The 12 to 13 win. For a long time in most mock drafts, they hadn't been going to 13. You know, then general consensus was he'd be gone 8, 9, 10, give or take. And now here he is. They're going to absolutely protect him. And having brought in Inslee from the Packers, they can completely secure that offensive line.
Broncos are going to need that defense. Going to need that defense because the Chargers, fair play. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about what George Payton has done at the Broncos in this offseason, but by God, what a couple of years for the Chargers. You find Justin Herbert, and then you build the sort of line that they're likely to have.
And the Chiefs as well.
Potential to be scary good.
Just like
sorry,
Michael. The weekend, the Thursday night football show that we did last, I think it would have been November, give or take, when the Rams were playing against the Patriots. And we were previewing that game, and we got into a quarterback conversation with the fact that Cam Newton was so erratic last season. Mark made a very bold statement back in November that Mac Jones would be selected by the Patriots at 15. And look, we all know that the Chargers are not taking a quarterback. So I think Mark is going to get his prediction and his wish.
Well, I was going to say that obviously pick 14, the Vikings are going to be fascinating now, and the Vikings, they want to trade back. Somebody might want to leap past the bats. So after the Chargers pick, it'll be very interesting to see what the Vikings do. I mean, again, I don't see them taking a quarterback with Kirk Cousins, although some Vikings fans might be very happy to take a quarterback, to be honest with you.
Owen is saying Chargers for Super Bowl. Probably going OL now. They're definitely going to have a very good offense, I'll tell you that. Herbert's going to get the protection he needs. They will be in the top 2 in the AFC West, that's for sure, in the next season. It'll be interesting to see how far they can go towards the Chiefs. But if it is what we think it's going to be, obviously, and Mark, you talked about it there, Minnesota up next, but then it looks as if it could be the kingmaker, and it's fitting because the only highlights that we have of Mac Jones is Bill Belichick not shaking his head. Can I just apologize to anybody on YouTube? Certain highlights are being taken down, so if it is suspended, it will come back up again straight after. Just got the email notification there now. But everywhere else, Twitter and Facebook is fine and fully legal.
The Vikings one is interesting for me. For a long time, we've kind of mock draft that Creedy Pay would go there at 14, and I don't see them moving away from that. But again, it's kind of similar last year to when people were kind of going, gee, why did the Bucs move up one spot with the San Francisco 49ers just to secure that the offensive tackle, which as it turned out was predominantly one of the best offensive tackles of the rookie class last year. And maybe the Patriots just have to do that one little final push and just make that move for the sake of the 4th.
They picked up, and when Colin was saying earlier that most of the Bucs line was made in the 2nd or 3rd round, I did feel like mentioning one very important piece came last season in the 1st round. So we will see, but I mean, I think Slater has to be the pick for the Chargers, and then the Vikings. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, Michael, but you're right. Creedy Pay, I mean, he's probably one of the leading pass rusher in the draft. There's a few in there.
Wolverine,
on him as a Wolverine. Last season only played in 4 games, but got 2 sacks and 4 tackles for loss just in those 4 games. Lots of well-rounded moves. So he's still on the board. It wouldn't surprise me because Belichick likes to torture Patriots fans if he then still trades back at 15, even if Mac Jones is on the board and even if everything's apparently aligning. But certainly I said it last November. I said it on the People's Draft recently. Mac Jones for me fits the Belichick model. He's got the input with Saban the whole way through. So now when someone trades up to the Viking slot 14 and picks him before me, it's my turn to go insane like you boys were a little while ago.
Well, the reason I went insane, Mark, is the Broncos have had in 4 years 3 top 10 picks and have not taken a quarterback. I think that might be some sort of record. To have 3 top 10 picks and not go with a quarterback is quite startling, and that's from 2 GMs, especially when it's not like the quarterback room has a Hall of Famer in it who's been injured or something like that. So an interesting stat, I think, for the Broncos.
And one more stat that was on the NFL Network screen, I think, Brian, you might have seen it. The Broncos are the first team in history to miss the Super Bowl. To miss the playoffs 5 years in a row after winning the Super Bowl. Enough about the Broncos. The Chargers and the AFC West are in with a pick. And it looks like they're going to get their man at OT. We're just waiting for the pick now from Mr. Goodell. And then it's time to rock and roll, lads. Everybody doing well? Are we all feeling good? 3 a.m. 3 a.m. I think we're doing well, boys.
Well, one other stat, Michael, just kind of the counterpoint column stat on the Broncos there.
Yes.
Cards are coming up at 16. The Cardinals picked quarterbacks in back-to-back years in the first round. The only team in the NFL to have done so other than the Colts back in 82-83 when they took a Mr. John Elway, obviously, in 83 before trading him.
Here's the pick, guys.
Here's the pick.
That's been done the other way.
Yeah, as expected.
So it's Rashawn Slater, yeah?
Yeah. Rashawn Slater.
Rashawn Slater is off to Los Angeles. Los Angeles obviously hosting the Super Bowl next year. Let's see how far the Chargers get. Rashawn Slater is really, guys, an underrated lineman. Look, do you know what? The actual class this year is very deep. He has the ability to be a foundational piece of any team's offensive line. And for the Chargers, Justin Herbert gets his protection that he needs. He actually chose to forego his senior year at Northwestern and declared for the draft this year after a fantastic 2019 season. So he did arguably opt out in that sense. He was very versatile at Northwestern, and over the years, he got around 26 starts for them, but he's got a great work ethic. And he's really been projected to move inside as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he does that there. But he's a powerful, shifty lineman who's got great lateral mobility. And I think this is a guy that the Chargers desperately could use. And I think it will, you can see him if you're watching the live stream right now or the live on NFL Network or Sky Sports or whatever. The guy's a beast. The guy is an absolute unit, a proverbial brick house, as I would say, on live television. But look at this. Look at this. Boys, come on. This is ridiculous. What do you think, Mark?
He is not Penny Sewell, but he is a damn good tackle. Penny Sewell is maybe an all-time great in the making. He reminds me a lot of some of the greats we've seen before. But Rashawn Slater, everything we've seen in the college game, everything we've seen, as you say, in these clips, in terms of the sheer strength of the man, and his athleticism and his nimbleness mean that he has all the traits. In other years, him and Saul would have been up there kind of shining the light on this class. But with all the opt-outs and the strangeness of the draft and kind of almost 2 years of college players almost coming together in some respects, there's been a lot of focus on the quarterbacks, the wide receivers, the flash boys in relation to it. I think the Chargers picked up a great player. I think they're going to protect Justin Herbert as they rightly should do. He throws the prettiest deep ball in the NFL. He still needs time to throw it, and they're investing around the franchise. So well done all round, in my opinion. And yeah, God, I'm glad I'm not in that division with Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert and all these people investing in assets and protecting them. And, God. Sorry, guys.
What do you think, Brian?
Well, look, it's inevitable. We've been talking about for quite some time that we felt that they would take an offensive line guy, and we felt with Penny Sewell drop, but it made sense to go with that, to go with the offensive tackle and protect Herbert going forward. And I think we might see a trade happening very shortly. But I was going to actually touch on the fact that I believe further trades may take place later on in the draft, but we can come back to that shortly. No news just yet on the trade, Michael.
The Jets are coming up.
Yeah, and interesting enough,
that's fine.
Oh dear. Oh.
The Jets are coming up from, in my opinion, the Jets are going to come up and take Quiddy Pay or something along those lines, or potentially the other one that people were Gregory Russo or Jalen Phillips, because I just do a lot of New York sports radio, and whether it's the Giants over the Jets, but a lot of people touched on the fact that Jets' most intriguing pick was not necessarily 2, but at 23, and get themselves up the board.
I'm going to add one other thing in thought into that as well. With the tackle now, with Slater coming off the board, if they're really sold on someone like Darisaw or something, they're coming up to secure him. I think he'd be available later, to be honest, but maybe that's their thinking about protecting Wilson. One last point on the Chargers, though, by the way. Obviously, they have also invested in the line during free agency. We've talked on the show before about Corey Linsley being picked up. Picked up a very good guard as well. So that investment is there long term. But there's all kinds of shenanigans going over with the Spanos family at the moment as well, and lawsuits and litigation and all kinds of long-term doubts about the team. So I don't know, maybe an underlying off-season story if people want something to watch is, does Jeff Bezos finally get his wallet out and finally pick up a team in LA, a glamour side there and everything. So that's an interesting thing, but it's good to see that the team building still is at least is consistent and controlled, even with the drama going on at the ownership level.
Just to confirm, our YouTube was down for one scene for an Alabama player. It was down for 30 seconds.
No, I had some people contact me, ask me, was it going back up? So that's good news. One interesting little piece, sorry you guys to fall back on the Giants again, but not necessarily about the Giants. There's a story going around now that the Giants are running the board in the sense that they've dropped to 20. The Saints are now engaging in conversations with the Giants about moving up to 20 because they're looking to take a quarterback. Trask or Kellen Mullen potentially, but the Giants could be literally walking away with quite a substantial amount of picks this evening to drop back down to go from 11 potentially down to 26, 27 or thereabouts where the Saints are.
Yeah, but Brian, they still need help. Like, it's not like they can keep trading. They do still need to pick up some more talent.
But they will get talent at that pick, Mark. Yeah, best player available, as we touched on during the day with the Bucks at 32. You take best player available.
It's always an interesting one because it's such a risk reward, and if I wonder if the Broncos had their time again on some of those trade backs, would they have would they change their minds? Sometimes trading back is a great thing. You can pick up loads. The Colts have shown that. I think the interesting thing, and look, taking my Broncos hat off, it is good to see a team like the Chargers who have struggled to see them, for their fans and for the league to have new teams kind of come in, new challengers, that it isn't the same faces, and they are a very exciting team to watch. They certainly last year. So the fact that they've upgraded that O-line should mean that Herbert in that, there will be no sophomore slump, I would imagine. And this has just been after the first, nobody kind of trading for a while. This draft has become really interesting in terms of people moving in, moving out, and I think there'll be plenty more trades to happen before we get to pick 32 this evening.
And one of the points we made on the Virgin Media Sports show last night was, as much as we projected as best we could around where we felt players or team needs, the reality is you never really know until the night itself. And here we are again tonight. We're 14, 15 picks in, and we've already seen 4 or 5 very unique surprises already, and more to come.
So the Jets received the 14th overall pick, the 4th round pick, 134th overall. The Vikings received the 23rd overall pick and 3rd round picks, 66th and 86th overall. So the Vikings are going to pick at 23rd, going by my estimation at about 20 past 5. The Jets fans look like they're at a wedding. They look very happy. But going on what Colin said, a lot of variables. It'll be interesting to see what happens, especially, and I think that bottom 10 is going to be intriguing to see what happens. And we're just waiting now for Mr. Goodell to make the pick for the Jets. And this is the first time tonight I'm like, who are they going to pick? Honestly, I'm really thinking it. So
I initially thought defense, but I think we touched on it earlier on. Zach Wilson could be the best quarterback to walk in the door in the Jets building for a long time. But can you keep him up straight? And maybe it is an offensive tackle that they're going to put in front of him.
Let's see. It's we're going well. I think we're actually due to go at this is the second time that my skybox is about to go into standby mode, so that's always a good sign.
I mean, we're all waiting for this is going to be a surprise, but everyone is waiting on to see what the Patriots do.
Oh,
I mean, this is what this is.
Sorry, Colin. I thought you were going to say you're waiting to see what the Giants are going to do at 20.
It is stunning. Here comes Roger, but it is stunning to see what the Patriots are going to do. Here we go. First of all, though, with Mr. Goodell, who's about to make the pick, the second pick of the evening for the New Jersey Jets. Literally put Mark or Brian on mute just to hear it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I suppose a pick that I thought that the Vikings might make themselves. I had gone in our mock draft earlier on that they might well go with Elijah Vera Tucker. He very, very talented. I mean, if he was a few inches taller, a couple of pounds heavier, and slightly longer arms, we'd be talking about him in the same way we're talking about Sewell and Slater. He's played at guard, he's played at tackle. There's a feeling amongst some teams that he might be better suited to guard in the NFL due to arm length, but others believe that he has the talent and the footwork to be a quality tackle. Like what you see in the scouting reports when you read them is balanced, great technique, easy mover, quick, agile, nimble, quick feet, recoverability. Everyone talks about what great feet he has. Solid athlete, and 3-year starter. The worry about him, I suppose, is that the shorter arms, and if he's playing on as a tackle, could edge rushers kind of give him problems. I think a very, very smart pick by the Jets, because he gives them options. He is a guy who's played along the line, and so he has that knowledge. He played 3-year starter, so to me makes a lot of sense that they bring in Broadway Zach, and they are now looking to protect the guy with a very, very athletic O-line guy. So smart move from the Jets.
Here we go.
I think the Patriots have been the quickest team to put their pick in tonight. Just to jump back to the Jets for 1 second. Sorry, Mark, I don't want to steal your moment of thunder. But Joe Douglas, the GM, has been, he's been criticised for the past year and a half. But I think gradually, as things have progressed and they moved Jamal Adams off, the Jets, who was causing a lot of problems, and they got quite a substantial few picks back. You can see gradually they're moving in the right direction, and they've done the sensible thing tonight. They knew the quarterback they were getting. Now they picked, a very good, efficient offensive guard to help protect them. So the Jets, to me, are moving certainly in the right direction.
Yeah. One caveat just before the Jets pick came in, I was about to say, or they could go interior offensive line with Vera Tucker. I'm annoyed I didn't say it, but if they've picked Vera Tucker to be a guard, I love the pick. I think he's solid there. If they've picked him to be a tackle, I would have more doubts around that. Darius or even Little are probably better tackles, and like Colin alluded to in some of his weaknesses, I don't think he's got the qualities there to make it a tackle in the NFL.
Here we go.
We know who this is. We know
only
who
one
this is.
There's only
If
one
they're
pick.
making the pick, there is only one pick.
They're talking about another sponsorship deal that Mark wasn't involved in.
It's about pandemic recovery efforts, if anybody is wondering, which is obviously a fantastic thing.
For the
Will
Patriots,
we just get ready, Mark? Will we just get ready for this? And do you want to start practicing now, or no? I think it would be the most Bill Belichick move ever to not pick Mac Jones. I'm not looking at my phone. I have no idea who they're going to pick. I'm just saying it would be the most Bill Belichick move ever.
We know who.
Michael, he has to.
Why not? He's got Cam Newton.
Not running back to Cam.
I'll trade you Cam Newton for
Here we go. Don't spoil it, boys. Don't. 6-time world champ. Come on.
There you go.
Oh my God, man.
Mac Jones, 75% completion rate with Alabama last year. Heisman Trophy finalist, accuracy, consistency, decision making. All the reasons why people felt that he would go 3 at the 14th.
Had chapter and verse and chapter again from Nick Saban in relation to this guy. I love Michael using that particular clip of Josh McDaniels and Bill Belichick looking on unimpressed with that particular throw. But the stats don't lie, and the tape sometimes does, because his accuracy levels have been off the charts. Some people will question, yes, but he had Smith, he had Waddle, he had almost a pro-capable offensive wide receiver options there. And he won't be having that level of quality in the Patriots wide receivers, but he'll have some handy tight ends. He will, I don't think, start the season. I think he'll give him a chance, obviously, to integrate into the system. But he ticks the boxes. He will do the job. He'll protect the ball. And yes, the Patriots had to do it for cap reasons, for managing the whole thing with the free agency splurge. They've now got a cheap rookie quarterback on a first-round contract, cap controlled, contract controlled for the next 5 years, and they can continue to build again. I don't know if I'm happy or relieved. I think I'm more relieved with the pick than anything, and we'll have to see how it all pans out. Obviously,
would you have preferred to have Mac Jones or Justin Fields?
Justin Fields.
If you were... Okay.
Mark answered that question just as quick as. Mark answered that question just as quick as the Patriots put the pick in.
If Justin Fields had been available with Mac Jones, I think I would have gone with Justin Fields, just because.
Does Mac Jones start the season? Does Mac Jones start as quarterback this season? No.
Cam Newton starts the season.
Until what, game 4?
Yes. Yeah. Like, this is the thing. I said it the other night. This is not the fat kid, for a German kid from The Simpsons, right? Mac Jones is a serious athlete. Like, this is ridiculous, some of the stuff that's been thrown his way. Oh, cool. Mac Jones isn't Usain Bolt. Well, who is? Like, Mac Jones has 77% accuracy. This is Bill Belichick's prototype quarterback. This is the guy who's going to go in with a chip on his shoulder, which is exactly what Belichick wants. To me, and Michael, you were there, we talked to journalists last year, and I kept asking, Cam Newton makes no sense. It didn't fit the system. It never fit the system. And yet they shoehorned him in. I still don't understand why they brought him back. Like, a mobile QB in a Bill Belichick system, that's not what he looks for. So to me, this makes perfect sense. Cam's out the door as soon as they have uploaded the offense, because the terminology will take a while to get into his brain. But I guarantee you, once he's in, he will be starting. They will build that line around him. They'll put a fortress in front of him, and they'll rely on his accuracy. He is incredibly accurate. He's great processing speed. If he is to succeed in the NFL, and there's no guarantee with anyone, but if he's to succeed anywhere, it was going to be with the Patriots.
Sorry, can I make a quick point? Sorry, Colin, and Mark might challenge this, but there was a general consensus in the Reddit reports that Josh McDaniels has been pushing Belichick throughout the years that he wanted a more mobile quarterback when Brady was to eventually move on. And to a certain extent, he might have just said, right, you can have that opportunity last year. It hasn't worked out. Let's go back to what Detroit and tested, which is for us to have a quarterback that fits the system rather than us trying to fit a system around the quarterback.
Cardinals picks in.
I was just going to make one final point. I think it was Ian Rappaport that shared it with us. The intelligence and the readback on how smart Mac Jones is and his recall on plays and everything is something else. It is a pick that comes with danger. He is not a sure thing. He may, be found out at the high level. But as a Patriots fan tonight, with him trade back and we may draft to the quarterback. So 2 for 2 as far as I'm concerned. I'm pretty happy.
Cardinals pick us in, linebacker Zaven Collins, a bit of a reach in my opinion. He was, muted to go around 24 beyond. Very strange, in my opinion. I felt they would have addressed the secondary with Caleb Farley. He has risks and concerns around the fact that he hadn't played for 600 days. Still, on his day, he is believed to be the second best cornerback in the league, but teams are obviously shying away from him because of his back injury. Zaven Collins, I saw him mute with Washington at 19, but that was the earliest I saw him in the draft order. So for him to go at 16, for me, is a bit of a reach.
Big reach, massive reach, 16. I thought he would go anywhere from 30 to 45. I'm shocked at that. But fair play. A lot of people just aren't giving Caleb Farley the time of day. I mean, Colin, do you think that's a surprising pick there for the Cardinals?
I don't because you look at Caleb Farley's injury. Like, yes, he is supremely talented, but if guys can't play, like, what good is it? We've seen it with Bryce Callahan. Bryce Callahan is one of the top slot corners in the NFL, but Bryce Callahan has never played a full season. So to me, I get why teams are reticent. Farley absolutely has the talent. I suppose for the Cards, though, I'm a little surprised that, like Brian, that they haven't looked to address something else in the secondary. They brought in another linebacker. They brought in Isaiah Simmons last year. I would have some concerns around their defensive coordinator, who spent a bit of time in Denver, and we saw how that went. Isaiah Simmons came on a little bit towards the end of the season, so they may, certainly they have two young quality linebackers there now, so you would expect them to be stronger in that area. But losing Patrick Peterson, you would have to wonder what they're going to do at cornerback.
I can't get it. We did our quick first 16 pick mock earlier, and I picked Caleb Farley for the Cardinals at this position. I thought it was an ideal fit. I thought it fit the scheme. I thought it fit every part of it. I know, Brian, you were all saying it, guys. I mean, but this does feel like a reach. This, JC Horn earlier on felt like a stretch and felt like they were, wasn't the right call at the right particular time back there. But this feels like overdrafting a player. They could have comfortably dropped back if there was any kind of offer there and still picked up Collins later on. They must love him for some reason. He doesn't show up on tape the same way. There was a big gap between Micah Parsons and the rest of the linebackers in this draft. But best thing is we don't know until they get on the field. So it doesn't feel like a great pick now, but let's fast forward a couple of years and see how it all plays out for them. But yeah, what are they going to do at corner? Maybe they can ask Denver for a lender one or two, because you got a few boys.
He certainly. I mean, Collins. I certainly had seen him in some of the mock draft going in and around this space. In and around 18 to 20. So maybe it's slightly above that, but I do think he's a talented linebacker, and I suppose a lot of it comes down to, like, do you feel that somebody is a good fit for your system? Have you done your homework on him and you feel that, like, this is the kind of guy we want to bring into the locker room? Maybe they were really high on the corners who are already off the board potentially, but it certainly is an area that they will have to address.
Raiders on the clock at the minute. We'll get the pick in as soon as possible. 1:55. Just going back on that Stephen Collins point, boys. I think for the Cardinals, who really started the whole bandwagon off when they got JJ Watt, which really ruined my night when we had to go live. Good crack. This is a really good pickup for him. He's so versatile as well, and his football intelligence is fantastic. I'd recommend for anybody, I'm not going to start talking about it now, but anybody, read into his backstory. His mum done a fantastic interview last week about him, but he won the Bronco Nagurski Trophy, which is awarded to the nation's best defensive player. And there is my 3 cents. Or pennies up here.
No, I was just going to say, sorry, just before we wrap up on this pick, Jamal Davis, on last week's show, I suggested that Micah Parsons might be the first linebacker pick. There's people out there that say that Jamal Davis would be the next linebacker off the board and will actually have the better career of the two. And for the fact that he now is probably going to be the third pick. So it is, what you're saying, Colin, and I get the point that you've seen potentially mock drafts him being in that range. No one honestly genuinely thought he would be the second linebacker to go. They all thought he would be the third one.
And Brian, don't forget the Notre Dame linebacker Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah in there.
Yeah,
I mean, he's again, I would have had him before Collins, so I would have had him far further down the list, to be honest.
And the Raiders. Sorry, Michael. The Raiders being the Raiders, maybe they are the ones that will take that gamble on Caleb Farley, and take him a cornerback, because defensively they need a lot of work as well.
They do, but I mean, and they are the type of team that might, but they need starters. They need guys who can be there and play every down. So that would be my concern. Absolutely, he's incredibly talented, probably the most talented of them. But if a guy's not going to be on the field for you, that's a big concern.
It's the Raiders. Let's pick a name out of a hat.
No. It's clear. Quitty Pay. They have.
It has to be Quitty Pay. But just don't be surprised if it's somebody that you think.
Yeah, but 21 sacks last season. They need help there. It's kind of like, if only we hadn't traded away Khalil Mack. Like
here we go. Here comes Roger.
Great pick if it is. Great pick if it is Pay. Great pick.
With the 17th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Alex Leatherwood.
Alex Leatherwood, Alabama tackle. A big reach. People felt that he would go.
Alex Leatherwood.
Quick feet kind of guy, big experienced guy. He's been there for 3 or 4 years before he got his opportunity to go into the draft. They were saying potentially him 26 beyond, maybe top of the second round. Kind of guy I was talking about last week with the Chiefs at 31 that they could look at, but obviously they went a different direction, bringing Orlando Brown. But look, Derek Carr was good last year, but he had difficulty at times in being looked after, and they've made a decision to protect their quarterback. And maybe this kind of points to the fact that Gruden is comfortable with Carr as a quarterback in the long term.
Yeah,
big shock.
But it's the Raiders. I think, Michael, you're right. Like, I mean, this is the thing. Like, Mayock and Gruden have just been so unpredictable, and they gave him that 10-year, $100 million contract. I mean, surely if you're a Raiders fan at this point, you're scratching your head going, what are we doing? We're blowing up the line. We've got like all sorts of issues. And this is kind of what we're picking. I had not seen this one. And then looking through like the various mock drafts, I will say I did actually find one. I found Zaven Collins going for the Cardinals at 16. So some people had it out there, but I didn't see this pick anywhere. This is truly the Raiders being the Raiders.
I tweeted at number 9 that I was stunned. Sorry, Mark. I tweeted at number 9 that I was stunned. I'm not stunned here. The Raiders are going to Raider, and that's all I'm really.
I mean, when we did the draft show on Virgin earlier in the week, I kind of called out. I said, like, the Raiders are now the random X factor. I mean, like, Jerry's not crazy anymore, and yes, Al Davis isn't there just saying just win, baby. But Mayock and Gruden have taken over the reins, and they have made some bizarre personnel decisions. This one is definitely up there. Like, this is bizarre when you consider some of the players who are on. As I say, Quiddy Pay will make entirely a load of sense for them in this regard. Yes, they lost Trent Brown to the back to the Patriots, or trading him back to the Patriots, I should say. And some of their previous line moves haven't worked out. But Christian Darrisaw is still on the board, for Christ's sake, guys. Like, I know Alabama playing a lot of big games, and we might even see 6 or 7 Alabama players drafted in the first round. But his play didn't deserve that level of a first-round pick.
Miami have made that pick very quickly, which to me is a similarity to the Patriots scenario where they can't believe that Quiddy Pay is on the board, and they're saying,
"Yep,
let's get him." Which is,
I think, yeah.
I just
what Mark said there. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Brian.
I had a text from a Giants fan saying if Quiddy Pay is still there at 20 and the Giants walk away with Quiddy Pay at a first-round pick for next year, Dave Gettleman deserves a medal. But I don't think that's going to materialize because I think he's going here at 18. Sorry, Michael. Go ahead.
I think there's too many. I understand Nick Saban, Alabama, but that pick there was ridiculous. And if they go and pick Quiddy Pay, I actually think that's just. I can't see how you can come out and explain to your fans about that. I would say that about any team there, whether that was the Dolphins in that situation. I would say about any. I think I'm just scratching my head at that. But yeah, you're right. Quiddy Pay. Probably going to be the pick for the Dolphins. Here comes Roger.
And it's funny, and you said that Mike Mayock, who for years was sitting on the other side of the fence on NFL Network, he's forced to kind of challenge teams who do picks like that. Here come the Dolphins.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen
Jalen Phillips. I projected him at 21 to the Coles guys. He was my player when we earlier on in the evening where we discussed which player were we going to keep an eye out for. Jalen Phillips, and there he is, very unique looking picture of him. But look, this is the guy that went from UCLA to Miami, and he's going to stay in Miami now, which is a perfect fit for him. And people challenge
him before, getting a bit zoned in on Quiddy Pay, I know, and we like the name necessarily, but this is a great pick. And look, if you're a Dolphin fan tonight, obviously in the trades and the business you've done, you picked up further future picks again, Laramie Tunsil, the gift that keeps on giving, and you're walking out with Jalen Waddle and Jalen Phillips. Like it's a lovely bit of business tonight. Top class edge rusher, top class wide receiver. Finns fans should be very happy on Thursday night's business.
Yeah, the only concerns for them are probably around the medical concerns. Both players obviously at times suffered serious injuries. Both, have come back and shown that they can overcome it. The concussions one, obviously a little bit of a worry, but by all accounts, if he hadn't had those, this was the top edge rusher in this class. A class that, probably didn't have a standout, like we've seen in previous years. But really that was because for Phillips, there were these medical concerns. I think for Miami, what Flores is doing there, certainly on paper looks very good. They should be very strong next year. It all comes down to them. The question is around Tua, and can Tua really take that step up? But it looks like they're building a really strong team there. You would expect them to maybe overcome the heartbreak that they had around missing the playoffs last season, and you really think that they should be a playoff team in 2021.
Yeah, I really like this pick for them. I think it's a fantastic pick for them. Obviously, he's a one-year starter at Miami. He was previously over in California, lined up at left defensive end and head coach Manny Diaz's scheme. Standing up and rushing with his hand on the ground. He actually medically
still there, which we expected to be towards the end of the first round. Olajari is there, who I rate as a very explosive potential pass rusher there. So, we're into the playoff teams now, basically, and the rich keep getting richer. Like, there's a lot of great talent still there. I think with players like the Raiders overreach, for example, Caleb Farley's still on the board, there's going to be a few players they didn't expect to still be around. And we might see a bit of movement around these 20 picks, etc., with teams just jockeying for position a little bit, and obviously the tariff is a little bit less to pay. Interesting to see what the Ravens do in the next while. Obviously, they've got two of these late picks at the bottom and extra assets, so maybe they start to maneuver around the board a little bit more as well.
We know that Washington aren't going to go defense because they're stacked. I know there's been a kind of few storylines around the fact that they might go linebacker, but they were arguably one of the best defenses last year. So will they just be the first running back off the board? Maybe it's Harris from Alabama, or maybe they go wide receiver and take Bateman from Minnesota because he's been muted to them as well, and give themselves another opportunity with Fitzpatrick to give him more weapons in the offense, because their defense predominantly was the reason why they won that division last year. So this one's an intriguing one because they can go so many ways.
Turning into the Alabama draft, isn't it? Najee Harris will probably go in the next 2 or 3 picks, but the pick is in from Washington. Any other predictions, boys?
It's tough to know. I mean, they could go Owusu Koromoa from Notre Dame potentially. He is there, and if they're looking to add a defensive piece who can kind of move around, and Ron Rivera would have a lot of fun with, that might be an area to keep an eye on. Would certainly be a good addition to a team that is very strong. I mean, they're the quarterbacks are off the board for them, so they're going to go now with Ryan Fitzpatrick. So I guess it's about strengthening that defense at this point.
Thank you to Julio for your comment. Looking good, guys. Thank you, Julio. Been up for 22 hours at this point. Hang in there, he says. We will hang in there. Thank you, Julio. Gracias.
Julio hasn't checked the time in the last while, has he?
Washington don't have as many difference makers available to them on the offensive side, because obviously the run of people there. Maybe someone like Elijah Moore if they're looking for someone dynamic out of the slot. But practically speaking, I mean, yeah, I actually see some of the defensive players still like make your strength even stronger and lean into it. You can always win the game 3-0 with Ryan Fitzpatrick, just as long as he doesn't throw any pick sixes.
Pick is in, guys.
Picks in.
Yeah. Michael, do you want it?
Yeah, I can't pronounce his surname, but okay. Jamin Davis. Yeah, Jamin, no?
Well,
Jamin?
We're not jamming tonight, but no, sorry, I made the point a couple of
Jamin.
minutes ago that Jamin Davis was expected to be the second linebacker off the board before Collins went to the Cars, and people have said that he would be potentially be the better linebacker of him and Parsons. So quite surprised, but he hasn't dropped too far down. 16.
Kentucky.
But it's a good pick, and it is a need that I felt they would look to address. But a stacked defense and another player. But again, surprised that he's the third linebacker and not the second one.
This is a guy that exploded in 2020, boys. Had a really, really good season, and let's just say, I think he's going to have a very, very quick jump into the NFL. There's a lot of untapped potential in his game as well, which is going to give Washington that real edge, I think, here. But look, he has the ceiling of a starter. Will he start the season? I don't know, but it's a good pick for Washington. Colm, do you think he'll start the season in Washington, or what's your thoughts? 102 tackles, 3 interceptions in 2020, and led Kentucky for tackles in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they might go with the kid from Notre Dame, but going with a linebacker makes a lot of sense. I think some of the concern, like for this guy, I've seen a lot of comparisons in some ways to what he does well. It's similar to Parsons. He's really quick. He's really explosive. He lacks a bit of experience, and the diagnosis of plays at times is a bit of a concern. But in fairness to linebackers, like that's. PFF did a really interesting piece around this about how the linebacker position becomes so much more difficult to play in recent years with the run pass options, with the offenses becoming much better at disguising what exactly they're doing. For linebackers, they have got to do everything. Like previously, they were just kind of there to whatever came through, a fullback, maybe a running back. Now they've got to do it all. That quickness is so important. So having somebody who's explosive makes a lot of sense. And we've seen the importance of having a side-to-side linebacker, as they're referred to. I think a good pickup for Riverboat Ron, and they will look to build on what they achieved last season.
So I'm going to be cautious, and I don't give this comparison by way of hyperbole. I'm just trying to give a comparison to the options that are available. We were very fortunate when we were doing our Super Bowl show to be talking to Mike Singletary, and we tried to give Mike a lot of praise. And he basically called out and said, well, hey, the point of the 4-6 defense was I should be free on every play. And it's quite easy when you got Dan Hampton and Fridge Perry and Richard Dent up front busting holes for you. When you've got someone this athletic and capable, he's going to have a field day with that Washington defense and the damage they can cause up front. Obviously, Chase Young is the linchpin of that. But it's not only obviously a good pickup for Washington in terms of the quality of player and, as Collins alluded to, the athleticism, the side-to-side capability, but the explosiveness. It's a good pickup for him. It's going to be a great fit in terms of the talent that's already around, and he's going to have free reign in some respects, hopefully, to show off his talents there in Washington. NFC least last year, Brian, but it's certainly looking interesting with some of these first rounders we expect to see.
Yeah, and the Giants are on the clock at the moment, and potentially maybe they do go offensive line because there's one falling down the list, and people thought he'd go at 12, 13, and then defensively they're even saying now potentially Kwity Paye isn't the pick, but at this stage, who knows? I have no more to keep at this stage, Mark. It's literally 3 or 4 players being pulled out of the list here, and Greg
Rosso would be one good one. Caleb Farley would be nice.
No, we're okay with cornerback, I think. But the problem is, Mark, they've literally NFL Network. If we don't know, and NFL Network don't know, because they've literally put 10 players on the screen there. Is it like it can be one of these 10? So
they look, Brian.
Well, Brian, you were talking earlier about
they look like they're waiting for a phone call.
No, it looks like they're going to remain as is because the clock is ticking down. And as I touched on earlier, you're hitting 1 minute, 2 minutes. At that stage, there's nothing coming. So Pick is in. Giants picked. So we now wait.
Here we go. The pick is in. And our friend Rap Sheet is on television. Good to chat to Ian last week. Don't know how he pulled it off, but sure, that's a different conversation for a different show. 3:42 a.m. in Ireland. Also 3:42 a.m. in the north as well. We don't have a different time zone yet, the EU, but again, different podcast, different times. Mark, you're hanging in there.
Just about, Michael. And sorry, I was just catching up on Patriots Twitter and websites there, and people going various
Messiah?
different, various different levels of Messiah. I mean, somebody pointing out quite rightly, it was like Belichick is 69 years old. He needs another quarterback before he dies. Was actually one of the comments. So
Jesus Christ!
bit
Any chance, Roger? Any chance?
The other one that amused me is someone is calling out, like anybody giving out about Jones being the 5th quarterback. Don't forget Marino was the 6th quarterback drafted in 1983. I mean, lads, I stretch sometimes for a stat or two, but like that's pushing
That's
it.
really pushing.
What number was Tom Brady? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, Tom Brady was the Brady 6. He was the 7th quarterback picked in 1999, of course. So Brady 6.
I'm impressed that somebody's getting a phone call that time in the morning. Can I just put that out there?
That was actually that was Dave Gelman ringing me to make sure I'm happy with the pick.
That was Bill giving me the heads
Oh
up.
God.
Mark, it's interesting you asked me about the Giants, and for years on end, as long as you know me, I always have an opinion on everything. But this particular moment, I'm quite, who knows what way we're going to go. And here comes Roger. So,
And I'm putting this on mute because Brian is 8 seconds ahead of me, and I want to look at his face when we see the pick. Even I'm on mute. Let's have a look. I'm behind Brian for 8 seconds.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, in the New York Giants will draft the New York Giants wide receiver Kadarius Toney, wide receiver Florida.
A wide receiver? Well, Brian, there's your future Hall of Famer.
Kadarius Toney. A lot of people were saying he would be the 4th quarterback off the board, and they felt he would go in the latter stages. And last week when we were discussing potential wide receivers that could go beyond the first 3, he was one that was muted coming out of Florida. But it's weird because they moved, at 11 I felt we could potentially go wide receiver, but when we got to this stage I felt they would have addressed other needs such as the offensive line and defense. But they put
it's a surprising pick. Let's be honest. I mean, it might be a good pick. I'm just saying it's a surprising pick.
It is. It might be a surprising pick in the sense that we want to put more weapons around Daniel Jones, but the fundamentals, as I keep touching on, when the Lions were picking at 7, was you put attacking in front of him, or we address the defensive needs, because was Williams got 11.5 sacks last year. Jones haven't had a predominantly defensive end for 10 years since we won the Super Bowl, and it's pretty much a sack by committee team. So it's a very interesting week. To me, it's a bit of a reach at 20. There's people muting. He would have went bottom end of the first, early second, but I'll let you lads make a run at this one.
Look, I mean, Colin, we've seen a few deep dives already, haven't we?
I mean, this is it's a surprising one, because especially, I mean, at the top end, right, the really top class wide receivers, you can understand, I suppose, teams going for those. But as you move towards the back end of the first round, that's where you think you can find value in the second round. So I am a little surprised, given what the Giants kind of needed, that they have done it. Only time will tell, but it didn't feel like, unless it was going to be one of the absolute superstars that happened to fall their way, that they would go wide receiver. It seemed like they'd given Jones the weaponry that he needed. I thought they might go another direction, but we will have to see.
I mean, I'm already looking forward to August, and Brian, I mean this in a good way. I'm already looking forward to August and hearing your talk about this guy for fantasy. Obviously, going up with Kenny Golladay, John Ross, Darius Slayton, Sterling Shepard. I mean, there's enough.
That's the point. That's the point. It's been the point from day one. And I know that people are saying, well, the Giants are going to pick a wide receiver at 11, but you bear in mind that these 3 wide receivers that have been discussed for weeks and months on end in the top 15 are arguably deemed to be probably the best wide receivers that have come out for quite some time. So you could take it in the sense that, okay, we take one of these wide receivers because you're getting an absolute stud wide receiver. But at 20, you haven't traded down. You're doing it. Most fans would think you're doing it because you're addressing other needs within the team, whether it's offensive line or defense. So to take another wide receiver on top of an already stacked. So we're either going to be an absolutely very explosive offense that wins games 40-34, or we're going to be, it's a complete mismatch.
We have a question here. I'll start with Colin from the King of Lurgan, Michael Lavery. Who do we, by the way, what was it again? Yes, Michael, because it's 3:48 a.m. Arlene Foster was in more Ulster finals than Armagh over the last 6 years. Michael was saying, who do we think is the next suspect to move up? Will anybody trade back into the first round? Any ideas, Colin?
In terms of teams that might look to move up, I mean, depending on the Broncos have a need, given that they're obsessed with defense. They have a need at linebacker. Could that be an area that they might look to trade back up into? Potentially, we know that the Saints were looking to move up. That obviously didn't happen for them, but those potentially too. So we will see what happens.
So Michael, I just want to make one more point with the Giants. I don't want to linger too long because I know there's other teams coming up and we tend not to talk about our teams too much. But I did say to Colin today that the general consensus coming out of New York was the Giants were going to pick a wide receiver, and that story has come to pass because they have selected wide receivers. So it must have been a case of we'll take whatever the best one is on the board at that particular time, and that's what they've done.
Let's see what happens. Have you any other predictions, Brian, for the I guess the final 10-12 tonight?
I still think that one more quarterback might go off the board. I think someone, whether it's the Saints taking Trask or Kellen Mond, I think it might be a bit of a reach, but I think one of them might just come back up, or maybe potentially the Ravens are probably the most intriguing team left at 27 and 31. Will they try use that 31 to move up if some player becomes available? But I believe they will go wide receiver 27. And now to me it'll be Bateman from Minnesota. Sorry.
The pick is in for the Colts. We're just waiting to hear. Russell Wilson's chatting away at the minute. Do you remember the absolute carnage that we had about 3 hours ago? About the Broncos, the Seahawks, and the Packers and stuff. Could be an interesting weekend. Colts are on the clock. Obviously, pick is in. I mean, Colin, what do the Colts even need? I mean, are we talking about
pass rush? That I imagine is where they're going to go. There's plenty of pass rush talent still there. So that would be my thinking is where they're going to go, unless I don't see how else they could go, really. I think it has to be pass rush.
I would suggest potentially offensive line because Anthony Costanzo has retired and there's a hole there. And with Wentz coming in from Philadelphia, who struggles over the past few years with weak offensive lines. Tevin Jenkins was the guy I put up on the show when we had Stephen Holder on from The Athletic, who reports on behalf of the Colts. And Derishaw, who was looked at 13-14 because he felt Slater was off the board, is still there. So he's an intriguing offensive line guy. So one of them. But yeah, I think Colin is a fair point as well. We keep saying Kwity Paye, he's going to fall at some stage, isn't he?
He's the guy tonight that really has felt. I thought he would go a bit higher. Here, just what you said there, Tevin Jenkins, whoever gets him, fantastic prospect, that guy.
Another thing as well, just to bear in mind now, so many mock drafts had Kwity Paye going to the Vikings at 23. Having traded back to allow the Jets to move up, they could still potentially get him at 23. So, they walk away with the player they wanted, which is what I thought the Giants would do at 20. But
just want to take this opportunity before the Colts make their pick. We have got to 5,000 viewers tonight on Twitter. Incredible. Muchas gracias. Gurmy and Margaret, thank you very much. Very tired. We've only got a stream going to 5, but I can edit it, so we're going to 5:30 or 6 o'clock. And we can see what happens. And Mark is back. Sorry, Mark. And he's away again. So we will bring him back whenever he's in. Also, folks, it's good to have Trust on board as well. All of our equipment tonight is from Trust, and we massively appreciate the help that they're giving us in regards to improving our content. HD camera, you can see my fantastically awake eyes right now as well. And Colum's lovely yellow shirt. And while we're talking about that, while we're waiting for the pick as Roger comes in, there was a lovely comment from Luke Kelly at 120. I think we've already said it, but Colum looks like he's getting ready to manage the team. So the Colts pick is coming in now. Over to Brian, who's 8 seconds ahead of me, even though I'm paying probably more than he is a month for Sky. Go on ahead, Brian. Turn it up. Oh.
Quiddy Pay. Yep.
Quiddy Pay. Lads, I mean, I'll just start off here if that's it. I mean, this guy for the Colts is gonna be unreal. Seriously. This guy, Quiddy Pay, was born in a refugee camp in the Republic of Guinea. Am I pronouncing that correct? Guinea? Yeah. On the western coast of Africa, after his mother, who Agnes, fled war-torn Liberia. He has never met his father, and then his mom moved him and his older brother to Rhode Island in May 1999. Anyway, give or take, big beast. This guy's a 3-star defensive end out of high school. He was a number 29 weak side defensive end in the country when he came out of high school. Number 1 recruit in the state of Rhode Island at the time. In terms of his strengths, guys, this guy is a slivery athlete who uses his lateral quickness to work around blocks and knife through gaps. He uses his hand to dispose of blockers' risks at the top of the rush. He gets underneath blockers to create movement. He extends to lock out and shut down edge runs. He was voted the 2020 team captain by his teammates at the Michigan Wolverines. Hello, Coach Harborough. His coaches praised his locked-in attitude, coachability, and all-about play style. He's experienced lining up on the edges, inside over center, and dropping as a spying linebacker. His toolbox isn't that deep right now, but he has serious potential, and he could be somebody to look at significantly in the future.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. He hasn't been as productive as his skill set suggests he should be. He gets into the backfield, but he just hasn't translated it. I think the Colts are I suppose banking on the potential and the fact that they hope they can mold him. He has the physical traits. He is very quick. He has that explosive burst and that ability to get by. So you think that if they can mold him, he certainly has the raw talents. He is experienced. He only had 19 starts in college. I mean, that's one of the things about this draft that because of the way last season played out, a lot of these guys are very raw. So the boom and bust will be a lot more severe this year, you feel, and for that reason, sometimes teams are going to have to take a chance on somebody like Quiddy Pay. So I think gives the Colts, I suppose, an intriguing prospect at a position of need.
Well, yeah, the Colts need a defensive end. You called it out, Colin, even before the pick came in, and we were joking about when he would get picked, but it's a surprise to a certain extent that he's fallen at down to 21. But I think the Colts will be delighted because they've picked up addressing a need, and it's a great story, as Mike has alluded to, the fact of what's gone on in his younger days and to where he's come to today. But you have to look at the coverage for him playing in Michigan, as you said, getting across the field, defensive end, turning people inside out. He looks like a player that could potentially be a real fit for the Colts in a division where it's going to be competitive against the Titans.
The Titans on the clock now. The Irish Titans, hello gentlemen, are now on the clock. There is a little bit of news column from the Broncos. Might read it out if Mark doesn't mind or Brian doesn't mind. Mike Clint's saying after acquiring Teddy Bridgewater yesterday, George Payton cooled the quarterbacks for number 9 pick. Didn't give up on Drew Locks, or I'm not going to read that. Anyway, that blows that out of the water.
If acquiring Teddy Bridgewater meant you cooled on the QBs in the draft, that is an enormous concern.
You said cool there like Dickie Rock. Cool, he's cool, yeah.
The Rodgers thing, and I know at this stage of the night it's probably not even worth discussing, but I would just say, do we honestly believe the Rodgers deal had to have taken place before the draft started? Would the Packers be immediately looking for the first round pick this year in order to do a deal? Like, there was no way at 20 to 1 in the morning airtime before the draft started that deal was going to take place. But do you know what these deals require with agents and teams and agreeing that it's not to say that the deal is off the table. Maybe it will happen later in the offseason. certainly for me means he won't be there next year. And
I think it'll rumble on, yeah.
Yeah, but it's kind of untenable then. I wouldn't put it in the Deshaun Watson sweepstakes because of even prior to all the stuff that's gone on in the background leading up to the fact that he said he was never going to play in Houston again. It was becoming untenable and you'd have to move him on. I don't think it's going to get to that stage, but the Packers will have to make a decision very soon.
Well, Schefter said earlier that Rodgers said he wouldn't go back. I mean, now Rodgers may roll back on that and say, look, this all got blown out of proportion. We'll have to see. The only thing is that, like, I think if he didn't go before this draft, you're talking about picks in 22, 23, 24. That's a bit more, like if teams are looking at that, that's a bit, might be a bit rich for a guy, obviously, who's heading towards 40. I think potentially in some stage Jordan Love is going to have to start. So they were always going to have to make a decision on Aaron Rodgers. And it'll be interesting to see what they do in the bottom half of this draft now. But maybe they will kiss and make up a la Russell Wilson for this year. And then next off season, we could see everyone on the move all of a sudden.
They might give him the wide receiver he desperately has been asking for years to please him, to save him after the few hours that we've had leading up to the draft.
Well, welcome back, Mark. You missed it. The Giants picked a wide receiver.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I had familial and then technical difficulties. But yeah, I was about to say I didn't realize that the Giants had changed their logo to the Colts logo there. I must admit, I'm sad I missed Brian's reaction. I'm sure he was delighted with that.
What is going on now? Oh, come on.
Do you want to tell the guys or will I?
You tell them. I'm not talking about this.
Yeah, the pick is in. Relax. They put a band on the stage. Michael thought they were going for an end of quarter break, but no, the pick is in. The Titans are on the clock and the pick is in. So.
They're singing, as Homer Simpson said. Why are they singing? I really want to know. It's 4 a.m. and we're only at pick 22. Going live at 11 o'clock seems like a very good idea right now.
Indeed. We also have reached that stage of the evening where even the North American Twitter has slowed considerably. I think the NFL may have totally what made last year so, I think, engaging as well for people was it was so quick, right? The picks happened. You didn't have Kings of Leon playing an entire Bruce Springsteen-esque 4-hour marathon concert, which I'm not entirely sure why they thought that was a good idea. I think people want it like this. This feels like those Champions League drafts the draws,
like 15 minutes in, you're like,
come on, just draw it at this point.
This is like the Eurovision halftime.
We're here for the picks, but also, we also have merchandise as well. We should be flogging Michael at 4 a.m. as well. People,
we have a T-shirt. If you're in America, it says, "What do you mean by the refrigerator?" And it's a legendary quote here. Oh, by the way, Brian can't ruin this, so here we go. Can you all hear this?
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Caleb Farley.
Oh,
overdue
Caleb,
and
Aloysius.
Necessary pickup for them as well with Malcolm Butler's departure, of course.
Mark, a lot of talk, albeit talk, about his injury history.
Yeah, and look, we're not NFL doctors, we're not medical professionals, so we've no view whatsoever. I've been surprised, obviously, as I said, I would have ranked him number 2 above Horn personally. He to me has all the right attributes, and again, he's gone to a good place to succeed, because if anyone needed to revolutionize their defense, and they've got the right coach there, Mike Vrabel, to do it, it was the Tennessee Titans. They were an abomination last season, frankly, on defense. I think I described them as evidence of the black holes. And Caleb Farley will instantly improve that in itself. Obviously, they splashed down Bud Dupree in the offseason as well. So clear where their focus is going to be. I think he's a great player. But yeah, you're right, Michael. I mean, look, players have slipped because of injury concerns many times in the past. A famous tight end from Arizona slipped down to the second round because of concerns about his back and back surgeries he'd actually had. Caleb Farley isn't in that category. Of course, he needs his flexibility to play corner. To me, and what I've seen on tape, I think he's there and he's still got it. And obviously, the Tennessee Titans doctors agree.
Hello. Caleb Farley is going
He's
to
back. I'm back.
Titans.
Sorry, Caleb Farley.
Colin.
Yeah, he's. This is the talent-wise the best cornerback in the draft. But the medical concerns are the reason that he slipped. The Titans are a team that are willing to roll the dice on guys. I think they did it with Jeffrey Simmons as well. So they'll bank on the fact that they will be able to see him on the field enough. He is everything that you want in a cornerback. He should be, if he's fit, he will be a day one starter. But it will be almost 600 days since he played competitive football. That has to give you pause for thought. If he can get back to where he was, obviously, this is a fantastic pick.
They said when they were discussing his attributes, he could cover tight ends and wide receivers. And arguably, when they put the quarterback stats together and focused on them being drafted, they don't necessarily say they can cover tight ends and wide receivers. And to your point, Colin, if he's fit, he's definitely, if not the best, second best cornerback in the league, and he's fallen down. And but within that season when he did play before the back injury, he did play 12 of the 13 games. So when he is fit, he is on the field every week. It's just a case of keeping him fit. And obviously the fact that he's opted out for that year hasn't helped the situation, along with an injury where he's going to go straight into training camp, bearing in mind the significance of the operation injury that he's had, a back injury. They're not going to be rushing him in. So he's the kind of player you would expect that he would emerge towards the back end of the season for the Titans. But it's not surprising that the Titans have taken a flyer on him, because I'd imagine they're looking at, okay, fine, first season, but they're looking long term. Jackson's gone to the Giants, Butler's gone to the Cardinals. They've let a few other guys go. They have serious concerns in secondary, and they're probably looking at the long term picture that he's, established himself within the team towards the back end of next season with a long term view.
Boys, am I mute? No, good. A small bit of news. It turns out you can only go live on Twitter for 6 hours now. Whoops. We have until 5:25 a.m. I think we might get there, but it's going to be tight. Just a heads up. So we might have to end it at pick 28 or pick 29. Just a heads up. But I can see Mark looks very happy at that news.
Michael, I've already had every single one of my kids up at the moment. I'm just waiting to get to the point where one of them is up for the day. Oh, look, a phone call.
Sweet Jesus. 5:25 BST or IST, depending where you are. That is when we will have to depart the stage, but a 6-hour broadcast. And starting to feel it. So we're in pick, 23 now? We are. Boys, still a lot of videos to put out here. The graphics, and stuff for players that haven't been. There's been some weird picks from 15 to now, and it's just interesting.
I think tomorrow morning I don't even know we'll be able to give it a true evaluation at 11 a.m. in the morning, because there's so many picks, including the Broncos, the Giants. I think the only team of the three teams that we support actually picked the player that we expected to pick is Mark's team. We're going to have some serious evaluation on some of the picks tomorrow morning to actually try to understand exactly why they've gone that route instead of what we thought they would. So, was most teams have picked by and large positions that we felt they would address, they haven't picked a player in which we thought they would pick to address that situation.
Yeah, indeed.
Now, the Vikings are on the clock at 23 after that trade out from the Jets.
They are, and live pictures from the war room for the Vikings. Clearly, a lot going on.
I feel a bit like Bill Belichick. I do feel a bit like Bill Belichick in a way, Michael Collin, because my dog has remained loyal to me throughout the whole night and sat here beside me, looking at me as if like, why aren't you in bed? And why am I not in my own little bed? There you go.
There's a couple of comments coming in here. Somebody at what a username At Big Daddy's Haribo. How possible is Rodgers to the Broncos now? You gotta believe, mate. You gotta believe. And Michael Lavery, King of Lurgan, says, "Sure, you're back at 11 a.m." We are, Michael. I think Michael's going to come on tomorrow night to talk a bit about Seattle and who they picked in this draft tonight.
It's always good to have Michael on sharing this, especially the fact the Seahawks aren't picking in the first round. Here's the Vikings now.
Christian Darrisaw has been selected by the Minnesota Vikings. A very interesting pick and a guy that I personally really like. Who wants to jump on this one?
Well, like jumping on from the point of view that he was arguably, he's a third offensive tackle that people felt would go off the board, but people felt he would go at such a bigger, I suppose, a higher place in the draft. He was potentially looked at 15 to 20, give or take, but like he last year he was second year all-team American and quality player, and I think the Vikings have done a very good thing. They're going to protect Cousins. They've dropped from 14 down to 23, and have picked up a player that arguably could have been going in and around that spot. So, you look at the production there. You look at what you're watching on the screen. His blocking abilities there to allow running backs to get through the holes is second to none, and that's what the Vikings have needed, because Cousins too many times last year was not held upright and sacks leading them to not win games.
And this is a guy that really went unnoticed out of high school, but developed very quickly for the Hokies, for Virginia Tech in the last 3 seasons, obviously earning the attention of the scouts in the process. But he really shows efficient slide quickness and pass protection, and he really is a bulldozer in the run game. I think he needs to be more consistent, but he's got great body control. And he has the torque to be an NFL starter at guard or at tackle. Colin, any thoughts on Christian Darrisaw?
He's very, very talented. He is quick. He's a good athlete. Physically he's very, 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 very good. The probably the thing that cost him and why he's not like taking that next jump to where he could, given his physical skill set, is he's not nasty. He is not the mean, horrible guy who wants to really bury guys into the ground, like say Tevin Jenkins is. I mean, Jenkins just hates rushers and guys coming through. So that would be potentially the only downside to him, but in terms of his skill set and the physical side of things, very, very good, and should help the Vikings out. I think Kirk Cousins gets a lot of stick, which, given his contract, you can understand a little bit. But Kirk Cousins is he's certainly not elite, but he is a very good quarterback.
Basically, I have to give a shout out to John, who is in Denver. He has been replying to every tweet that we put out for the last hour saying fire George Payton, and he now has tweeted me saying, why am I not calling him out? So John, you've been called out. It's 4:10 in the morning. We'll talk about that in tomorrow night show. Thank you very much for your participation this evening. The pick is in for the Steelers. Bry, what are we thinking?
I'm taking Najee Harris from the running back from Alabama. I said it about 2 weeks ago on the show. In fact, I think on the night itself, when I called it out, I went to put a few quid on him at 5-1. So I'm actually hopeful that it is the pick. But the fact that they made the pick so quickly, to me, means it's an absolute inevitable one. And here comes Roger now.
I think it's Travis Etienne. Saint Etienne?
Etienne.
It'll be...
Here we go. Najee Harris. There we go.
Najee Harris, another Alabama guy, goes off the board. Colin, this is the Alabama draft.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose this is the Steelers. If were the team that was going to take a running back in the first round, their running attack really had stalled last year. That was one of the big issues. They couldn't get anything going. There are people who tell you that you shouldn't take a running back in the first round, and that they would have been better off looking to pick up something for their line to keep Big Ben a bit more upright. But Harris he offers you a lot. It's not just the running threat. He can catch out of the backfield. So a very, very talented running back. And for the Steelers, like I suppose certain franchises have certain things that they expect. So for the Steelers to take a running back is certainly not unexpected. I think Brian O'Leary might have made some money off of that.
Yeah, I was just checking to see if it paid you. No. Yeah, I called it a few weeks ago. I felt this was inevitable. Last year, the Steelers, 7 of their last 11 games, they only ran for 55 yards, or less. They did. That was the worst in the NFL. 32. They're getting a player that's being compared to Derrick Henry. Not just in terms of his running ability. He's a 3-down back as well. He's got the attributes to be explosive at times, go within the tackles. But not just that, his pass catching ability, which is something maybe Derrick Henry doesn't have. He's averaging 10 to 15 yards per catch on the back of catching the ball. Serious red zone threat. What's Alabama are very explosive, winning a lot of games in the SEC. He was the highest scoring touchdown scorer within the red zone for a running back last year across all the different the leagues. So it was inevitable the Steelers. James Conner's gone to the Cardinals. They didn't really have anybody else, and they've a few other guys, but not to that extent where this guy can come in from day one and be a very efficient running back. So for me, it's a really good selection. And I know people kind of challenge teams that you shouldn't be selecting a running back in the first round, but this is an immediate need, and it will help Big Ben because in the latter stage of last season, they were continuously throwing the ball and they lost games because defenses were literally figuring them out that all it was pass with no flexibility and no run game. This will change things for them going forward next season.
This was, I think, this possibly outside of Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson was what I saw most on the mock drafts. The vast majority of mock drafts had Najee Harris going to the Steelers. So this one certainly has been telegraphed. You imagine they certainly have done their homework on him as well. So I think a good fit. And the terrible towels, I'd say, we'll see them plenty when he runs in for those touchdowns.
Yeah. Could we see a reunion of the Clemson running back and the quarterback in Jacksonville?
Well, in fact, it's funny you should say that because I felt that the guy in which we've selected at wide receiver, Demarius Toney, I felt the Jags would have been most suited to him because he actually has a very good working relationship with Urban Meyer from his time in the college game. They both worked together for a number of years. Urban Meyer got the best out of him, so I actually felt Toney would have been the right fit here. But for me, no, I think they'll go defense. I think they'll go safety. Which one now is obviously the question. But I think they'll try to address their defensive needs and tackle it from that point of view, but we'll see.
Beautiful. Well, we're waiting for the Jacksonville Jaguars to hurry up.
It's an intriguing spot for the Jags because, whilst we all knew, and similar to the Jets, whilst we knew the quarterbacks, it was more about the second pick and what they would do with the second pick. The Jets have addressed it with an offensive tackle to try to help Zach Wilson. Don't believe the Jags would be looking to do that. I think they will try, increase the potential within this defense to allow them to be winning games more so than chasing games, and inevitably they're going to have a difficult enough start to the season with a new quarterback and new head coach trying to win games in an already competitive division. So to give Curran their defensive coordinator, who I believe that Urban Meyer is going to be very reliant on, to help him in his initial stage in Jacksonville.
Indeed, and live scenes from the war room. Sort of waiting for something to happen.
Bill Belichick's house, is it?
Yeah. Got a special guest in now that these boys have no idea about. Delighted to welcome in. I'm presuming he's ready. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready, if you can hear me. All good to go. Jeff Reinbold, gentlemen. Jeff Reinbold, live from Houston. Jeff, you're saying that you're going to try and question us. Please don't, because it's 4:15 in the morning. Oh, I can't hear you. You can't hear Jeff. Oh my God, I feel really bad now. Hold on, Jeff. Hold on. Are you on mute? Take the mute off.
How's that?
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank God.
How many Guinness are we into, man?
2 Heineken.
For,
Yeah.
on
We're
on to number
professionals now,
3.
Jeff. We have to.
Hey, first of all, before we go any further, I want to tell you guys just what a cool thing it is that you guys are on terrestrial TV in Ireland. First time in 30 years. What an amazing accomplishment by all of you. You worked so hard to make it happen, and it's really, it shows exactly where our game has gone.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Jeff.
Thanks very much,
Appreciate that.
Jeff. Really appreciate it.
Jeff, we've just been discussing all night, and it's like every draft. You do as many mock drafts as you want, but the reality is, come the evening itself, as we saw you on Sky Sports tonight projection, you just never know. It's been turned on its head in the last 3 years. It's unbelievable.
I mean, there are some that were head scratchers, really. I mean, Alex Leatherwood in the first round, like that one was like, huh? You know, and you saw, but there was a lot of it you understood or could see it coming as it went through the draft. As soon as J.C. Horn went off the board and then Surtain went off the board, now you knew that the Cowboys had to go to Parsons, right? Because those were the two areas where they really need help. And I did a thing with Cowboys UK tonight, and one of the things I stressed was, don't be surprised if Parsons isn't the guy Quinn goes after, because you've got Leighton Vander Esch with a bad neck, a historic bad neck to when he was drafted, and Jalen Smith did not play very well last year. And Parsons gives them impact at the position. They've got to think now, hope anyway, that Asante Samuel or one of the other corners will be available further down the line.
Jeff,
Sorry.
go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I was just touching on before you came on that I felt that the Jags in the second pick would have went after Jamarius Toney, who's, wide receiver that's worked with Urban Meyer in the past. And in fact, the Giants have selected him at 20, which when we had you on, we spoke a couple of months ago and we stressed about potentially the Giants getting Kenny Golladay, which has come to pass. I was surprised having moved from 11 down to 20. I felt they would have went offensive line or defensive and tackle. But the fact they've gone for another explosive wide receiver, they seem to want to stack the team offensively for Daniel Jones.
Well, I think we're seeing some things that are trending in the draft now that maybe weren't so important in the NFL previously. Number one, it's about playmakers, right? Because historically, if you were Cincinnati and you had a quarterback who you feel is your franchise guy coming off of an ACL injury, and you've got two good wide receivers right now, you're going to add an offensive lineman to protect your investment. The prevalent thinking now, and NFL's a copycat league. So when Kansas City did all of that to put weapons around Mahomes, now everybody says, well, that's what you got to do. But I'm going to tell you something. If you can't protect Joe Burrow, and he's already coming off an ACL, that scares me, right? If I'm them. Yeah. When you look at the Falcons, they went for what certainly was the best player on the board at that time, which you say, well, you got Hayden Hurst. What do you need another tight end for? Because you can't match up with those guys, and especially a guy like Pitts. When the Cowboys, as we said, when the Cowboys lost the two corners, they had to go defense. They had a next best defensive player on the board. Now, that was a very Cowboy pick to me, because when you talk to the scouts that I've talked to, there are concerns with Parsons. He's an opt-out kid, and he's a kid that had I would say this checkered off-the-field history at Penn State, right? When there were safer linebackers like Kamara at Notre Dame, they went for the splash player. But that's Jerry's way. So it's an interesting situation. I was surprised. I don't know how you guys felt about it, but I was actually surprised that Detroit went Sewell. He was one of the few that I think would have passed him, because they have other needs. But it just shows, you get a chance at a generational upside talent. You got to take it.
Jeff, we've got Trevor Lawrence teaming up with his old running back Travis. I can't pronounce his surname. Etienne. Yep. That's just been announced. The running back. The Jags building something cool there, man.
Well, I really think that when you look at Etienne, and I was more of a Harris fan than an Etienne fan, because I thought Harris was a tougher back. But apparently in what they're going to end up getting to in Jacksonville, I thought ATM would be an end of the draft, first round draft, Tampa Bay kind of situational third down back. Give you some. I mean, he's really good out of the backfield. He's got sprinter speed. All that stuff. But interestingly, for that team, I think they're having a pretty good draft, guys. I really, really do. I think they're moving around and they're doing the things that you need to do.
Jeff, I suppose it's been an interesting evening in terms of quarterbacks. Your thoughts on the news out of Green Bay? Kyle Shanahan going Trey Lance, who I love Lance, and I suppose the Broncos not going with a quarterback when Justin Fields was there.
Well, I got to tell you first, your orange tie the other day on Coffee with Coach and the sunglasses, rocking that look, that was classic to me. So you'll go down in Coffee with the Coach history as maybe one of the 2 greatest outfits ever, right? But, it was interesting, Denver, because, you trade for Teddy. Now, you're telling Drew Lock an awful lot when you're doing this now, right? And see, that's the thing. To give you guys kind of a peek inside, when you're a player in the league or a coach in the league, you look really, really close at what happens in the draft, right? Because it tells you what the ownership thinks about where you're at right now. So if you're Drew Lock, you got to say, man, I got to pick it up because these cats are trying to get me out the door, right? And for the rest of the team, it tells you, hey, listen, there's no sacred cows here. We drafted that kid in the first round, and we'll replace him 2 years later because he hasn't produced. So the ripple effect of every draft pick is really, really deep and long. It's funny, Colm. I watched all the quarterbacks this week again. I watched actually 3 films of Justin Fields. I watched him Northwestern game. I watched him in the semifinal against Clemson, and I watched him in the final. And I can understand why there's some hesitation about him, because, and this is where it's really tough with this year's draft. If I was looking at him as a prospect, I would go to Ohio State and I would sit down with the quarterback coach and I would ask the quarterback coach, take me through everything you teach with your reads, because he's not on tape. He's not an instinctual thrower. He's a guy that they're two quarterbacks that get you beat fast. One is flash throwers and the other is guys that got to wait till a guy's open to throw the ball. Too many times you watch Justin Fields and it's like he doesn't understand what he's looking at, because you watch it from the end zone copy and you say, he should know right now he's going outside with the ball based on that coverage. But he stays on the route, and then all of a sudden it breaks down, he runs and gains 20 yards, and everybody says, great quarterback. That's one of the aspects of being a great quarterback. But the really great quarterbacks, the one that wins Super Bowls for you, are the guys that can, in that same position, see the linebackers inside, I got to go outside with the ball right now, right? And that's, I think, why he fell and why teams maybe have passed on him when, he has such dynamic skills. Trey Lance is another one that fascinates me, right? Guys, you're taking a guy in the first round who only threw 1 interception. I understand all that, right? Take a look at the 1 game he played this year. It wasn't a great outing. And he's played against South Dakota, North Dakota, again, a bunch of schools. He hasn't seen elite level defensive talent close on the football. Because let me tell you something, even as a coach, when you go to pro football for the first time and you watch how fast those windows close on the practice field, you go, holy shit, right? And a guy that's open in the NFL is like, you got a 6-inch window to throw the ball in. A guy that's open in college football, it's 2 yards, right? It's a big difference.
Jeff, just on Trey Lance, I said earlier in the show that John Lynch and Shanahan, it's a bit of a make or break type draft pick for them this year, in the sense that team had a lot of injuries last year, so you could write off last year, and since then, the previous year they made the Super Bowl. With the amount of quality players they have, they should be challenging to be at least in the playoffs, going to the Super Bowl. If they decide to make the move from Jimmy Garoppolo to Trey Lance immediately, and he has a very difficult first year, in the pros, as you said, it's a completely different ball game. Does Shanahan become under immediate pressure because he pushed to make that deal?
Well, let me just say this, brother, that the only coach that ain't under pressure in the NFL is somebody that ain't coaching in the NFL, because it's a pressure cooker. And I mean, I'm talking about even Belichick, right?
Yeah.
Who's the greatest that ever did it, right? So I'll qualify it first that way. Secondly, I agree with a lot of what you just said, because this is a Super Bowl ready football team. Now, that's going to make Trey Lance's ascension into pro football easier, but still, the magnitude of the things that he's going to deal with. I talked to Trent Dilfer once, and I asked him, I said, Trent, you went from Fresno State, which is way better program than in North Dakota State, and you went to the NFL at Tampa Bay, and you had a Super Bowl ready defense, and you could never get them there. I mean, they had Warren Sapp, they had Brooks, they had, John Lynch, they had a great defense in front of him. He couldn't get them to the Super Bowl. And he said, Jeff, you can't understand the enormity of the position until you go there. The pressure, being the face of the franchise. Now, add on to it that Trent Dilfer went into the Bucs when the most successful quarterback previous to him was Doug Williams, who didn't do much at Tampa Bay. This guy's going into a place where he's going to walk in the building. He's going to see those Super Bowl championships, and he's going to all of a sudden go, holy shit, I got to live up to Joe Montana and Steve Young, right? This ain't North Dakota State no more, right? Did you ever see the movie Wizard of Oz?
Yes.
It's an absolute classic movie. And there's a scene in the movie where Dorothy clicks her heels 3 times, and she says to her dog, Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore. And that's what that kid's going to do when he gets to the NFL. It's 3 clicks of his heels, and we're not in Fargo, North Dakota anymore. This is different now.
Jeff, Greg Newsom II, a guy that you and Spence were talking about in your show a lot, just gone to the Browns there now. A good pickup for the Browns, picking at 26 for the first time the first time in a very long time, probably the first time in my lifetime, to be honest with you. The Browns are picking anywhere near there. Have you enjoyed the draft so far tonight? It's definitely been good to see it back in sort of normality as well in the States.
There's 2 times I've enjoyed the draft tonight. Number 1, when I was on Sky, and number 2, when I was on the Irish NFL show.
Yes, sir. I have to say, I definitely appreciate that. But I know, Brian, you're just going to say there as well, but we definitely enjoyed that show earlier on. It was good hearing. There's so many analysts on as well, man. It was great to watch.
Yeah. I think, the thing that is shocking, right, to the Americans that I talked to this week, that I'm back on the mainland, and I'm around these NFL guys, and I was talking to Kevin Gilbride tonight, the offensive coordinator from the Giants, has 2 Super Bowl rings, the head coaches, the 49ers, the Chargers. And, he asked me about what we were doing. And I said, Kevin, you can't understand just how much the fans in Europe, in UK and Ireland know about the game and how sophisticated they are. He went, what do you mean? And I showed him 3 picks from our show, Mike. And he was like, what? And he goes, that's rehearsed, isn't it? I said, no, those people made those picks themselves. Colin, I'm sorry I didn't show him your orange tie, but
Jeff,
sorry.
I'm just interested in hearing your thoughts on Bill Belichick picking Matt Jones and what you think we might see happen in Foxborough.
First of all, did you guys see somebody put out on social media Belichick walking into the Lions
Yeah.
game, and then Mac Jones walking, and damn if they didn't look like father and son. All right. And there were two guys tonight that in their suits, in their street clothes, that, I mean, like I went, oh no, right? Rashawn Slater walked to the podium, and my concern about Rashawn Slater is he's got arms like the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I mean, his arms are about that long, right? Like this, right? And you could see that in his suit tonight. Now you're going to rush against, and I know he shut Chase Young out, and all, that's been the big, but you're going to get Chase Young every weekend in the NFL. Now, that was the first one, and the second one when Mac Jones looked like he was a guy that was a traveling salesman in a good suit, going to Denny's for the burger special.
Jeff, I was just thinking, with this People's Draft, that was a really great success, despite Michael slagging me for my pick at 11 for the Giants. I was just thinking, if this becomes an annual event, you could create a wall of fame. And I think the first person to go on the wall of fame would have to be Colin for his blue shirt and orange tie.
Dude, I'm with you. I told you, he's already in my top 2 best dressed, right? There was a thing on NFL Network. I don't know if you guys caught it, but they were talking about, the NFL morning guys, whatever that is. It's, it's light entertainment stuff. And they said, okay, Peter Schrager, who are the most, give me the best outfits in the NFL. And they went to Keyshawn Johnson when he wore his white pinstripe suit when he got drafted by the Jets. And immediately Colin popped into my mind. And I thought we got to do the same thing and challenge the viewers next year to outdo Colin's orange tie and sunglasses.
Jeff, on our TV show last night that we were very fortunate to do, I was given the responsibility of picking the Ravens or making my projection for the Ravens, and I said on television that they would go wide receiver. So thankfully they have gone wide receiver. So I don't look like a film. Rashad Bateman now in Minnesota.
Great pick, and I think we talked about that, didn't we, Michael?
We did indeed. Well, I mean, you and Spencer talked about it. Spencer's got some guys that were off the beaten track, and I think one of them popped up earlier on. Actually, I mean, I think with the Giants going wide receiver, it was interesting. Hold on, boys, I gotta ask Jeff this. Jeff, how much did your heart sink when this popped up earlier on? Alex Leatherwood.
I was like, what? Seriously, because Tevin Jenkins was on the board. And I'm going, there's a Raider. I mean, that kid is a Raider, right? And he's nasty and he's big and physical. I thought they would go O-line, but Leatherwood's a very, very good player. But there's some off-the-field stuff that, would be a concern in my estimation. Now, you take that kid, make him a millionaire, and put him in Vegas? I mean, I don't even have to be a millionaire, and you put me in Vegas, and it's So.
We could do a coffee with Coach special in Vegas sometime. Jeff, tell everybody this. Well, people that we'll put this out in the morning as well. What's the crack with you this weekend? I mean, Sky, you're back on Monday, isn't it? Yeah, with Inside the Huddlers, isn't it?
We're on Inside the Huddle on Monday. We do our draft review show, and then Tuesday, we're going to review a monumentous, first ever in the history of mankind, People's Draft, and see just how well our guys picked. Calm, you're on the clock. So you're on the clock, bro. We're calling you out. So if you screwed it up, we're gonna tell you.
Jeff, just before you go, man, we've got a live shot of the War Room. Is it the Minnesota Vikings? It's Mark. My Mark has been missing for 45 minutes. We don't know where he is. I don't know if you can see that, but that's the live shot. Jeff, here, thanks a million for coming on, man, because it's kept us going, because we're wrecked. And thank you for your support as always. Well done on the show tonight. Well done to all you guys, yourself, Neil Baldy and stuff. And the best of luck over the weekend. Enjoy your time in Houston.
Hey,
you're a long way from home.
As some guy that I kind of think's a pretty good guy says, this has been crack.
Yeah, it's been
I'm
great.
going to teach you how to say that.
Best crack.
Jeff,
Jeff.
all the best,
fellas,
man. Have a good night. Yeah.
So good night.
Thanks,
Take care,
Jeff.
man. All the best. What a man. What a man. The man, the myth, the legend, Jeffrey Aloysius.
Four picks to go, 28, 29, 5 picks to go.
Well, I called this. I called this.
You did, Michael. Fair play to you. I have to say, I didn't think they would go a second running back in the first round, but Yeah, they've reunited him with their quarterback. So the Ravens one was a standout, wasn't it? Really, they were going to go wide receiver.
I'm nearly certain that, and I'm going back in the Jeff show here, the People's Draft. But I'm nearly certain that Ben from Touchdown Trips literally got that pick bang on. But then that was like a collect. So everybody in the UK Ravens Facebook group basically voted for him. So he goes to the Ravens. Seems like a solid pick for the Ravens.
And at least
one of our Irish NFL show people got their pick right, because Mark selected Mac Jones at 15 and he was correct. So.
Yes, indeed. On the yes, no, I mean Bateman's a very good pickup for them. For the Ravens needed help there. Potentially, the comparison is going to be Justin Jefferson, and because of the route running and the toughness. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. I'm a little surprised at the Jags, I have to say, going running back in the first, because they have a good running back. It's not like that was the major area of need there, but I probably wanted to make Trevor Lawrence kind of feel as comfortable as they possibly can do. So we look. It has been interesting. It always is interesting. And there might be one, like, as we go to the back end of the draft, it seems like a few more of them kind of falling into place. I had seen Newsome potentially, going to Cleveland. So we will see.
Let's see what happens. 4 more picks until the end. 4 more picks.
Yeah. Will we see Mark again before the end?
I don't believe so. But the Saints are on the clock. Saints are interesting, aren't they? No quarterback. Well, when I say no quarterback, sorry, their quarterback is retired. They've got some holes to fill. We've joked about it throughout the offseason. Whoever gets picked for the Saints is starting on day one, so it will be very interesting to see where they go with this pick.
Do you think they'll pick a quarterback?
I don't, but it has been suggested in quite a few drafts that potentially they might look to move up. But here comes Rodgers, so we'll know very, very quickly.
Or 8 seconds ahead of me. So basically, I'm on the mini box, boys, so I've got a bit of a delay. Fantastic. Excellent.
I don't know who they're going, but no, they can't go quarterback. Not when they have 2 quarterbacks there currently.
What's he holding?
Like Gregory Rousseau might be one there now.
With the 28th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end, Houston.
They went that Peyton Turner of Houston, defensive end. There was someone that was mute to go in the 4th round, only in the last week. Very explosive defensive end, but he's moved up the board. Originally, they said he would be like a mid-second round pick, but over the last week, his name has been coming up in considerable amounts of mock drafts, potentially someone that could go in the late in the 1st round. And the Saints have gone down that road, so they've looked to stock up on that defense that is already really strong. And maybe they're looking at it from the point of view it'll be the defense next season that wins them games more so than the offense, where they do that transition from Breeze to one of those 2 quarterbacks that they have.
Strong with potential. I think it's a good pick for him. I didn't really see much point in him going for a quarterback there. What's the point? Like, there's nobody there's no standout now. Like, I mean, maybe they get Teddy Bridgewater back over. I'm not sure if they want him.
they had a need for this because
thank you, Green Bay.
They needed to bring guys in. They obviously lost a ton of guys in the off season, and as we had said, if you get drafted by the Saints, chances are you will be a starter this year. So I imagine anyone getting picked there, Peyton Turner is probably delighted that he knows that he will be very likely a starter in the NFL next season.
Packers pick is in. We're almost there, gentlemen. We've almost done it. Huzzah! I hear you say, but
that was pretty quick that the Packers came through.
For anybody earlier on that was trying to get on YouTube, Turns out you can't show NCAA content on YouTube, but only happened for 2 players. So we're grand. We're back on live now, but the majority of people are watching through here. And thank you to everybody that has watched tonight.
Absolutely.
It's very unlikely that this will go out as a podcast because it's too long. And anybody that's going to sit for 6 hours and listen to that, fair play to you. Who's Packers going to get, boys?
I think the Packers will go wide receiver, and I think they'll take Terrence Mitchell. And people were saying that only 4 wide receivers will go off the board in the first round, where we've had 5 so far. So I think it might run to 6. I think they will do what they should have done last year, to be honest, and give Aaron Rodgers that additional wide receiver that would have potentially put them over the top and got them to the Super Bowl. But who knows, because the way tonight's gone with picks, things have gone
11:42 p.m. Eastern.
Well, I saw a tweet.
Oh.
Is he? Way!
Sweet Jesus! Here, did you hear? Did you see what happened? We had Jeff Reinbold on.
I must have missed it, mate. Must have missed it.
He was here. I swear to God, he was here.
Right,
he was here for like 20 minutes.
His hair looked a lot better than yours, I tell you.
Oh, Christ.
Did you go for a nap?
I wish, man. I wish. No. Unfortunately, quarterbacks and wide receiver are chased by pass rushers and edge rushers and safeties blitzing. I'm just charged up by 3 kids who want to interrupt our draft coverage. But all is
We're
good.
nearly there. We're nearly at the end there. We're at 29.
Who do you think the Packers are going to take, Mark?
Hopefully another quarterback. No. Very, very seriously. God only knows. To be honest with you, obviously with the drama of some of the announcements today, I don't know. Is Aaron Rodgers trying to influence the Packers draft choices? They're a 13-3 team, back-to-back seasons. They don't have massive holes, Colin. Like, take the best player that's left, wherever that is, as long as it's not quarterback or running back.
But all of their receivers are in a contract year.
But look at their strike rate on drafting receivers in the second round as well. I've got to catch up. I don't even know who's left on the board at the moment either.
The Giants messed up. Tavon Jenkins is gone.
Well, no, I saw the Giants. I saw the Farley pick. Good call by Vikings getting Darisaw. Look, we were talking about them getting a tackle back earlier.
Here we go.
Cornerback out of Georgia, Eric Stokes.
Rappaport again. Just going away from Eric Stokes for a second. Rappaport again implying that the Packers and Aaron Rodgers are at odds with each other. And I think this is the story for the next 4 months. Every day. Did you hear about Aaron Rodgers? Jeez, like he wants to go with. You know what I mean? Oh, here, boys. I think this could be the story of the summer. Could be an A-Rod summer. Jeopardy.
I think if he didn't get done this evening, it makes it much more difficult. But obviously they've gone cornerback, which in some way makes sense because they got burned so badly in that championship game. The Tampa Bay Bucks really kind of ran them ragged in terms of disguising what they were going to do. So this makes a lot of sense. Very talented guy by all accounts. The worry, I think, with this pick is he potentially can get bullied a little bit. So needs to maybe bulk up for the NFL. So. But they did need help at the cornerback position, and they have addressed one of the areas of need, certainly.
5 cornerbacks gone in the first round. So for a long time, they felt only 3, which would have been Farley, Horn, and Surtain. To have 5 Newsome obviously gone to the Browns, and now the 5th one with the Packers. But yeah, I think your point, Colin, is correct. In King, in particular, in that championship game, he was taken apart by that Scotty Miller, and then obviously on the last drive when they were looking to hold them up, that defensive pass interference. So I'd imagine they're looking at that going, we need to readdress the secondary in the long run, no matter who our quarterback is.
Spot on. Buffalo is up next. Let's go Buffalo. A 30th pick in the draft. It's been a long time coming. And hello to Buffalo Bill for your incredible entrance the overnight. Quarterback, wide receiver,
defensive side of the ball for me. I think they might go linebacker or pass rush. And Gregory Rousseau, who for a long time was muted to be in the top 15, isn't still on the board. I think they might look at potentially.
Mm-hmm.
I thought if one of the top two running backs was there, that might be an area they might have looked at. But with both of them off the board at this point, I think, potentially pass rush is an area you would say that they struggled a little bit in last year. It didn't feel like they ever really brought a whole lot of pressure, which was one of the few things they didn't do, because just about everything else worked for the Bills last year.
Yeah, I mean, guys, I'm obviously catching up. It's a little bit of a surprise to see both running backs that maybe could have snuck into the first round off the board in the 20s rather than the last few picks. But Harris and Etienne off the board, I don't obviously think the Bills look in that direction. Christian Barrymore still hasn't been picked up, and there's not that many great D-line people, seemingly top-line talent in this draft. And maybe they lean in that direction to shore up what is already an aggressive defense.
There's a report coming out. Don't want to talk about my team. Just a report coming out that New Orleans wanted to trade with the Broncos, and they seriously considered it, and then decided not. Maybe they were going for a quarterback.
So this is the thing now. Over the next few days, you're going to hear about all these. What's leading up to the draft, there was stories around teams moving down, moving up, and potential trades. And now you're going to hear about the trades that never happened. And this deal was so close. And general managers will come out and say, "Well, there was a deal in place, but the team picked the player ahead of us that we wanted, so therefore we didn't make the deal," and so on.
Yeah, and that look, the lying season continues. It doesn't end. I mean, this is where everybody is delighted. This is exactly the player that we wanted. We were so surprised that he was still on the board and he fell into our laps. We believe that next year we're going to turn this franchise around, and let's put the work in now in OTAs and in preseason. Look forward to September.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose we're down to the last few picks of the draft of the first round, where, I mean, these teams all do look forward to September because they were there or thereabouts last year. This is refining rather than surgery. Hopefully, this is where the cosmetic guys get in rather than the open heart surgeons into teams. So many of the teams here can afford legitimately to take the best player available. They don't have gaping holes per se. Look at the Packers addressing a key need there. You look at the Bills from last season, the offense was clicking, everything was clicking. They don't have, there's no such thing as a luxury pick. I mean, obviously, drafting another quarterback in the first round, Packers fans, would be a luxury. As long as they don't do something crazy like that, they truly can take their time and decide based on who they feel is the best player here to supplement an already good, awesome team.
Can I just, because it is 10-5 at this point, and it's just ridiculous. One of the best tweets I've read in recent times comes from Nate Kreckman, who said those 14 minutes when we thought Aaron Rodgers might come to Denver were the high point of Broncos football in the last 5 years. Nate, we certainly I and the Irish NFL Show salute you. You are absolutely spot on in your analysis there. Better than any of the attacking football for a franchise that has been as bad offensively as the Jets. The Jets, the only side to rival the Broncos over the past 5 seasons in terms of being so terrible at scoring points, where we understandably got giddy at the prospect. Oh, there you go. Greg Rousseau. His agent said he would go in the first round.
Big pickup. That's a big pickup for the Bills.
So
Mhm.
it has.
Good
So
pick.
it has proved a guy who last year they were talking about as potentially a top 10 pick. Didn't play and obviously fell off a little bit, but a seriously talented pass rusher. Can he get it to translate into the league? Is the big question.
Big pick for the Bills. It's a big pick. His potential is unbelievable, and that Bills team needs an edge like that.
Yeah.
Love it.
I mean, they got players there. I mean, I still love my Onojaro pick. Sorry, Michael, I was going to say that it hasn't come off the board yet and everything, but there's a lot of players in this mix. It will depend on scheme fit and things like that. So, yeah, big fan of this as well, Greg Russo. A lot of talent, as you say, a lot of upside. And the rich get richer. That's the thing. Like, these teams are picking down here for a reason, but they also still can pluck the fruits of the tree at the end of the night.
Touched on the fact that I felt he might go towards him because for a long time he was to be 10 to 15 on the most mock draft boards, and he slid down for one reason or another. But yeah, it just goes to show a guy that for a long time is deemed to be the number one pass rusher on the board defensively ends up going to a team that is already stacked with players and could potentially make another run of going back to the championship game and making that step towards the Super Bowl again.
Indeed. 2 more to go. Baltimore, Tampa Bay.
Interesting to see what Baltimore does now, because we felt they would go wide receiver on the first pick they did. It took Bateman out of Minnesota, so that was kind of a given in the sense of it was more a case of which one they would take. But now this kind of opens it up, and I thought the Ravens might have used that second pick to try and move up the board and work with a team to get another player, but they haven't done that. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here.
It was interesting to hear Jeff's opinion from that Raiders pick. He was not a happy man, was he?
No, I don't. I look, and obviously there's rivalry between the Broncos and the Raiders, but I don't think anyone can really say that they were thinking that was a likely pick. And it is what the Raiders have kind of come to be synonymous with in the over the last 2 or 3 years is just kind of strange left field first round picks in particular.
I mean, Michael, my view from a little while ago is J.C. Horn, went a bit earlier than they could have in relation to it. The Broncos pick, I don't particularly love it and everything, but they're all justifiable. They're all understandable to a point. You get to that Raiders pick, and it's the first one. Even the Cards pick at 16, we didn't like very much. But again, it's not that much of a mad stretch. He's second best linebacker in the draft. But you get to that one. Leatherwood was, I don't know, depending on your rankings, the 6th best offensive tackle, the 8th best, the 10th best. This is not just stretching. Like, this is Bill Belichick drafted a defensive back in the 2nd round, who everyone else had a 6th round pick type of thing. You do not waste 1st round assets like that. It is, I think I'm getting closer. It's just bizarre. And it's a bizarre misreading of the board in terms of what everyone else wants to do. Because if you were really convinced, so we know something secret here, trade down. You'll still get him. Move around the board. Maximize your potential. Mike Mayock, great analyst, great draft commentator before and everything. But it's a bit different when you can't get 16 different mocks and you are on the hook for whatever call you do make in relation to it.
And I think the Raiders took him in, Michael, as GM, because they felt, having watched him throughout the years, that he knew he had the inside track on all these guys. He knows them, he knows how they work, he knows what to expect. He knows the guys in the game, in the college world, that can give him a steer. And to pick a guy, as you said, I didn't see him in any mock draft in the 4th round. Is a strange one.
Indeed. We are back at 11 a.m. For some reason. To talk about that. I'm only joking. I'm actually excited. It'll give me a reason to get up, boys, tomorrow morning. Not that I need a reason. I'm actually off work tomorrow, and I think it'll get me up at a good time. Big Reach, all right, says at Ireland Tweet. I think that's Tip the Bengals. Oh, can we apologize to Tip the Bengals, and can we apologize to the Cardinals, and I think the Cowboys as well? it was, I think we can say this now, the segments for some of these teams were edited out of the TV broadcast. In case you think we don't care about you, we do care about you. We're sorry. And yeah.
16 to 18. Cardinals, the Raiders, and Miami at 18, the second pick. Yet they were sliced and diced through no fault of our own.
Mine are dying. Oh God, they've actually died live. Hold on. My God, this is bad. Can you hear me okay?
I still haven't been able to see our show, so I didn't even know what exactly was cut. So yes, definitely apologies. We didn't seek to exclude any team. We were definitely picking, or we talked about and addressed every team's needs. So
there is a kiss emoji from Ireland today, and Michael Lavery says, "There's every chance I sleep until about tea time, lads." Yeah.
Lucky for
Well,
Michael.
that's nice, Michael. Some of us have to work at 7 o'clock and then be on this at 11 o'clock talking about our thoughts as well. So,
I mean, like, you know, it's a hard job, but somebody has to do it, Mark. You know, it's difficult. But you know, worst comes to worst, just put your head down a minute, just show us your room. Yeah. Just no, Mark.
What's that?
Just like disappear from the camera for a minute. So this is what we've been showing everybody tonight. This is the war room. So worst comes to worst, we can just do this again and show everybody that. You come back now. It's fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't put the dog. The dog was hiding, so otherwise I should have just left him to make the comments for me. But,
excellent. Can I just say this now because it's 2 minutes to 5? Are the Ravens taking the piss, or what's going on? I think they're taking the piss. I think they are.
Whatever about the Ravens. I mean, there could be a trade in the offing here as well. They might be hanging on to see if somebody wants to trade up out of the second round, back into the end of the first.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm a big believer in like the 31st and 32nd pick have an inherent value. You get another year of controlling a player at a controlled rate, which you don't have with a second round pick. So if you're in the first 10 picks of the second round, tariff isn't as high, if you're married to someone, like get them down the first round. That 1 year might be useful. Problem is, most GMs are worrying about their job for the next quarter and the next year, not necessarily 4 or 5 years down the road when someone else will take advantage of it. So there's very few GMs really that have the job security to take those longer term viewpoints on things.
Yes.
But then why trade back? Then like to acquire picks, better to go. I think depending what's there. Like sometimes absolutely, if you're getting a king's ransom, then it makes sense. But if you're going to miss out on real impact players, then that's the issue.
I mean, like, you know, it feels hilarious. I mean, like obviously the Ravens drafted Bateman. If they do stay and make their pick here, like another offensive lineman, another contribution to the run game, like given their quarterback and their dynamic running potential, why not keep loading up every single time?
Did everybody enjoy this photo earlier on? I thought it was funny, personally. No matter what.
I thought it was absolutely
got a bit of hate. You got a wee bit of hate on Twitter.
Can I just ask Michael, what was the no matter what referencing? The Boys Own song?
No.
There's a movie called Draft Day, and I don't want to give away the ending, but it'd be quite similar.
I don't remember the no matter what bit, but I do remember the end of Draft Day anyway.
Jason Owe.
It was at
that's
the start of the film, Mark, where he wrote on a sticky piece of paper the player.
Don't ruin it for
what happens.
That's right.
But I think that Michael's just started telling us who the pick is.
Jason Owe. I thought you were reacting to it, and then Brian started talking about it.
I think that's a very smart pickup by the Ravens. To be honest, like they're probably their two big areas of need that you would have said going into the draft were at wide receiver and were a pass rusher. So they have addressed both of those and will come out of it, I think, pretty happy overall. We know that they have a deal in place to bring in the tackle. So I think looking at it, the Ravens will probably be reasonably happy the way things have played out over the last week or so.
One more pick, guys. The Bucks, the champions.
Yeah, I mean, we said
Quarterback?
earlier, there's this whole mishmash of different edge rushers at this point of the draft. Obviously, there's a bit of run on them at the moment. Some will pan out, some won't. Like some could arguably a bit undersized at the moment, and they may put on their weight. Others are a bit limited in terms of the moves that they've got available currently. OA seems like a really dynamic prospect, but the I always find it funny. You look back on this draft in a few years' time, and it'll be like, well, why didn't they draft those? Why did someone let OA fall this far? Why did someone do this? It's great with the benefit of hindsight.
Picks in? Jeez, the picks in.
But,
I was going to say, the Bucks have never picked 22nd before, so I thought they were going to take the hand for the next 25 minutes. But they're not. The pick is in. Could you imagine if they picked a rookie quarterback? Just for like, please do for the crack. That'll keep you more than football going.
Hard to gauge where they're going to go with this pick because
Kellen Mond.
Davis
was it?
Not when Brady wants to fill the hands. He's not going anywhere.
Kellen Mond hashtag no matter what. Is that what you mean?
If it is Kellen
Here we go.
Mond, he's going to be sitting on the bench.
I'm gonna guess Barmore, D-line, 7th Alabama player in the first round.
Joe Tryon, Washington, defense.
That's a good pick. That's a really good pick. That's one guy that Spencer Zimmerman goes on Jeff Reinbold's show. He was raving about him. He thinks like they were having an argument or something saying that he won't get picked in the first round, but turns out he did. Great pickup for Tampa Bay. That is us. But I think we're going to stay on for another 22 minutes. Just talk.
No, I think
what do you think?
I would say for the Bucks, I mean, what they were able to do is they were really able to say, we have brought everybody back. We have stability at the coaching staff. We can pick whatever we want. We don't have a hole that needs to be filled. We just look and we go, yep, him, and drop him in and see how he gets on in preseason.
Thank you very much, Michael, for that comment. He says, lads, ridiculous good work tonight. Unreal. Cheers for the coverage. Thank you for your support. Thank you to everybody for their support. 5,400 viewers, 5 hours, 39 minutes, 2 weeks of barely any sleep. We done it. We will see you at 11 a.m. for Draft AM. Bring the coffee, bring the buckfast, bring the crack. We'll see you then. Boys, Gurmia Margaret.
Thanks, guys.
Good night and good luck.
God bless.